You know what I mean? I think Europe will just capitalize and be like, oh, okay, this is ours now. Thanks. Get your shit out of our countries. Because that'd be funny. Imagine how many assets do you think America has overseas? Probably a lot, right? Imagine if they all got seized by allies.
Well, according to Trump, like, they're basically slashing the defense budget, so they're gonna have to probably pull them.
Yeah, true. They can't maintain them. I don't think Trump is aware of how much money it takes to run the US military.
I think Trump is aware that he's collapsing the US empire, and that's his goal.
I don't think he's smart enough to have that goal.
I don't know.
Hey, that's me.
The things that he's doing is so fundamentally stupid.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I don't
He's not dumb
understand
enough.
how he could be gaslit into doing it, because they're so stupid.
Well, this is exactly what I'm saying, is I don't think Trump is smart enough to realize what's happening. I think he genuinely thinks that tariffs are a good idea and attacking allies is a good idea.
I don't think
he's
neither
owned.
of those things are the issue right now.
I'm very out of the loop, though. I'm dead set that he's not smart enough. Everything is people behind the scenes manipulating it. Like, this is... I mean, what did the Dominionists say? Control the government? It's one of the 7 mountains?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a coup. Maybe this is for the Christian the Christian fucking fascists to take over. Maybe that's what's happening. Cool. Rumble's working as well. We're up and running on Rumble now as well. Great.
Yeah, you need to get a good bait title for them.
Yeah. I will test it today. I'll literally what I said, right? Trump's too stupid, but I gotta change it on...
Turn off the game.
Gotta change it on Rumble.
Get to work.
I think this is the end of the level, so I can pause and whatnot. Alright, let's figure out the settings for the live stream on Rumble, because I can't change it from there. Live streaming. Live streams. That's what we want. Recording in progress, edit. Excellent. Great. Alright, Trump is too dumb to realize what's happening.
Meant for the faint of heart. This ain't your grandma's crocheting class. Video game industry is brutal, and it's oftentimes overlooked how strong and how noble the CEOs are at the upper echelon of the food chain. Those are the real heroes. Firefighters, second fiddle to video game industry CEOs. They are beacons of strength that we can all turn and aspire to. We get to suckle that sweet bosom they provide us with, and they're able to make the difficult choices that us mere mortals couldn't even fathom. Because in video games, you're only ever left with two options. Either one, you release a game that flops, loses a ton of money, and you're forced to lay off a ton of employees to recoup some of that loss. Or two, you release an extremely successful game, smashing sales records, smashing expectations, and then you're forced to lay off a ton of employees because you can get some more profit if you do. You can squeeze a little bit of extra pennies out and make a more strong bottom line. Again, just like the Sith, the rule of two. In video games, it's either get laid off because the game wasn't financially successful, or get laid off because the game was financially successful. Tough choice. And that's exactly what we just saw from Marvel Rivals today. Everyone's talking about it. Of course, I'm going to yap about it. I love the game. I have been enjoying the shit out of the game. I've been kind of taking a little break on it. I've been playing more Path of Exile and Rainbow Six Siege, but I still do love the game. And today, I was very excited because they released the gameplay trailers for The Thing and Human Torch, as well as a couple other announcements that were pretty hype. And both those new characters look amazing. And then, kind of like giving a dog a pill and peanut butter, it gave us the goodies and then fed us the medicine because turns out they laid off the entire North American division of the Marvel Rivals team. At least that's what the headlines are saying. It's not entirely clear everyone that's been laid off, but bare minimum we know for sure a game director that worked on Marvel Rivals as well as some level designers have been released. There are claims that some of the others were responsible for R&D work, but again, that's still not entirely confirmed as of right now. But anyway, let's go through the LinkedIn post here from Thaddeus Sasser. This is such a weird industry. My stellar, talented team just helped deliver an incredibly successful new franchise in Marvel Rivals for NetEase Games, and we're just laid off. Thaddeus is one of the game directors for Marvel Rivals. He is not like the sole director. He's not the preeminent god of Marvel Rivals. He's not, fucking Stan Lee to this game or anything, but he was still one of the directors of the game in a division of it, which is still unclear exactly everything they were responsible for, but regardless, they did play a role in the development of this game that is being enjoyed by hundreds of thousands of players every single day. Game. You know what I mean? So it's like it's still a pretty substantial position, I believe, from everything I've seen at least. And now he and his team have just been fucking slapped, thrown away like dirty laundry here. So he seems pretty upset, rightfully so, because you usually don't expect when your product is so good that you helped build, you don't really think that you're going to be the one on the chopping block.
Haha!
I mean, logically, that doesn't
Little
really
do you know
check
about
out. That
capitalism.
doesn't pass the smell test. Hey, this thing is doing so well, we're going to celebrate by spitting in your face, get the fuck out. Leave. Like, that's not something a lot of people expect, except in the video game industry. Because in the video game industry, all bets are off. There's no fucking telling who's going to get, flushed down the shitter. The only people safe are the CEOs, like the Ubisoft CEO, who is beyond brain dead. Somehow, the dumbest people on the food chain of the video game industry are the ones that get to keep their jobs, not the ones that actually build good shit. It blows my mind, really. And even if the majority of the people that were let go, and even if his team was primarily responsible for R&D, it's still just such a bad look to release them at the height of the game's success.
If we're gonna go
also,
on Rumble, maybe we should watch some Rumble
R&D,
content.
Why were they permanent hires? Maybe I'm a little unfamiliar with the way things work at this level of game development, but typically I feel like if you're just going to have them as temporary workers on your project, they'd be contract workers as opposed to full positions. You know what I mean? But that might just be my naivete in the AAA gaming cesspool. And that has been a big discussion around this. Like, if they're all primarily focused on R&D, well, the game's fully out, so you don't really need that many devs still working around the clock on the title, because now the game's already out. You've already built the foundation, now it's mainly about, developing new characters or new skins, that kind of thing, new maps, or even new game modes. Which, some of them that were let go were level designers, so you could still use that expertise. They help design the levels. You're going to need more levels going forward. It can't just stay with the same ones that are in the game right now forever. Who knows, though? Maybe they were level design support, and they feel like they don't need the supporters anymore, so they're going to cut the NA branch off and just do everything in China. It's still a little too early to tell, but the LinkedIn post continues, "Oh well, times are tough all over. Let's find these incredible people new jobs because we all need to eat, right?" And then he name drops someone named Gary McGee, who is a technical designer currently working on level design for Marvel Rivals, assumedly. And then he mentions, "A lot of our time on the project was spent as a sort of R&D branch, coming up with new level design mechanics, gameplay mechanics, and so on." And then mentions Gary was a key part of those
I am
efforts.
a fish.
So he does directly say a lot of their efforts was spent on R&D, and then lists gameplay mechanics and levels. Two things you're going to still need even past the R&D stage as you release more characters and more maps. But I think this is really one of those things where they're trying to save on costs, where maybe too many cooks in the kitchen. We don't need the North
great.
American branch
Is
of
this what they
Marvel
call a
Rivals.
cozy
We'll just
game?
do it all in China. So then they cut the team loose. They
Is this
helped
what they
build
mean?
it. The game is built and it's fucking crushing it.
Are you playing
So
something else now?
Let's save a little money in
when
the
did
height
you
of
get
our
back?
success by getting rid of the NA branch. Another
Bro, I told you, I have my chinchillas out, and for you to take the thing.
individual let go today is Jack Burrows, level designer for Marvel Rivals.
Yeah,
hey folks,
you sent me this
just got
video, I
laid
wanted
off
to
from
watch
my
it
job
anyway.
working on Marvel Rivals with NetEase. Was an enormous pleasure to work with my American coworkers who joined me in this sad culling. Just couldn't dodge that big boot, I guess, no matter how big the success of the gig. So now I'm seeking a new role and would appreciate your support. If you hear of any
Wait, so
opportunities or just want to
the
catch
US
up, please send me a
team made
message
the
or
game?
comment below. I'd love to reconnect.
made the game?
Open to work. Hashtag.
Was it Chinese animated, American developed? How did the game actually get developed?
Well, this team did different things, I guess.
Hashtag, you can't win them all. What's interesting is, they did win it all. This fucking slammed Overwatch into the dirt. It took it, gave it a swirly and a wedgie. This is the top dog in the hero shooter genre, and they still fucked them in the face for no reason to some of the people that were helping with R&D at the very least, which is a crucial component of making a game in the first place, by the way. But it seems like the positions were beyond that. Like, level design is not something you one and done. You're always going to need some level designers.
This
But
is
maybe they
true.
already have a ton at NetEase in
Talk
China.
about
So they're like, okay,
Call of Duty.
we're getting
How
rid of all
shit
this
their maps are.
slack over there in America. But either way, it's just, it's such a bad look. Now there's a big blemish on the success of Marvel Rivals. And Overwatch, like, they've already announced some big game changers coming to Overwatch that people are actually looking forward to. Overwatch can do something incredible here by just hiring this exact
You mean
team.
Marvel Rivals lit a fire under Blizzard's ass and they're about to actually do something with Overwatch? Great. You mean competition
To
forced
work
the
on their
actual
game for
good
them.
game to
Not
do
only
something?
is that a PR
Great.
fucking grand
That's
salami,
fantastic.
people would go ballistic for that, but this team did prove that they can do good work. Again, we don't know exactly everything they're responsible for, but just even being tied to Marvel Rivals at this level is just a good resume, a good thing to have on your resume. That's a fucking chunky one. So it would really be a win-win for Blizzard as they're desperately trying to get Overwatch back into the conversation of being like a prominent game. It'd be good PR win because people would like to see some talented game developers get back on their feet here in the industry, like in a genre that they're clearly very good at working in. And it'd also probably just be good for Overwatch in general because, I mean, they worked on Marvel Rivals, and right now that's the bigger, better game. So, to me, it seems like a no-brainer if you're Blizzard. Apparently, the team's not very big either. I've seen reports that it was 6 people, roughly like around 6 people that were laid off. That was the whole NA branch for Marvel Rivals. So it wouldn't even be like an
6
extremely
people.
expensive
Yeah.
endeavor if Blizzard wanted to hire all of them for
No, it wouldn't.
Overwatch 2. I think it might be worth it. I think that'd be kind of a power move. But anyway, I still
It would
find
be
this
funny.
to just be trash. I still just do not like this. The video game
shock.
industry is in such a bad spot. You can't even have a successful game without also losing your job, apparently. It just doesn't make sense. And I know it's not exclusive to the video game industry. You see this a lot, especially in Hollywood. Hollywood does this from time to time where something is an extreme smash success, and some of the people that brought it to life get fucking scraps. They get morsels,
Scary.
less than that sometimes. So I know it's not exclusive to video games, but we are seeing it in a big way for this industry. It is happening all the time. So,
Hey, I think.
not the most positive news coming out here for Marvel Rivals, which is a real shame. And I just want to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya.
Okay, I'll take it now. Kind of interesting that all it took Overwatch to actually do something was some competition.
They're too
Yeah.
stupid to hire them. Blizzard's too
it's-
inefficient and stupid to
Oh
hire
my
these
god.
people.
It's so ridiculous that Blizzard is as much of a joke as they are. They shouldn't be. But I guess this is what happens when Activision buys you. Why would Activision make a smart business decision when they can just, make dog shit games? Like, what's it called? Tom Clancy Breakpoint? What's this game that I have? Yes, Ghost Recon Breakpoint. Awful. Like, they tried, people hated Wildlands. I fucking liked Wildlands. This game is a live service version of Wildlands, and that makes it dog shit.
I acknowledge that there are places you can go online.
But is that the kind of game that you would, not Breakpoint, but the one I was playing? Is that the kind of game you would classify as a cozy game?
I don't know.
This one? The
I
swimming
couldn't
one?
tell you.
Well, what are cozy games? Because
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I don't play video games, only news.
To get a much more detailed breakdown of this, but because a lot of people, they ask me like, oh, in the materialist sense, in the historical moment, how does this dictatorship, how does this like burgeoning fascist, system, how does it compare to this time or whatever, okay? And I usually make a case about incompetence, like Elon and Trump. Trump's not doing anything right now. He's just signing, he's just there with the Sharpie, okay? Elon and the, Discord kittens around him, they're making the decisions. I usually make a point about incompetence, like, okay, listen, however bad things get, running a country is actually really, really, really complicated. It was really complicated 500 years ago. Do you know what a leader had to do 500 years ago? They had to make sure that their, 7 dukes and barons were happy with their multiple wives so they wouldn't revolt. And they had to make sure that enough people had enough grain, for people to harvest enough grain for the next year. And they had, a bunch of gold in a room, and they had to make sure that gold stayed there. More or less. I think. I don't know. I haven't played Crusader Kings. Do you have any idea how complicated society is now? How difficult it is to run things now? The more unitary the unitary executive gets, the more likely he is to f things up. So, with that, overriding theme of incompetence in mind, let's take a look at all the good work that Doge has done.
Let's
You can
also
see,
think about
and now
who
mind
Donald
you, the
Trump is.
articles that you're seeing here, these articles are not going to be seen by anyone who actually voted for Trump, okay? Not even a little bit. CNN investigates. Doge's claim that it saved $8 billion by canceling an $8 million contract raises questions about its wall of receipts. Doge's team's wall of receipts shows errors in tallying billions in savings. Doge says it saved
Amazing.
55 billion. See, I'm doing the number right now. Itemized data shows far less. Now, Republicans are not going to see this because they're dumb animals who eat up right-wing propaganda like a cow eats grass, okay? However, it's still kind of important to talk
Did he
about.
say conservatives? I disagree. I would separate conservatives from MAGA right now. Because there definitely are conservatives who are rejecting the MAGA thing, but not nearly to the point that they should be, which is the issue. If conservatives just realized, Trump would lose all control. But they're too scared. Republicans are too scared to actually do anything. Conservatives are too scared to actually do anything, to actually act, to move against Trump because he has done his head counting. He's got his people in power. The American government is bought and sold. We are witnessing what happens when your government is bought by foreign agents.
My, understanding of this, my,
Elon Musk is South African. Currently the voice of Donald Trump. Pretty cool. A South African who grew up during apartheid era and has shown Nazi sympathies. Pretty cool.
The familiarity with the specifics of their fuck-ups. If you look at these articles or any of the Twitter threads going through them, a lot of which are, by the way, real.
Like, it's truly amazing that conservatives haven't realized that all Elon is doing is benefit himself. It's really funny. Because these people will claim that they're not dumb. Yet they just ignore and let this shit happen.
Really, really, really funny. There are mathematical errors all over the place, and they're deliberate. They're not fake. Headline number, 55 billion saved. They list the savings per nixed contract. This should be easy to verify then. The first thing I did is add up the saved column for all canceled.
Super funny clip that's cut into this Hassan video. Which one is it? Can you add whatever screen is my screen share? The icon wasn't showing what was on my screen.
Love Riddick. I love Riddick, dude. Asmongold reacted to his channel. He got 2.4 million views.
Who killed masculinity in video games? I'll tell you who killed it. Blizzard.
Oh my god.
I already know this box is about to go hard.
Do I really have to bring up all the games with like hyper masculine characters as the main characters? Like, what
Dude,
the fuck?
It's that channel's fucking hysterical.
Like, how dumb do you have to be to genuinely believe that masculinity is dead in video games? Are you fucking dumb? Let's just God of War. But I guess caring for your children isn't a masculine trait according to these fuckwits.
Yeah, they made Kratos gay.
How dare they? You know, literally one of the best games I've ever fucking played. Gay. Gay as fuck. Literally one of the gayest games I've ever played. Don't play it if you don't like gay games. Super gay.
Contracts in real estate. The numbers are
And Ragnarok, exploring more of this father-child relationship, homosexual.
16.5 billion and 0.14 billion respectively. Doesn't add up to 55 billion. The single biggest ticket item is a DHS contract listed as saving 8 billion. Wow, what a big contract. No, actually, it's 8 million. They must have tried to automate scraping the FPDS form and failed. I don't think that's true. This means we're down to 8.5 billion in savings. The next three biggest ticket items are all USAID contracts listed at 655 million each, so 2 billion total. Wow, pretty big, except these are IDVs, not contracts. 655 million is the entire set-aside, being triple counted. In the first 5 years, only 73 million was awarded, and only 2 years remain. So we're down to 6.5 billion savings. It goes on for a while. So they lie on every level, basically. They lie, like, they misrepresent what they have cut, and then they lie about the numbers of what they've cut. The details here aren't what matters.
Wow. Incredible. Incredible. Oh my god. What are these characters? Snake. Batman. Man. A perfect dark dev video. Is that what you want me to watch? Let's go with that one. That's great. One. Here we go.
Uh-oh, it happened again. Guys, we've identified another gay, broken leftist working in the games industry, cosplaying as a straight man. See this family right here? This is what we call a beard, because we know that the guy secretly has a boyfriend and secretly wants to get pounded by his big black boyfriend. And guys, what's worse is this.
What does this have to do with the video game?
This dude worked, so you can see his bio here. Level designer 3 at Crystal Dynamics for the last 2 years. I've been working on Perfect Dark. So excited to show off our gameplay reveal. Perfect Dark, which is constantly in development, constantly failing. They can't ever get the game out. And here he is. He was also...
You know what? Good. Stop remaking games. Make original content. Shut the fuck up.
So a
Yeah, it's gonna
level
be
designer
terrible.
for Halo.
Yeah, like literally just stop fucking rebooting games after Croc. Reboot Croc, remake Croc, then stop fucking doing it.
Just
Seriously.
make a sequel to Perfect Dark
Sure, sequel works, right?
and make it play like the original.
Yeah, make it like an old school game with modern graphics. Like an old school Doom, an old school Counter-Strike.
Well, like, did you play Time Splitters?
No. I didn't play games when I was younger.
Well, Time Splitters is like the team that did Perfect Dark.
Okay. Never heard of it.
Halo Infinite. So guys,
Yeah,
let's
it was
dig
like,
into this guy. But first,
think
I
it
want to
was-
talk.
Also, a Nintendo license,
Ah, okay.
so that's why it is not crazy popular.
A little bit about Perfect
This
Dark,
is
the
a
game he's
weird
working on, because
format that he's
if you
doing.
remember Perfect Dark, the main character is Joanna Dark, this really sexy
Oh my
James
God.
Bond type agent, and she was hot in the game.
Excuse me, sir. Why are you not complaining about a Mary
Bro
Sue
said
character?
she was hot.
Bro.
Okay, hang
like-
on.
Wait. Why? Ugh. Okay. First of all, this. Let me just. Because I'm pretty sure she's like.
Hang on. Bro said she was
blocked.
hot. You ready for this?
It's like a Tomb Raider level graphics, right? Hold on. Incredible. What a character model. Is this romanticization? It might be. But like,
Well,
shouldn't he be complaining because it's a have you seen the movie with the blonde lady, what's her fucking name, Charlize Theron, where she's like a secret agent in the Cold War in West Germany? Atomic Blonde, I think it's called.
maybe he meant
Basically
like the
same
box
vibe.
art.
Sure. Right, but like this movie is one of those John Wick guy takes down literally everybody that tries to attack him movies, but it's Charlize Theron, so of course people had an issue with it because women can't do that apparently. Shouldn't he have an issue with this game because the character is female doing all of these male things like assassinating people and shit? Shouldn't he be complaining about this? Or are we just revising that you are now supporting woke DEI policies in video
about
games,
her,
putting women at the front while not
No, it hasn't
complaining?
even been sharing my fucking screen this whole time. I
Oh,
fucking
you've
hate
been
that
showing
shit.
the same thing.
Yes.
You've been showing more. Yeah, no.
Like that's the box art, and then this is like how she looks in like the manual.
Yes. Okay.
Is she hot
That's-
here? Is this where she's hot?
That's what I suspected.
With her butch haircut?
It's weird. Like it's a weird stance to take when they also.
I never saw like
have
even as a
this
kid,
stance.
I never thought she was like supposed to be attractive.
If she had her hair down and not up, I would question the game devs.
Her head it's not even down or up. Her
It's just
haircut
a
is
block?
butch.
Oh, it's short, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. But you know what I mean? Like these people complain whenever women are in positions.
They
where
never
it's
do
like,
anything where they say like she looks hot or she's sexy
No.
or anything like that in the game.
No, and in the game, do you go through training regiments and shit where it's like you, it basically takes you through like this is your training, this is you getting the skills.
That's the
as
best
Joanna
part
Dark.
about the game is that it has
Okay.
that Tomb Raider type tutorial that's
Okay.
optional.
Okay.
So like they have a firing range, they have a combat simulator.
Okay,
you
so
can
it's
learn
not-
every gadget in the game, and
So
there's
it's-
these
it's
little
not
training
just-
exercises around that.
It's not just woman character good at everything, blah. It's like actual. This is the training. You're going through the training with her.
Well, technically, when you start the game, she has already completed her training, and she's received the highest rank ever of all their agents, and that's why she's Perfect Dark.
Okay.
She's the first perfect agent they have.
Well, this is exactly my point, right? This is exactly my point. Why is he not complaining about this? This seems like something they would complain about, right? They would complain about
don't
this.
even,
Oh,
like,
she's
know
just
why
the
they-
best.
I don't know why they made it a girl or anything like that.
I'm gonna see if any devs have actually talked about that.
In
Why?
Zero, they kind of make her a little bit more pretty and vain. But the new game, she looks, more masculine again.
Yeah. Character design. He felt that it should be. He felt there should be more games with female leads. According to him, having just made a game starring a man, it seemed logical to create one around a woman. Literal DEI policy. Joanna Dark is the main character because of DEI policies by the game devs. Why are you supporting this game? You fucking mouth-breathing chud. What are you doing? And now you're complaining because she's hot? This is a DEI hire. What are you doing? Why do you like
She
this
wasn't
game?
hot, though. She was never hot. They made her pretty in Zero, but Zero is a bad game.
Yeah. Okay, so Joanna Dark was originally devised by Martin Hollis, the director and producer of GoldenEye 007 and Perfect Dark. Before he left Rare in 1998, Hollis explained that the suggestion of having a female lead in a first-person shooter was inspired by Kim Kimberly, the protagonist of the first two games of the Silicon Dreams trilogy by Level 9 Computing, where the player experiences the shock of discovering that they are a woman fairly late in the game. Interesting. He also felt that there should be more games with female leads, according to him, having just made a game with a male lead. Logical to create a female lead. Joanna's design was influenced by a number of fictional heroes, including seductive spy agent X-27 in the 1930s film Dishonored, FBI agent Dana Scully from the X-Files, and the eponymous femme fatale of the film La Femme Nikita, who Hollis described as iconic, heroic, independent, vulnerable, and very damaged. That's great. What a great way to justify a woman main character. That's great. But you won't see anybody like this guy going in and actually reading about why they chose that character. They're just like, she hot. Why is she no hot no more? Because apparently video games is about masturbatory fantasies about the main character, not the game.
No,
I
this
guess.
entire point, all he's going to say, the entire thing, the point he's leading up to is the jawline of the actress for the new Joanna Dark. That's all this is actually about, is her jawline. Just wait.
I'm pretty sure Donkey Kong is a Nintendo. I'm pretty sure
Were
most
you-
of these are Nintendo, actually. Samus, Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong.
Yes, but you have to understand,
What's this one? The
Rare,
bear?
before they were bought by Xbox,
Mm,
made the best games.
I bet they did.
So, like, Star Fox,
Mm,
Banjo-Kazooie,
that's what I was looking
Donkey
for.
Kong,
Yeah.
Perfect Dark, like these were great games. And
Did they do
also
Mega Man
Jet
as well?
Force Gemini,
These are all like
Jet Set Radio. I
these
think
are all,
no,
like,
grabbed by the Ghoulies.
GameCube. These are all GameCube level games, right?
Nintendo 64 and Super Nintendo,
Ah, okay.
they were acquired like 20 years ago by Xbox
And they've literally done
and
nothing with it.
forced to make Kinect games.
Great. Amazing. I love monopolization.
But
It's
like
great.
all their Nintendo titles,
Yeah.
amazing games. They didn't miss.
Interesting.
Do they make Jade Empire
As
too?
far-
Maybe.
I like
I
just
didn't
just
play that.
looking at the character list here. The only thing I've played is Donkey Kong.
I don't think I ever played the Samus
I
games.
I wasn't able to get to the vet today.
Oh, you
'cause
weren't?
It's the weather's just been too shit, so I think Zapata's gonna die.
Surely not.
No, I think he's gonna die.
It's,
I think
but-
he would have died regardless if he got to the vet, though.
Like, what do you think's wrong with him?
Well, considering that if they're not able to throw up and there's bile coming out of his mouth, that's a pretty big deal. The least fatal scenario is that he's had a gas buildup, but
Yeah.
he's been like this for a week and he's so lethargic today.
Okay.
Like he ran around and played, but now that he's back in the cage, he's like
just
very
slumping
lethargic,
around.
and he's not drinking water, which is another big sign that his system is shutting down.
And you can't get to the vet at all? Like,
No, because I don't have an appointment until next week again.
Incredible. What,
That's what happens
I'm
when
assuming
you
they're
have
just
exotic animals.
exotic vets, yeah. You can't, no emergency thing?
No.
Well, hopefully he pulls through.
Yeah. But now that Beezy's back in, if Beezy's gonna stay in.
As far as
Are you
I'm
gonna stay in,
concerned,
or are you gonna hop
Xbox
out again.
and PlayStation are equally gay right now, but this is just a complete travesty and a disaster. What they've done with Rareware, and all we freaking got
you
out of it is
post on
Sea of
Twitter?
Thieves right now.
No. I haven't
So
done
anyway, but the
anything.
point is, Perfect Dark Zero was an awesome game. It had incredible gameplay.
No,
and
it
she was
wasn't!
hot. Joanna Dark was always hot.
Perfect Dark
And so
Zero was not
let's
an
check out
awesome
the
game. Pause this. Go look at the reviews.
Oh, it's just telling me. The Perfect Dark Zero?
Yes. I don't think I've been more disappointed from a game than Perfect Dark Zero. It's so bad.
Metacritic says 81. User score is 6.4.
Like, it was a launch title for Xbox, and it was the only shooter for a minute. So that's the thing, is it's like, because the only game they made backwards compatible was Halo 2.
Of course.
So you had Halo 2, Perfect Dark, and then Quake eventually came out like
Okay.
right after that.
Yeah.
And so everyone was actually playing Quake instead of this.
People be giving them tens and hundreds and shit. What the fuck? Like, triumphant visuals, sound, tense, engaging storyline. Does this sound legit?
No. It did get a platinum hit though, mainly because it was
The only shooter?
a launch title.
Yeah.
update that the gay leftist did to Joanna Dark.
Bring up the original character model again. I just want to get a comparison here. Oh, it's right here. Oh, what? Same haircut? Crazy. Who'da thunk it?
Yeah, it's a little bit of the haircut from Zero and a little bit of the haircut from the original.
Yeah. Based on me never having played this game and only looking at the character models, this seems fine.
Here. I got something. here.
Learning the law says one day she's Joanna, the next she's Jonathan. Dude,
See, that's a joke
I think
because
it's all
Jonathan-
these broken trans people.
Jonathan is another agent, and he is like a guy who appears to help you out and stuff. Anyway,
Okay.
check this out.
Okay. Yeah, it looks fine.
Yeah, Zero is the one that's weird.
Yeah, like they're literally basing it off 0. And it looks like that's the only one that went with that kind of style. Objectively, this guy is incorrect.
Yeah.
Like, objectively. It's not even subjective. It's objectively incorrect.
They even
these
Zero. They
broken-
even cut her jumpsuit in the front to give her more cleavage.
Which is definitely tactically advantageous, of course.
and degenerate,
Well, they have shields.
disgusting trans people.
Right.
And it's because they want every man to become a woman and they want every woman to become a man. And it's
Why?
I told you.
Please-
Didn't I tell you this was going to be
Yeah.
about her jawline?
Like, please explain your logic, your broken logic, that everybody wants every man and every woman to be transgender. What would that achieve? What would that actually achieve? What in your broken head do you think that would achieve? What is the goal? What is the purpose? Who is coordinating this effort? Are you going to be trans? No, because you're not trans, you fucking moron. Like, you literally don't understand what you are talking about, acting like you do. What's this called?
I can tell you right now, anyone who's actually fans of Perfect Dark,
Dunning-Kruger? Is
the
that what it
character
is?
design is the least of our issues with the game.
Yes. Yeah.
With the new game.
Like, it's possibly the dumbest conspiracy theory. That's the thing. Because, surprisingly, this guy brought up trans men, too. Like, that is surprising. Most of them ignore trans men because it's politically pertinent to
That's
focus
because
on
it's-
trans women.
This is an obvious grifter. Do you have Perfect Dark on your Xbox downloaded?
Yeah.
Launch that real quick.
Why?
Oh, just so you can understand. You just gotta play the
First mission.
and you gotta play the first mission and use the gun,
Okay.
the main gun in the game.
guys, listen to me carefully. It's because they need Jesus Christ and they're broken and they're confused. And until they come to Jesus, they're going to continue to have issues in their life. So,
You know what would make video games objectively fucking awful? Religious people getting their hands on video games. If religious people started making video games, you know what we get? Veggie Tales, but the video game. How about we don't let these people control society?
Learning the Law said, Perfect Dark transforms you into the ultimate secret agent. Joanna Dark's perfectly symmetrical masculine jawline makes her the ideal candidate for disguising herself as a man on the most dangerous mission.
Notice that they edit the picture.
Yeah, well, that's the joke, is they made it more manly in the one.
Yeah. Like, they literally need to edit it because it's not a masculine face. Like, if you're at all normal, you would clearly see
I think it's
female features on this face.
I think it's a masculine face, but that's not my issue with the game.
Yeah, like, it literally does not matter. Also, women look like this. The fuck is your problem?
Also, it's Joanna Dark.
Yeah, who gives a shit? It's
She
first
fucking-
person.
She literally fights giant space aliens that use robot suits.
I don't know if this is Colby is to blame for this, but Perfect Dark is one of the big. It's been in a constant state of redesign. It's been constantly having trouble. They announced this game back in 2020, but it is a big protracted mess, and they can't seem to get this game out. And so this gay loser Colby has been working on it with his fake pretend family. And let's read some of
This
this
is
loser's.
incredibly cringe. Like, it's very funny that he's calling this person a loser
I know, right?
when they're developing video games and you are crying about it on the internet to people. How many views has this video got? 27,000? It's not bad. 27,000 people listening to your stupidity. It's not a bad grift. I bet you probably wanted to be a game dev or something, but have no talent.
Tweets, because you know about to come out.
Goodbye to the worst president we have ever witnessed.
I love that he
Don't
does the
let the
nerd
door
voice.
hit ya on
Yeah.
your way out. Actually, please let
That's
it
you.
hit
You're You're doing an
Ooh,
impression
Colby,
of yourself, bro.
how does it taste, my boy? How does it taste to know 4 more years of Trump?
Oh my god.
Oops.
Cringe.
I bet he's having a pretty rough time right now.
It's going to be even funnier when all these people are coping at the end of Trump's presidency when America has collapsed.
Also,
America-
let's
make
look
America
at that logo.
great again.
Isn't the logo fantastic?
It is pretty cool.
That's Double D Datadyne. Now, just walk away from the computer. Just press B. And then go out the door.
Joanna, it's good to see you. Come with me. I'll walk you around the training rooms.
Now,
Feels like Halo
in
1.
Zero, they decided to make this guy a ginger Scotsman who wears a kilt.
I support this.
The information center is through this door.
Welcome to Hacker Central.
Welcome to Hacker Central.
Find out as much as you can, Joanna. There's a gap in
Why
my
is your mouth not
records.
moving?
Hi, Joe. Hiya.
Hi, Joe!
You gotta unlock this stuff.
Great. Buddies.
Yeah, so you can play co-op with an AI companion.
Cool.
Whoa. They literally are telling you about the scatter before you even have played the game. Also, Black President.
Yeah, Black President. Woke as fuck. DEI game. Predicted Obama.
That's crazy.
A highly
to get these
educated,
spoilers.
shrewd African American who is trying to do what is right, but surrounded by people like Trent Easton. He believes he has Trent under control, and after refusing the request for the loan of the fucking shiny text is awful. The loan of the Pelagic 2 to the Datadyne Corporation, perceived as easily led by the major political commentators, which is perhaps unfair. Interesting. Wait, what's it telling you about? Skedder.
Yeah, spoilers.
Oh, it's a bit of lore. Interesting. Wow, what a sexy character model. Man, how could they? How could they destroy this sexy character model?
Like, her tits aren't even outrageous.
They're normal. Who knew?
If anything, Velvet, the co-op player, is like, she's blonde, you know? If anything, she's the hot one.
Highly trained and inexperienced. Reactions superb, proficient with variety of weapons, very competent all-round agent. Highest record training scores in the creation of the new class of training grade, the embodiment of the Carrington Institute's ideal agent, hence the call sign Perfect Dark.
But what's the Carrington Institute?
Don't tell me. Who are you stretching for? Where are my guns?
Oh.
You want a criminal record?
Shut
I
the
can
fuck
do
up.
that.
Where'd he go?
He's gone.
No, he's not. You're just going the wrong way.
Door.
That's his office.
Why is there nothing
Boy,
in
the frames. It is just pixels.
The game is just pixels.
Where'd he go?
In here we have the device.
See, you went in the room instead of finishing the tour.
I just don't have the patience for this.
Five.
Stop moving for a second.
Waiting for you. What are you doing? Played a game like this for a long time.
Yeah, well, you need to stop for a second.
I kind of love it.
Just pause for a second. Let the fucking capture catch up. See, even you froze. Everyone saw it. It was like disconnected from Xbox Live. BG. Would you get in your fucking cage so I can take care of Zapata and give him medicine? Hilarious. Like, Zapata was out for like an hour yesterday on stream. He was playing for a while. But I'm pretty confident he's gonna die. I think his internet completely shut out because it did say disconnected from Xbox Live there for a second.
Weekend, the acting commissioner of the Social Security Administration left her position after Elon Musk and the Doge Groiper Twinks posters demanded access to the sensitive data at the administration, which is a theme across this less than, full month of Trump being in office, which is Elon Musk, who is trying to set up a banking service via X, formerly Twitter, has been combing around in the financial records of every American individual, nonprofit, and business, and seemingly feeding it into his AI or his algorithm. We still don't necessarily know what exactly he's doing with this information. Not that it matters, because it's a massive agreed upon security and privacy breach, funneling our most sensitive information to the world's richest man, who is also a complete lunatic that believes we're going to be able to colonize Mars or whatever. And
Politico's still calling it an efficiency and government regulation trimming operation too, which is really stupid for
real lie.
News
Yeah,
organization to say.
Yeah, news organizations need to be more explicit about it. I mean, even their fear about calling his Nazi salute what it was, it was proven correct in the same week when he went to meet or went to speak at the AfD far-right rally in Germany about forgetting their past, and previously having endorsed anti-Semitic conspiracy theories on that platform. Like, he has, with his massive amounts of wealth, intimidated vast swaths of the press, and has been going after this federal workforce for weeks at this point. So the Social Security Administration acting commissioner left her position. Her name was Michelle King. She had spent several decades working on behalf of Social Security so that our seniors nearly can get their payments. Nearly 2/3 of seniors kept out of poverty due to Social Security. It's one of our most important government functions, if not the most important government function, that or Medicare. It's hard to say. But last week, like we saw at the DOJ, Trump had to basically bypass a bunch of senior executives at the Social Security Administration to get his Bork, somebody who would sign off on giving Elon Musk access to the Social Security data. And here he is last week at the Oval Office in this weird press conference where he used his son as a human shield, spreading the conspiracy theory that has the false claim, the lie that has continued into this week about Social Security. This is how it originated, or at the very least, how he introduced this to the public.
Your tax dollars need to be spent wisely on the things that matter to the people. Like AI. I mean, these things, like it's just common sense. It's not. It's not draconian or radical. I think it's really just saying, let's look at each of these expenditures and say, is this actually in the best interest of the people? And if it is, it's approved. If it's not, we should think about it. So, there's crazy things like
Pause real quick.
Cursory.
That's what Congress does when they pass those bills.
Yep, they go. Also, Social Security is self-funding. People pay into it their entire lives, and you don't need to find the fraud that he's describing. We'll debunk it in a second, but 69 million Americans rely on Social Security.
Yeah, but let's spend billions of dollars to give this guy to make spy satellites.
It's essentially a pension fund for retirees that we've made into a federal government program. So this is not the place to look for waste, fraud, and abuse, but that's not what he's looking for. He's trying to steal our data so he can make more money with his banking service.
So, there's crazy things like just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone who's 150? I don't. Okay. They should be on the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out. That's a case where, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess. Or they should be very famous, one of the two. And then there's a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. Well, why is there no identifying information? Obviously, we want to make sure that people who deserve to receive Social Security do receive it, and that they receive it quickly and accurately.
Accurately receive.
Also, another crazy thing. So, one of the things is
all right, it goes off on another tangent. People who deserve it receive it. Every American that has worked is paying into Social Security. This is how it gets funded. When you pay your taxes, you're paying into Social Security. There's nobody who is undeserving of Social Security who is paying into Social Security. Broadly.
That benefit fraud thing, there was something in Japan, I believe it was, where it was literally moving their age expectations up because there are so many people actually doing this. But even in that scenario, this is a fraction of what the government actually pays. And the idea that we're looking at this sort of thing, this low-level petty benefit fraud, which happens but at a minuscule level instead of the amount we're giving to the Pentagon to lose in foreign wars and stuff like that, it's a big con.
It is, and he's also so dumb that he's misreading the data that he's describing here, as are his little minions. But here's Caroline Leavitt last night on Sean Hannity's show, responding to the freak out about this, rightly so, that people are like, oh my gosh, Social Security, this is one of the most popular programs in the country. And Musk's lie about the 150-year-old plus people is repeated here by the White House spokesperson.
Yeah, there's no evidence about that.
This is a promise President Trump campaigned on. He is now delivering on it. And I've been fighting fake news reporters all day long here in the Washington, D.C. swamp who are trying to fearmonger the American people into believing that this administration is going after their hard-earned tax dollars and their hard-earned Social Security checks. So I want to set the record straight on your show tonight, Sean, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to do so. President Trump has directed Elon Musk and the Doge team to identify fraud at the Social Security Administration. They haven't dug into the books yet, but they suspect that there are tens of millions of deceased people who are receiving fraudulent Social Security payments. And so their goal in going into the Social Security Administration is to identify three things. Number one, to identify duplicate payments and to end them. Number two, to identify payments that are going to deceased people who are no longer living and should no longer be receiving that money. And number three, to protect the integrity of this system for hardworking Americans who have been paying into it their entire lives. So rest assured to all of the people watching your show tonight, if you paid into the system, honestly, you will continue to receive your Social Security checks. Do not buy into the lies from the legacy fake news media who are trying to fear you and scare you into believing otherwise. This is what we've seen them do about President Trump for years with every promise that he has made. And he's going in there to protect your hard-earned money. That is the ultimate goal.
That is not the ultimate goal. They have to reassure the gerontocratic audience of Fox News that their Social Security payments, which many of them rely on, are not going to be touched. But here's the reality. Wired, which has been doing incredible reporting really since Trump got inaugurated, covering Musk in particular and his efforts, have debunked this. And listen to how silly this is. Scroll down to the part that starts with computer programmers. Computer programmers quickly claimed that the 150 figure was not evidence of fraud, but rather the result of a weird quirk of the Social Security Administration's benefit system, which was largely written in COBOL, C-O-B-O-L, a 60-year-old programming language that undergirds SSA's databases as well as systems from many other U.S. government agencies. COBOL, C-O-B-O-L, is rarely used today, and as such, Musk's cadre of young engineers may well be unfamiliar with it, because COBOL does not have a date type. Some implementations rely on a system where all dates are coded to a reference point. The most commonly used is May 20th, 1875, as this was the date of an international standard-setting conference held in Paris known as the Convention du Mètre. These systems default to the reference point when a birth date is missing or incomplete, meaning all of those entries in 2025 would show an age of 150. That's just one possible explanation for what Doge allegedly found. Musk could also have simply looked up the Social Security Administration's own website, which explains that since September 2015, the agency has automatically stopped benefit payments when anyone reaches the age of 115. 115! So they've automatically done that. Are there going to be a few cases that slip through the cracks? Potentially. But it's on its own website, debunking the premise of his entire claim. However, on Monday morning, Musk doubled down, posting a screenshot of what he claims were figures from the Social Security database to X, writing that the numbers of people in each age bucket with the death field set to false. The figure suggests that over 10 million people aged over 120 were collecting benefits. Maybe Twilight is real and there are a lot of vampires collecting Social Security. Oh, a Twilight reference! How topical! Musk wrote.
What a science genius.
The database Musk took the screenshot from listed almost 400 million people, which is more than 5 times the number of people receiving benefits in 2024, according to the Social Security Administration's own website. It's also significantly more than the entire United States population. So the genius coder, who's not a coder, or, he thinks he's an engineer, but he's never really invented anything in his life, except for Teslas that are more unsafe than the Ford Pinto, that Cybertruck, except for Neuralink, which keeps killing monkeys, except
SpaceX,
for
which keeps dropping satellites into air traffic routes.
Yeah. He was an early investor in PayPal, was kicked out of that, tried to make it into X. He did buy into Tesla, that's true. But he really wants to think of himself as this genius coder, but he couldn't figure out that was essentially a reference point for data that was incomplete. And none of his little Groiper neo-Nazi 4chaners could figure that out either. Damn. Maybe you've got to expand your hiring pool for Doge outside of the Discord. Insane.
Hitchens' razor, coined by Christopher Hitchens. What can be asserted without evidence can also be dismissed without evidence. It is crazy that we are, a month into this almost? And none of the claims of fraud or whatever has been substantiated at all with anything other than that sort of screenshot bullshit, which is immediately debunkable. And yet we still have major institutions. Wired's doing a great job. Politico, though, every single time they mention Doge, they credit it as a good faith regulation and bureaucratic bloat cutting mechanism. What they're doing is slashing the government so they can give tax cuts to all the rich people.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing right now, including looking at Social Security, because that is a big place that they see that the way we should look at them, as a giant piñata to smash and get money out of.
Can we pull up this this sheet that lastly here that shows exactly how many people over the age of 100 are receiving Social Security? It is public. What's incredible is when they pretend this is a private business and that there's a sense of secrecy here. All of this information is public because it is the government. Right at the bottom, it shows the figure. 99 and over. 89,106. That's the figure. Not the...
Those vampires?
8+ million, I heard Sean Hannity say in that interview with Levitt. People that are receiving Social Security benefits, they are lying at such a rapid pace to disorient everybody, to make it more difficult to fight.
You probably couldn't even hear me going, hey, you need to slow down, it's dropping.
No, I didn't. I would have dropped out by then, but I did hear you say the frames were dropping, and then it disconnected.
I literally saw it say disconnected from Xbox Live.
Yeah. I did pause it immediately though, so nothing was lost. The music is fucking fantastic.
Oh, bro, it's so good because there's 2 versions of every song basically.
Amazing.
So it's like a early stealth action game.
Yeah.
And this is where you.
Holy shit!
God damn it!
Up to you.
Fuck the
Not my
Uzi.
water pitcher.
Is it full?
It had some water in it.
Hey, a P90. Hell yeah. Is it the Falcon 2?
Yeah. So just go in the firing range itself. There's a door. I'm sorry, Zapata. That probably scared you very badly.
Might have woke him up.
Well, he's in front of me here.
How do I shoot? Nothing is working.
You got it. Hang on. I'm dealing with a lot of shit right now, bro.
The lights are off. I'm assuming he wants to
Just
check.
give me a second.
This corridor leads down to the hangar. Okay, Joe, I'll leave you to prepare for the mission.
Thanks, fuck off. Finally. Wow, that is accurate. fucking quick. Damn.
Yeah. You gotta adjust the sensitivity to your liking.
Yeah, with that. Smart.
Yeah, lower Call of Duty controls. Yeah, every gun has a secondary function.
Cycle weapon backwards, cycle weapon forwards. Action. Reload? Sure. Sure? Sure. Quick. Secondary, sure. Fire trigger. B. Is it no melee?
There is on certain guns. It's this. So you had there's a quick secondary fire. Yeah, the secondary fire trigger.
Okay.
You see that? That's melee if you have a melee weapon. The
Right.
Falcon is one of the melee weapons.
Let's do Halo then. That one. Very sensitive. Fucking destroyed that shit. Hell yeah. Wrecked. Easy peasy.
Yeah, do the gold one.
I did. I just did.
Oh. Yeah, now just do the first mission. No, you gotta eat this. Come here.
Hi, what can I do for you?
Fuck do you want? Well.
Don't you have a life?
Fuck off, cunt.
Stupid question, I suppose.
Filthy slag. Huh? Oh! They have guns. Why don't I have guns?
Because it's training you to fight.
How do I do mission?
Just press start at any time.
That was a lie.
Yeah, press start. Perfect menu. You gotta scroll in the menu. There's multiple pages. Press left or right. Solo mission. Come here.
Hardest difficulty. Fuck it. Why not?
Why the big hurry?
If Dr. Carroll is not extracted tonight, Datadyne will put him through mind conditioning. And we'll lose our best chance of finding out what Datadyne are up to.
Are they all expendable?
Don't joke. You have to be careful, Joanna. Code keys will only operate while the owner is alive. If you kill them, the key is useless. Arm guards are a different matter, of course.
What's the target location?
Work your way down the building to the ground level. Dr. Carroll will be in a research lab somewhere in the underground facility.
How will I recognize him?
We don't have an image record, and we can't find any official files. All we have is the name. Good luck, Dr. Dark.
The hardest difficulty basically just gives you more objectives.
Oh, okay. Wow, what a sexy character.
This fucking plunger has too much drag on it. Come here.
Oh, you've got like crouch and full crouch. Great.
Hey.
What the fuck?
No, you gotta eat it. Nope. Listen, buddy, you're not dying on my watch. You eat this.
I don't know what the fuck I did, but for some reason I can only do it.
There's security cameras.
No,
Oh, you flipped to secondary fire mode. You have to press a button to enable it to the other fire mode.
That's fucking stupid.
The toggle. You can do a quick one though, which is what they added in this.
Yeah.
Is you can quick toggle it. Come here.
Alright, let's
Come
try
here.
again.
Don't grunt at me. You eat this.
Internal
Come here.
security hub, key code, project files, disable. Okay. Wow.
The objective is in this room. You gotta throw a ECM mine on it. You can hold something down to open your weapon menu. Yeah. No. You gotta eat it. Come here.
Oh, I broke the window. Does crouching stop my sound? Hey, why don't you get it?
No, but it does improve your accuracy a little.
Do I heal automatically?
No, you don't heal.
Oh, good. Sad. This
It's
is
kind of like you play on agent, and then you learn the objective, and then you play on the next difficulty, which gives you a few more objectives.
Okay. That's it. Yeah, okay. I'm just here for the combat.
Yeah, agent, you just have to get in the elevator.
Oh, seriously?
Basically. Yeah.
Oh, there is a name. Nice.
Yeah, it's not good.
What?
Come here.
Oh, it basically stops your movement.
Yeah.
Positive reading. The internal console is nearby.
You gotta eat. You gotta eat it. You gotta eat it, buddy. Don't grunt at me. You eat it.
Damn. My door is locked. Damn. Hey, who's shooting at me? Nobody. Who the fuck is shooting at me?
Oh my god.
Oh, what the hell? That is odd. There was somebody behind me.
What's odd?
The aim.
So the Schmizmo, its secondary fire toggle is lock-on targeting.
Oh.
So as long as you aim at them once, it will follow them.
Cool.
You gotta flip to it though. That's one of the ones you want to use the toggle for.
Ooh.
So once you highlight them, it will permanently have them selected
Cool.
until you kill them.
Oh, neat.
Gunfire!
Uh-oh. Oh my god.
You ran out of bullets?
It won't toggle.
You're out of bullets.
Not anymore. Now I'm dead.
Now, if you abandon this, right, just abandon the mission and then go back in the menu that you were just in and go to Combat Simulator. Now, go Game Settings, Challenges. And they unlock as you do more. So not only is there a full co-op game, the Combat Simulator has like 30 different challenges where you can unlock even more stuff.
Okay. Hey. This really is like old school Halo. Nice. What?
Come here. Nope, you gotta eat. Nope. You come here.
Where is this motherfucker?
Got radar.
Hell yeah. Got him. Where are you, you yellow fuck? Don't run away from me.
Just a little more. Okay.
Okay. That was weird.
Okay, now anyway.
Cool
Go
game.
look at the gameplay trailer for the new game and just watch the gun functions and you'll be like, that ain't right. You know, like that's the thing about Perfect Dark is like you use the Falcon and you understand why somebody who's a fan of Perfect Dark might actually not be interested in this new game that's coming out. Especially after they already gave us 0 and it was trash. But the Falcon is like...
Really?
What?
When did that happen?
What, 0?
Yeah.
It was a launch title for 360.
Oh, you mean the original?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It was Perfect Dark 0 was trash.
I thought you meant that they remade 0.
No, no, no. Look, I made myself messy because you wouldn't...
Silly little rat.
Okay. I wish I had gas droplets for you. But we're going to give you some anti-inflammatory.
Alrighty.
Your target is in possession of a radioactive device. Stop Carrington's attack at all costs. Good luck, Agent.
I always knew I had an instinct. I could see the world differently.
I don't know if this might be only cinematic.
It would be like any other mission.
I don't know if they'll show the
Well, it says
gun.
gameplay reveal, so...
I was wrong.
Oh no, man!
I mean, the only faith I have is that it's Crystal Dynamics.
What does that mean?
I mean, they're an
How
okay
far his last
studio.
known location?
Local forces are also tracking his
The
whereabouts.
gameplay will be good, but it just looks shit.
I'll have to improvise.
Also, I love that they're subverting expectations by being like, stop Carrington's attack.
I just don't know if the way guns worked in games like 007 and this game, I don't know if you can do that in modern engines. Because,
what, make them shoot where they're pointing?
aim
have
no. The aim
have a
snapping
really
like that.
satisfying reload.
Yeah, but like the aim snapping, the kind of the way the gun moves, kind of like the auto pistol in Titanfall kind of has a similar auto tracking feature, but that was done really well as well. So I can't really compare the two because they're both really good different ways to do it.
They had aim assist with the Nintendo 64, but like if you play on PC or with twin sticks, you shut that shit off.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
You know, and you just was it aim snapping like for you with auto aim?
A little bit. Like when I was near them, it would kind of put the cursor over them. I don't know if it was just in the combat simulator though. So I don't know.
Generating voice print.
Yeah, I know that medicine's kind of gross, huh, pal? Come here.
That's pretty cool.
Nope, you gotta come here.
What readings are you
Come
getting?
here.
We are getting odd readings from your monitor. Can you confirm?
Don't make this harder than it has to be, buddy.
Are they gonna give her a stealth suit or some shit? Because honestly, like if you're gonna make a game like this, if you're gonna remake it, I'm not even so opposed to remaking it into a Splinter Cell type stealth game. If she's that good of an agent,
the original one already
type of
has
game.
fine stealth mechanics.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, why not turn it into a Splinter Cell type stealth game?
Like certain games are stealth missions, and then other ones aren't. Like
Okay.
there's one of the harder missions you have to break into Air Force One.
Oh, cool.
And you start out with just a crossbow.
Okay.
That's like silent, and so you like kill you sedate a stewardess, and you take her disguise.
Interesting.
And so like you get in, and then like some guy is like, "You're not the right person," and then you do that in Area 51 as well. They go like, "So you got here at last," and then you open it, and they go, "Hey, that's not Harry. That's an intruder." So they thought she was a man back then. Cause they say, "That's not Harry, that's an intruder."
But like, how many stealth games are on the market right now? 0? There aren't any. The closest you can get is Ghost Recon.
Eat this.
And that sucks. That fucking sucks. Give us more stealth games. Like, legitimately, if you know stealth games, let me know. I guess Sniper, what's that Sniper game?
Sniper.
No, it's not Sniper, it's the one that you could slow motion headshot Nazis and it
Sniper.
Is it literally called that?
Yes.
Those games. Kind of stealth. A little bit. You are using loud snipers, but Sniper Elite is what they're called. Which, if you want me to download that game, I will play that game. Because I did play it a little bit. Pretty cool. Will play that. Headshotting Nazis? I'm down. You down? I'm down.
Place is Carrington on the 2nd floor.
On the life we think we know
Fuck off! Fuck off!
turns out to be a lie.
Fuck off! I like this. This is cool.
There's only
Fuck
one way
off!
forward. Find the truth.
Oh, here we go.
Scan's clear. I'm going in blind.
Carrington!
Damn it! Analyze. What am I looking at here?
Carrington appears to be targeting a research facility. If he attacks it, the casualties could be astronomical. Agent Stark, it's a pleasure to meet you. I could use someone with your skills.
Okay. A shotgun. Okay.
Was that recoil on the Falcon?
It looked like it, yeah.
No.
If it has no literal recoil in the game, whatever. If it just looks like recoil and it doesn't have any, whatever.
Also, you don't fire one shot with the Falcon.
No.
Like, the whole point of the gun is you go boom, 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 and it,
Yeah.
like, always kills.
Mm-hmm.
Because it hits what you're aiming at.
Even I noticed that, is it was about 3 shots to kill them most times. To the chest.
I had to lose everything before I
It looks like a Maxim 9. That's kind of cool.
what this world was really hiding.
Look, if you can take someone down and kill people while you've got them pinned to the ground, that's going to be a cool fucking feature. If that's an actual gameplay mechanic that they just showed, That looks cool. Like this one.
I had to lose everything.
This one. This. Like, if you can take someone down like that and kill people while doing that, sick. If that's a multi-kill option in the gameplay, sick. Fucking
That's kind of
sick.
like what Splinter Cell had, except it's third person, of course.
Yes. Yeah. As I said, if you could turn this into a first-person stealth Splinter Cell type game, you've got a winner, regardless of the name of the game. You can just say it's not a remake, it's a sequel. Hence, Carrington is the bad guy. I don't know if that's the real, like, he's the bad
I don't
guy
know
in the
what
actual
exactly
games.
is going on here. It might be when she gets recruited to the Institute, and it's another prequel.
Okay. Interesting. So, okay. So if it's not a direct remake, then we can't really... And this is kind of what I've been a bit charitable to the devs. Not so much the overlords that control their release schedule, but the devs themselves. If the devs want to make a game, and they want to make an interpretation, a sequel, prequel, whatever, do it. Make unique games. If it's the same character, stop fucking remaking games. Give me original stories. And if you can give me a stealth game with an original story that has great mechanics, a modern stealth game, that would be incredible. Why haven't people made them since, like, 2010? What the fuck is going on? Is it because they're too hard to make? Is it too much effort to make stealth mechanics? I don't understand. Do it. Your entire purpose is to make video games. Like, CD Projekt Red can make whatever the fuck they want because they produce games. They produce quality games. They take years and then they are forced to fuck it up because of the investors, but they make good games. Let the devs do their work. It's that simple. But there's too much profit. It's like, oh, we need to make profit. No, you don't. You'll make profit if you give us proper games. I don't understand why they don't understand this. We need to stop pre-ordering games. That's the real problem. Like, I can rant about this all day. I was literally talking about this yesterday. We need to stop pre-ordering games so these companies give us full games. Enough of this day one patch shit. Just because we can update the games, we shouldn't have to. Fuck your day one patch. How about you day one patch before release, you fucking useless cunts?
Hiding.
Well, he did certainly poop a lot just now.
I mean, that's a good sign. Do they shit like rats with their little balls? Or are they big steaming piles of mini dog shit?
They're like rats shit is disgusting.
The little pellets.
Yes. But rats don't shit pellets.
I just want to know what they look like. Oh, it does look like rat shit.
No, rats don't shit pellets.
I mean, it's kind of similar. What does mouse poo look like then? Looks the fucking same!
No, it's different.
I'll take your word for it, Ratman, but like... I don't know, they kind of look like they're bigger, obviously. They're bigger creatures, but... What's so much more...
Chinchilla poops are like rocks. Rat shit is soft and smearable.
Gross.
And stinks.
Fair. Fair enough.
The guinea pigs are like that too.
Yeah.
They stink. Their shit stinks.
The guinea
and can be
pigs do
smeared.
stink, but they sound funny. They make funny noises. You poke them, they squeak.
Ready, Agent
Otto
Dark.
made funny noises just now.
Huh?
So he's eating his regular food right now, but he looks like he just takes a bite of it and then drops it. So that's why I was worried and wanted to give him fucking injection food.
No, that's fair. Better be safe. But I went to my lizard last night, just checking on him, and he's fucking angry as fuck at me. Full mouth open, black beard, pissed. I get him out, he's still mad at me. I'm like, calm the fuck down. I'm holding him, he's flattened out, he's hissing at me and shit. He's fucking... I'm just like, calm down. Calm your farm, you little cunt. Funny.
Are you all seeing this? Once you open this door, there's no going back.
So I think that's them on the Pagelic too. Because they go on this. So like the plot to Perfect Dark is very interesting. Because like it kind of subverts your expectations with many things. Like you start out
been a good year.
just trying to infiltrate Datadyne to get Dr. Carroll.
Okay.
And then like you find out Dr. Carroll is an AI. And that's the first twist, right? And then from there you find out the Carrington Institute was actually founded to maintain contact between humans and aliens. And then you have to break into Area 51 to rescue an alien.
That's awesome.
And then from there, Trent Easton wants to use the Pagelic 2 to get to the Sethian ship. And you find out that the reason why he wants to use the Pagelic 2, which is like a submarine, right?
Yeah.
The reason he wants to do it is because it's an ancient Sketter ship at the bottom of the ocean, and the Sketter are this hostile war race.
Okay.
That's fighting with the Mayans, who are on the side of the Carrington Institute. And then you have the alien protect the president after you crash Area 50 or crash Air Force One.
Okay.
And you have an alien protect the president. The president doesn't mention like there's an alien here. You know, he like doesn't care. He doesn't mention it at all.
That seems strange. You would probably mention something like that.
Yeah, and then but so like the start of the game, you're just trying to like do like corporate espionage shit, and at the end of the game, you're ending an intergalactic war.
Okay.
And it's only like that's the thing. It's like the first mission is 3 levels, right? So I think there's only I think there's only 10 missions, but it's multiple levels. Like there might be like 20 levels, 19 levels. And like the first Halo, no story whatsoever, really.
In the first Halo?
Yeah, there's
You're
look at the
just figuring out
cinematics.
who
There's
you
almost
are.
nothing in the cinematics.
Yeah, it's just figuring out. It's funny. Master Chief might be the main character, but the story is Earth and the Covenant.
That's why they gave you Cortana.
Yeah.
She's your character to drive.
Yes. Yeah, because the actual story is the war with the Covenant. Master Chief is just the protagonist. That's why he doesn't really have that much character development. The lore is in the books and shit. Like you can play the games and scrape most of the lore about Chief, but you don't really know about the wider universe if you don't look at it, which is a little... Yeah. Say whatever you want to say about it.
Water pitcher. Zapata.
But yeah. Anyway, this video looked interesting.
Yeah, for the gaming industry. A lot of games have failed, a lot of developers have been laid off, and discontent amongst consumers seems to be at record highs. If you spend much time online, you've probably seen some variation of the phrase, gaming is dying. I know I have, but here's the thing. I've seen variations of this phrase being thrown around for many years, during which I also saw gaming grow faster and more consistently than any other major media industry.
The problem is people don't realize that single player games are on the PlayStation. All the single player games, all the really good single player games, they're all on the PlayStation.
For years, as people were declaring
like there are obviously exceptions to this rule, as there are exceptions to most rules. But for the most part, all the good single-player games, they're on the PlayStation. They are now coming to the Xbox because proprietary systems are becoming outdated and nobody fucking likes them. Sony. But the games are slowly bleeding out into other platforms. So overall, I like this. Overall, more games should be multiple platform, and ultimately, I mean, yeah, you literally could do that as well. Like you can literally pirate the games. Because I say this all the time, and I can't remember who said it and who I heard say it, but if buying isn't ownership, piracy isn't stealing. It's that simple. And if they continue to claim that us buying games isn't us owning games, then us pirating games isn't us stealing from them. Suck a dick, cunt. I never played the Wii U, funnily enough. Also, we'll go back to here because I did see this. Kim Jong his leadership during the arduous march, his leadership.
Yeah, somebody sent that yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Helped lead the DPRK towards relative stability today. I'd like to know your thoughts on the significance of the arduous march of Korean culture today. Elaborate on what you mean by arduous march. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I think Kim Jong-il did objectively worse than Kim Il-sung.
Yeah, Kim Il-sung is like the only good Korean leader.
I think Kim Jong-il created the famine, correct? That wasn't Kim Il-sung. I believe Kim Il-sung actually
he exacerbated it.
Yeah, so I think Kim Il-sung got North Korea pretty successful initially. I believe South Korea was like some fascist military state for a while.
Kim Jong-il was also there when the Soviet Union collapsed, and because North Korea was a client state,
they collapsed too.
Which is funny because Juche is all about self-reliance.
Self-reliance, yeah. But from what I sure, why were they sanctioned though? Like you can say like legitimate discussion here. Like I don't know that much, but from what I do know, North Korea was ahead of South Korea. South Korea was some kind of military dictatorship for a hot minute. And then North Korea it just kind of went like, it just changed directions. And North Korea just went, and South Korea boosted, which in all respect to what you're saying here, could very well have been a result of the US sanctions in the 90s post-Soviet fall. However, you can't discount the fact that it was a cult of personality, that they are a dictatorship, that while they do claim to be a democratic people's republic, it is very much a totalitarian dictatorship. You can 23. Well, how much of their usable farmland was actually usable during Kim Il Sung's reign? That's the question you need to ask. How much of it has been decimated by the Kim regime? Yeah, all of these questions are relevant. All of these questions of which I can't answer because I haven't been to North Korea. I would love to go to North Korea. That would be amazing.
They also had and still have an over-reliance on fertilizer. North fertilizer can only get you so far before it starts getting toxic to the soil.
Yes, okay.
So they have a bad issue with soil toxicity, and their solution is subsidizing more fertilizer.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah, cult of personality. It kind of comes hand in hand, though, right? Cult of personalities and dictatorships. You know, think actual cults. Think Jonestown, right? That was a cult of personality. So was Jones. The Manson was different, right? It's a different cult. Manson cult. Hold on. Manson family. Let me just, before I go on about this, Did you also know it wasn't Kool-Aid that Jonestown used? It was like Rite Aid or some shit like that. And Kool-Aid just got fucking...
Flavor Aid.
Isn't that wild? Isn't that crazy? What a crazy fucking fact. That wasn't actually Kool-Aid. Hold on, let me find out what it actually was.
It was Flavor Aid.
Flavor Aid, that's the one. Hilarious. Was it? But that's like, you've got to think about it, because you got to think about it with the term cult, right? You can't think about it like a state, because it's not a state. North Korea is a big cult. It explains the rabid nationalism. It explains the obsession with isolation. It explains the obsession with cutting them off from the internet. It explains the heavy censorship. It explains the heavy posturing against the South Koreans and the perceived enemy of whoever it is, the West, whatever. This is all building on that cult. It's got nothing to do with the safety of North Koreans. It's got nothing to do with the food security. It's got nothing to do with power or independence or self-reliance. It's all to do with making sure that they worship the Kim family. Right? Worshipping the Kim family means doing what they say. By inherent nature, a cult of personality in a state would be a dictatorship, which is also why Xi Jinping would also be a lesser so, but more a cult of personality as well. Since 2008, he's been working hard to get that cult of personality up. The Kims don't really need that revving, because they don't change leader, really. They pass it down.
But
it's
South
a monarchy.
Korea also, the chaebol system is fucking stupid.
Oh, of course. And it's the same in Japan. The Zaibatsu with Mitsubishi and shit have overwhelming control over these countries.
Ah!
I think Korea's... There's 4 companies. Samsung is one of them, I believe.
So there is a crack.
But like it's interesting. North Korea is such an interesting place. It really is, because nobody looks at it the way that they should look at it. They look at it like China, but North Korea has been so isolated for so long that I feel like they're worth talking to, in my opinion. Maybe less so now that Russia is kind of
it held together, and then I went to pour it, and it's
Yes,
literally all.
okay.
It's literally the whole front is busted.
That is a shame. The Brita filters are great. Anarcho-chemism. The state exists in a time by succession principle and in space through diplomacy. If there's no succession principle or diplomacy, there's effectively no state. I mean, yeah, and that's kind of, it's basically what I was saying in a more succinct way. What? Water
My
everywhere?
life today.
Because I don't know. It would be so funny to see North Korea on the world stage as like a diplomatic player, and have them still have their, like, this is the other thing about the Kim regime, is Juche doesn't necessarily mean a hermit state. Juche is just self-reliance. But the problem is North Korea doesn't have the energy or the resource supplies to be self-reliant. They would be much better off being decentralized, because they could argue...
The regime is too terrified to let their people have public access.
That too. They don't...
Like,
they want to...
They could be just fine running it as free as China runs.
Yep.
And that would be a massive improvement to the state.
It really would, yep. It really would. It would improve the working conditions, right? It's a workers' republic. It would improve the worker conditions, period. Actually having regulators and shit in that country, not just slave labor and a Chinese vassal state. Like, if they really wanted self-reliance, they would open up. Right? Imagine North Korea, because China already has a system like this where the government has to have an agent inside every company in China, even American companies. Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, Nvidia, all of these companies have Chinese agents within their Chinese branches of the companies. Just do that. Just do that. Self-reliance. You have a company, an American company, for say, run by a North Korean person, and then you have regulations by the state making sure that you don't get this capitalist bullshit happening like has happened in other countries where they've implemented or brought in capitalist businesses and shit into the country, like in Deng Xiaoping. Was he the one that opened China?
Yes.
Yes. So Deng Xiaoping opened China, and the poverty was alleviated. Well, not really. It just increased the wealth of the party, right? So you could retain that control and power by having the party and the party officials have that capital wealth. You would probably have to sacrifice the nuclear weapons, but for a better economy, better life for your people, and a more powerful state, it's for North Korea, becoming a legitimate diplomatic state that isn't a cult of personality and a dictatorship is overwhelmingly in their favor. They don't even have to become a democracy. They have overwhelming control. They can make the regulations. They can make it so corporations don't make the money they make here, that all the people working get the profits of these corporations. You can literally make these companies open inside the country and have them not really make that much profit. Obviously, they're going to have to make some kind of profit, but the market in North Korea isn't going to be that big anyway.
Well, they already do all that labor exports.
Yeah, like, this is what I mean. Like, why not bring it all back? Increase revenue for the country and overwhelmingly increase the lives of the North Koreans. You could even finish that big fucking hotel that's just been abandoned, rotting in Pyongyang. Imagine that. Imagine...
Don't you know they have a ski resort?
Like, imagine being able to, hey, where am I gonna go this year? I haven't been to North Korea. Let's book a flight and fly straight to Pyongyang. Do you know how cool that would be? That'd be sick.
That's my main issue with North Korea is that China does just fine with tourism and all that shit.
Yep.
And the Central Party has complete control over everything.
Yep.
So there's no reason for Korea to be in the state that it's in as far as the dictatorship goes.
Yeah. And you don't even need to unify the peninsula.
It's
just
not even about poverty.
normalize trade.
Like, if they were just poor China.
Yeah. Poorer China.
That would be different. I mean, China's GDP is up. You know, it's the wealth of the people that's low.
Oh, you mean state wealth? Yes. A poorer China. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, that was quite a tangent. That was a good tangent. That was great. Somebody clip that.
As I'm here breaking everything, making a mess.
Somebody note that down. Somebody time code that in the
dying.
time code that shit in the Discord. We'll cut it later.
Gaming Dead.
Actually, that's a good idea. Revi, are you still here? Make a channel on the Discord for time codes to clip, dates and time codes to clip from the stream, so that we can go back and have an actual cataloged thing that we can go back through and clip the things we want to when we eventually do that. 6 to 12 hours is a lot of footage to go through.
Gaming was actually booming. But it's not booming
back to the
anymore.
gaming video.
In fact, across multiple metrics, the gaming industry has seen its first genuine period of sustained decline in over 40 years. And I now think it might be easy to underestimate the severity of the problem. It's a bit like the story of the boy who...
What do you mean, Cal? They're already a client state of China. Like, they already are a client state. Opening up and becoming independent could actually make them not a client state. This is the thing. They are a client state because they're isolated. Their only trade partners are Russia and China, and a few others, I'm sure. But, like... No. So make a Discord channel and just have stream clips and just time code date, and maybe even link the stream, and sort of like I don't know, 1 hour 45 minutes to 2 hours. Time code, date, stream link, I guess. And anybody can do that. If you guys think something's good, chuck it in the Discord. Time code.
I mean, they can clip it themselves too. We have that
Yeah, but the
enabled.
clips are only like 30 seconds.
True.
So this would be more of like a 10 to 15 minute video to upload to the YouTube as a stream clip, like we were, but more specific. And this is why I'm asking the people who watch us if you think it's something worth uploading individually, because at the time, like we're not going to be able to tell. So if you guys are like, hey, that was a great segment, note that shit down, chuck it in the Discord, and we'll clip it later. Because this, and then when we upload, we'll backlink to the stream itself, and then that way we can work on SEO and get us higher in the results. Because this is something that I need to do as well, is the backlinking and shit. Especially with the articles. So when I'm writing articles, we're doing shows, and I'm turning them into videos, that'll all be backlinked. All of that turns up. Now anytime somebody searches South China Sea, for example, we have 3 things that turn up. We have a video, we have an article, and we have a script. Or like we have an LTEC or whatever we do next. We have a script and a video, and we have an article. And this is how we grow. In my opinion, this is a good growth way to grow. And we'll get should get natural traffic from Google searches. So we'll see what happens. It just requires also me doing shit.
Who cried wolf. People spent so many years complaining about modern gaming and predicting imminent gaming crashes that it became easy to overlook the actual warning signs when they did appear. For example, when 2021 and 2022 produced disappointing numbers, most were quick to jump to COVID as the explanation, referring to interrupted development schedules and post-lockdown pullbacks to explain the industry's stumble. But as one bad year eventually turned into 4 in a row, this explanation stopped seeming sufficient. Meanwhile, when record numbers...
Like, why are we... Like, this will bounce back. So it's just AAA gaming. That's the thing. All the indie games, killing it. Indie games are fucking killing it.
You know why?
Because they're not AAA games?
Yeah, because they don't need to fucking make their money back in live service and
Yep.
shit.
Exactly. They're making real games.
Like, I'm still kind of offended about... Well, Balatro was nominated for Game of the Year, but where was Helldivers?
True. It should have been.
I think they had the guy in the armor who does the opening cinematic.
Oh, really?
They had him come out in the armor.
That's great.
I
didn't
think
know
at the
that.
Video Game Awards. I think that's when it was.
Okay.
As developers started being laid off, everyone was quick to blame greedy corporations and CEOs, claiming that job cuts were unnecessary or making comparisons to big tech giants sacrificing workers in their never-ending quest for rising stock prices. There was one important difference between those big tech companies and gaming ones, however, which is that for big tech, stock prices did indeed rise. Whereas for the gaming industry, they mostly just went down.
Wow, you mean the industry that is made by artists and people who got fired resulted in stock drops? Oh my god.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
Still, layoffs and stock prices are only scratching the surface. The industry is in trouble, and by this point, the writing is on the wall. So, what exactly is going on?
Like he's dying.
That is the question this video is looking at. This subject has been covered a lot already, but I found it disappointing and sometimes even misleading how shallow a lot of that coverage can be. So instead, I decided to investigate the situation for myself
But he
to
does
try
have
and go a little deeper.
Like he was out for like over an hour yesterday playing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you should be jumping to conclusions.
No, he's definitely probably gonna die. Especially the fact that I couldn't get to the vet to get medication.
Yeah.
Like I only have old expired medication to give him.
Okay. You can't just go and
But his
be
poop
like, hey.
quality is improved because they were softer the last few days.
Ah, okay.
They're more solid today.
Okay. I mean, that's probably a good sign.
But he's
Gaming.
acting worse.
Dying.
He's more lethargic.
Well, not exactly, but the situation doesn't look good.
Meanwhile, BG, dick in his mouth.
Video games were an economic miracle. The gaming industry came out of nowhere and rode the wave of technological advances year after year, blowing away economic forecasts and becoming the biggest entertainment industry in.
I really hope he comes to the conclusion that as technology stagnates and becomes slower, that obviously games aren't going to be as revolutionary. You actually need stories and real games to make a difference. You're not going to get away with pretty graphics.
In the world, by a wide margin. Today, the gaming industry isn't just larger than the movie and music industries combined.
Damn.
Its market value is almost triple their combined size. For years, the numbers all just went up, until something unexpected
Line go up.
happened. The rate of growth increased.
What?
The 2010s saw consumer spending on video games grow at twice its historical average and
home
3.4 times the
video
rate
games.
of world GDP. In a time when people might have expected the industry to finally mature, with growth slowing down, the industry instead grew faster than ever,
Is that the
making
Yakuza
everyone
games?
optimistic for the future.
That looks
Video
amazing.
games were an economic miracle. Or maybe miracles aren't real. The video game industry did show incredible growth, but this wasn't the result of business as usual, and it could never continue forever.
Of course.
The 2010s were a boom created by a number of specific circumstances, like mobile gaming.
Yep.
Mobile games grew rapidly
Okay, it's
alongside smartphone growth.
18 levels, 9 missions,
What are you talking about?
and then 4 bonus missions. I was talking about Perfect Dark. I was going to check the level length
Okay.
before everything fell over and broke. But like the enemies like reacting to being shot and like reload animations, huge. Remember when games didn't even have reload? Like James Bond at least had reloads, but Doom, it's just infinite ammo in your gun.
Yes, Doom did not have reloads. Yes, the original. You know, you can play the original Doom in the new Doom game.
You can play the original Doom on anything.
No, like it's literally in the game on a computer in the game. You can play the original Doom in Doom. It's meta as fuck. I love it. And it's just because Bethesda was like, fuck it. People wanted it. Let's do it. You can unlock all the original Doom games in a computer on your ship in the new Doom game.
And allowed penetration into
Also,
new
like,
markets of
there's still
penetration
an active
global
mod
war-
community for Doom. And, like, there's some pretty fucked mods.
Like what?
Like, Columbine.
Oh.
And, like, racist shit.
Of course there is.
audiences. But then smartphone adoption slowed because everyone already had smartphones, and mobile gaming growth slowed alongside it, before taking a further beating from increased competition from new social video platforms like TikTok. A similar story can be seen with other growth factors.
You know what I'd rather play, or what rather do, than sit on
No
TikTok?
stylus really is like what made the iPhone.
Yeah. And the Samsung still has a stylus. Go figure, right?
Well, I wouldn't mind having a stylus that you could also like push out from the phone.
Well, that's what Samsung
you know, one
has.
one that's like embedded, you know.
Yeah, that's what
but
Samsung
like,
does.
The PDA device.
Yeah. Like a BlackBerry.
Getting rid of the stylus is what led it to have mass adoption. Because the Palm Pilot only fucking losers had. You remember the Palm Pilot?
Yeah, of course. It's like the BlackBerry and shit.
Yeah, it was before. I think it was before BlackBerry though.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. This is like fucking what? Pager times. People had pages on their belts.
Transactions, free-to-play models, online gaming, and live service games all brought about new revenue sources and greater player engagement and retention. Until live service growth slowed because so many people were already playing them, and further monetization methods were taking as far as consumer pushback would allow.
Wow, you mean live service games? You can only play one of them? Who knew? Wow, maybe you should make single-player campaign games.
And so
but that would require too much effort and actually paying artists correctly. Can't have that. Let's just do live service and gambling instead.
Couldn't be taken any further. Gaming demographics also expanded as the game-playing children of the 80s and 90s grew up
2 hours
and
into stream
often
and I
kept playing games.
finally sit down.
While new generations continued to pick up controllers, expanding the gaming player base until video games had shed their reputation of being just for kids entirely, and demographic expansion
Hey, look,
slowed down.
Minecraft. A unique and incredibly popular game. Who knew? And guess what? Single player.
Meanwhile, the rise of social media brought a rise
Also
of social
multiplayer,
media
yep.
gaming content, while aiding things like game discoverability, and digital distribution platforms like Steam lowered production and distribution costs, while lowering the barrier to buy games. So basically...
And yet, people want $130 fucking for video games. How about you go fuck yourself and give me an actual releasable, playable fucking game, and maybe I'll give you $130. But until then, you can suck my dick.
In the 2010s, gaming cashed in on the rise.
I just want to have a look. Ghost of Tsushima. When did this come out? Like 2016, right? 2020. Man, time goes fast. Okay, so a five-year-old game. Let's look at how much the current Ghost of Tsushima is for full price, shall we? $109. The $109 for a 5-year-old video game because it's a PS5 version.
Why?
I would pay $110 for this video game. I would not pay $110 again for a new version on a different platform. How about you charge $50 because all it is a remastered version of the real game? There's no fucking way a remastering requires $110. It has 5 stars. This game is incredible. I would pay this money. Shouldn't pay this money. Ever. Don't pay this money.
Of smartphones, the internet, demographic expansion, globalization, and good old corporate greed, allowing the gaming market to expand until it had few places left to expand into.
How do we get views on
Growth
Rumble?
Has limits.
Well, the current stream has 35 views. It doesn't give us a viewing, like a number viewer, but the stream says 36 views now.
Interesting. Can you send me like a...
It says there's one person watching, and that might be me.
Ah.
So yeah, I mean,
Does it
it's, you can
does
just
it
click
get comments at all? 2 followers.
No, not right now. But I also need to upload the LTEX.
Yeah, those don't get very many views either, it seems.
Not on here, but it's more to just upload them for a different platform. I got up to 16. I gotta keep going. There's 50. I gotta download them and upload them and make new thumbnails for them too. But I like the new thumbnail format with the pink. It stands out. Having thumbnails with a different border for different things is a good way to differentiate between the content.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like the pink borders for LTEC. It kind of fits with the theme too. Also, I really like the... I think I picked 5 colors. I think I picked lime green, yellow, blue, like a light blue, yellow, what did I say? Green, yellow, blue, a purple, and a pink is the color palette that I use for the most part. unless it's like these ones where I use the flag colors. They were early ones, but you can see yellow text is like the standard that I went with. But the yellow text stands out, so I really like this Saving Afghanistan one, the Scott Richards one, because it's fucking. I laugh at that thumbnail every time I see it.
In order to go beyond those limits, new growth factors would need to be found, and perhaps knowing this, the industry has tried to find them. VR, cloud gaming, subscription services, Web3, AI, new ideas were found and seeds were planted. But this time, they didn't bear much fruit. VR has shown plenty of technical improvements, but its install base has remained small, with growth far below forecasts. Cloud gaming still has no hype, with Google Stadia's complete failure leaving a dark cloud over its future. Subscription models like Xbox Game Pass have pulled in an impressive amount of users, but this has come at high costs, alongside slowing adoption rates, and the long-term sustainability of such models remains unclear. Web3 gaming seems like a complete clusterfuck, but to be fair, it's an area I've largely stayed away from, and people are still out there proselytizing it, so maybe it will pick up any day now.
I've changed the Rumble title to Wokeness Killed Gaming, or was it Capitalism? maybe that'll bait some cunts in. We'll see what happens.
Just like maybe NFT prices will bounce back, and Grandma will finally look down from up high and thank you for spending all your inheritance on some
I just
worthless
want Rumble
JPEGs.
to pay me.
And
well, Rumble's very easy to get money from.
As for the AI gaming revolution, if there is one right around the corner, it's sneaking up on us quietly, alongside a lot of consumer and developer pessimism. In reality, the future is hard to predict, and the current situation could change rapidly. So it's impossible to say what's really in store for video games, but there is one problem most of these new potential growth factors have. In the 2010s, gaming saw record growth because it expanded into new markets. Meanwhile, most
you
emerging...
can do syndication from Rumble as well, which is kind of cool. So you can do all these monetization things as well. You can monetize individual videos and choose to monetize them or keep them off in a private thing, which is what we've done with the videos on terrorism and the beheading ones. The documentary, Iraqi documentary stuff. A lot of that I've put in there and not monetized it and kept it private because that just works best. So there's a bunch of options that we can work with Rumble, but it's just a matter of figuring out how.
Technologies today aren't focused on unlocking new markets. Instead, they're based around cannibalizing existing ones. Cloud gaming could lower the barrier for entry into high-end gaming while allowing developers to further push modern technology to its limits. But widespread adoption of cloud gaming would mean consumers no longer regularly buying expensive gaming consoles or graphics cards, lowering hardware spending. Meanwhile, subscription services can provide great value for money, but they also replace the need to buy individual games, lowering software spending. And so, after 40 years, the era of easy growth seemed to finally come to an end. So, what happened next, and how are things going in the 2020s? I think I should probably take a moment to thank entrepreneur, advisor, and inter/national best-selling author Matthew Ball, because a lot of the data I'm using in this video is coming from him. In particular, his presentation on the state of video gaming in 2025, which is available online for free.
Cool.
This presentation collects data from a wide range of sources and features a lot of illustrative graphs, which are quite helpful. Still,
do we want to watch a lecture instead? We watched a lecture the other day.
With helpful graphs, it's worth being aware that numbers can be confusing. One important concept to keep in mind is that just because numbers go up doesn't mean a company or industry is doing well. For example, if a stock performs worse than the market average, this can be a bad sign, even though the stock price might seem to be increasing. So when you look at something like this graph, which shows the performance of many major gaming stocks over the last 4 years, you might look at it and think, well, at least Capcom is doing well by being up 36%. However, this is a period where stocks, and particularly tech stocks, have performed well, and so even Capcom is still performing far below the S&P 500 for this period, with most other gaming stocks performing considerably worse. Likewise, small increases in things like revenue or consumer spending might still be less than inflation. For example, looking at worldwide consumer spending on games shows a rather flat line that is well behind most forecasts, and that might seem okay because the line is flat, so at least the industry isn't shrinking. Except this doesn't account for inflation, which recent years brought plenty of, so this flat line means the industry has technically shrunk 13% in this period. And this is the same period where world GDP is up 11%, making the actual decline even greater. A comparison to other media industries paints an even worse picture, because every other industry has grown. Well, almost every other industry. Newspapers also shrunk, but being alongside newspapers probably isn't where gaming wants to be. Still, at least newspapers were expected to decline and would have budgeted accordingly. Gaming, on the other hand, saw its best decade in history, with growth accelerating towards the end of the decade and venture capital investments pouring in at a higher rate than ever before. And even if you weren't making much money in this period, record low interest rates ensured borrowing money had never been cheaper. So, what do businesses do with record profit, record investments, and easy access to cheap debt? They spend. They reinvest, they expand, they grow, they greenlight new games, and they hire more staff. There is logic behind this beyond greed. Business is a never-ending competition, so companies who aren't reinvesting profits are always at risk of falling behind, and perhaps even more importantly, reinvesting money is the best way to pay less tax on that money. The tax system basically incentivizes continuous reinvestment of profits to incentivize a continuous quest for growth. And so, when
we
gaming
love
was
growth.
booming, no one questioned the hiring spree this led to. But as the new decade got underway and the boom turned to bust, record hiring was replaced with something else. The gaming industry is no stranger to layoffs, but in 2022, it would hit a new all-time record of 7,949 job cuts for the year. This doesn't include unannounced layoffs, or layoffs that don't disclose actual numbers, which were around 1/3 of all announcements, so the real number is likely much higher. Anyway, this all-time record didn't last long.
Go
because
retweet
it
the
was
tweets,
beaten in
guys.
2020.
I retweeted it on the 5th gen Twitch.
He's dying.
Sorry, Twitter. The Twitter. Go retweet the Twitter things.
3 with 8,706 confirmed job losses, before being beaten again in 2024 with 16,766. For comparison, the number from 2021 was 567, making 2024 an increase of 2,857%. The gaming industry is no stranger to layoffs, but it's never seen layoffs like this before. A recent survey from GDC revealed 11%.
I mean, I feel like this is a lot of the sky is falling, the sky is falling. But if we go back to looking at that map, or that graph that was back here, where it be? Where that graph be? Hold on. It was the darker one. This one. Yeah.
Cloud gaming still has no hype, with Google Stadia's complete failure leaving a dark cloud over its future. Subscription models like Xbox Game adoption rates and complete clusterfuck. So maybe it will finally look and from gaming still has its install base bear much fruit. VR has shown plenty of technical improvements, but its install base has remained small, with growth far below forecasts. Cloud gaming still...
Where the fuck? Why does it preview the graph but not show me the graph? Mad. There.
And good old corporate...
Boom. Okay. Is the industry dying? Let's look at the graph. The answer is no.
Yeah, like it's gonna have a natural recession period.
Yeah. Like, you can't grow forever. It's gonna recede. And these corporations are, instead of degrowth, they are firing the people who make their companies. They are literally committing corporate suicide to protect corporate profits instead of paying the artists. Good. I hope they die.
Decade, and venture capital investments pouring in at a higher rate than ever before. And even if you weren't making much money in this...
What do we know about venture capital and success? Does it work? Is that how it works? Or is it artificial success?
period, record low interest rates ensured borrowing money had never been cheaper. So, what do businesses do with record profit, record investments, and easy access to cheap debt? They spend. They reinvest, they expand, they grow, they greenlight new games, and they hire more staff. There is logic behind this beyond greed. Business is a never-ending competition, so companies who aren't reinvesting profits are always at risk of falling behind. And perhaps even more importantly, reinvesting money is the best way to pay less tax on that money. The tax system basically incentivizes continuous reinvestment of profits to incentivize a continuous quest for growth. And so, when gaming was booming, no one questioned the hiring spree this led to. But as the new decade got underway and the boom turned to bust, record hiring was replaced with something else. The gaming industry is no stranger to layoffs, but in 2022, it would hit a new all-time record of 7,949 job cuts for the year. This doesn't include unannounced layoffs, or layoffs that don't disclose actual numbers, which were around 1/3 of all announcements, so the real number is likely much higher. Anyway, this all-time record didn't last long, because it was beaten in 2023 with 8,706 confirmed job losses, before being beaten again in 2024 with 16,766. For comparison, the number from 2021 was 567, making 2024 an increase of 2,857%. The gaming industry is no stranger to layoffs, but it's never seen layoffs like this before. A recent survey from GDC revealed 11% of developers reported being laid off in recent years, with 41% reporting being impacted by layoffs. Many hope these layoffs will slow down in 2025 and that the worst is already over. It remains to be seen whether this is actually true. Still, there's more to the layoff situation than meets the eye. In case you didn't know, video games are expensive, and they've only become more expensive over time. In 2009, Naughty Dog's gaming blockbuster Uncharted 2 cost $20 million. 10 years later, The Last of Us Part 2 cost $220 million. Meanwhile, 2015's Call of Duty Black Ops 3 cost over $450 million.
Look what I just
and by
sent you on
2020,
Twitter.
Black Ops Cold War would rise to $700 million. A number that is, by the way, higher than the most expensive movie ever made by some margin. Games are costly, and most of their cost is labor. In a recent Bloomberg article, Jason Schreier estimated an average game developer in LA costs between $15,000 and $20,000 a month, meaning the cost of 100 developers is $18 to $24 million
I think they
per
look
year.
worse now than they did.
Now, games usually take much longer than 1 year, and AAA games take much more than 100 developers. So, you can do the math if you want.
Is that... Hold on.
And so...
Is that a hydropod from a helicopter?
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome. On a Land Cruiser. Fuck yeah. Awesome.
When gaming companies want to save money, they cut jobs, because that is where most of the money's spent. Still, there is another way to lower labor costs. LA has some of the highest average salaries in the world, but what if you could use game developers from low-wage areas? Have you ever watched the credits for any recent AAA game? I don't blame you if you haven't, because these days they just drag on and on and on. And that's because modern gaming has massive amounts of outsourcing.
Sure does. Just like
Outsourcing has grown
movies.
significantly over the last 20 years, and today it's difficult to find any major release that doesn't have a double-digit number of external studios listed in its credits. And this includes highly acclaimed games like Elden Ring, as well as independently published games like Baldur's Gate 3. Everyone is doing this. Outsourcing can allow specialized studios to be brought in for specialized work, like audio and visual effects or 3D modeling, and can allow more scalability and flexibility to meet the changing demands of development. For example, by bringing in lots of QA staff towards the very end of development. Mostly though, outsourcing is a way to lower labor costs, as much of the outsourcing industry exists in lower wage areas like India, Southeast Asia, or South America. So, as gaming revenue slows and development costs keep going up, outsourcing becomes more and more attractive, further incentivizing cutting staff numbers in higher wage areas. And yet, for Western developers, the problems don't end here. If we look at where the gaming industry did actually manage to grow in recent years, you'll notice that PC gaming has outperformed everything else. Now, you might assume that's because PC gaming is the best gaming, PC Master Race, all hail Lord Gaben, and so on. Still, a more likely explanation is that PC gaming is one of the few areas that still has room to grow thanks to certain key emerging markets, like China. China has a large population, and in just the last couple years, Chinese has grown rapidly to overtake English as the most popular language on Steam. Unlike in the West, the Chinese market is still growing, and in theory, that should be a good thing. More video game players means more sales and more profits. Except, there's a problem. Chinese gamers play Chinese games. And so, as the Chinese market grows, all of the new profit is coming from games developed in China. In general, foreign markets seem to show a strong preference for products made in their own country. This can be observed in other markets, like Japan and Korea, and in other industries, like movies. So this seems like the norm, except in the West. Western consumers seem to have much less of a preference for domestic products. And so, while Western games are failing to grow even in the few growing markets, non-Western games are still managing to grow in Western markets. For consumers, this isn't really a problem, but for Western developers, it means competition is still increasing, even though market size is stagnating, all while foreign developers are able to operate at much lower development costs due to their much lower wages. The gaming industry is not dying. Personally, I wouldn't even say it's in crisis. A lot of what's happening is understandable. Record growth over the 2010s led to an overly optimistic outlook and the start of a bubble. And now, instead of continuing to grow and grow until the bubble bursts and the industry genuinely crashes as it did in the 80s, the bubble is instead deflating a bit, which some might even argue is healthy. But that isn't the full picture. The global gaming industry might not be in crisis, but nearly all of the problems, the layoffs, the cancelled games, the falling stock prices, the high-profile failures, and the angry consumers are concentrated in the West. So, global gaming may not be in crisis, but the Western games industry might be. And if it isn't, it sure looks like it's heading in that direction. So, hopefully, this has provided a decent overview of the current situation. There is a lot more that can be said about this, and quite a bit more that I intend to say, but you could stop watching here if you want to. I've tried to make this section function as a satisfactory standalone that's about as in-depth as the average game player probably wants. If you do want to know more though, you can stick around as we go deeper. Just be warned that some parts might get a little political from here on.
Hell yeah.
Now, the explanation I've just provided
Let's
explains a
fucking
lot
go.
about what's happening in gaming recently. Yet, when most people talk about this subject, almost nothing I've just covered is even acknowledged. Instead, most explanations for gaming's decline focus on 3 different narratives that each claim to explain who or what is really to blame. So, I think it's worth looking at each of these narratives to see if there's more to this situation than industry trends and macroeconomics. Starting with everyone's favorite. No one likes corporations. And there are good reasons for that.
There are definitely
but this
some.
also means no one wants to defend corporations, and so people blame them for anything and everything. Often, corporations deserve blame, but this still creates a risk of oversimplifying complex problems. which I think is what usually happens in gaming as soon as the word corporation is invoked. Apparently, corporations are all incompetent, or at least the people running them are, or it's that they allowed business people to take charge instead of people who know gaming, or everything they do is out of a desire to make stock prices go up and this causes every other problem, or they're just really greedy. And there's some truth to all of these, which is why people say them, but none of these are new. The gaming industry grew for many years, and then suddenly stopped growing. So something changed recently, and it's not the sudden arrival of corporations. Corporations have always been here, and they've always been running the show. Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft were all big successful businesses before they had anything to do with video games. Meanwhile, Atari co-founder and father of games, Nolan Bushnell, was a businessman, not a gamer. He wasn't directly involved in making any of Atari's successful games, and the other thing he's famous for is founding Chuck E. Cheese.
Lol.
The suits have been here from the start, and while there are a few areas and eras that
Lol.
were less
Check out what I
corporate,
just sent
like
you on
PC
Twitter.
gaming in the 80s,
Chuck E.
these are
Cheese.
the exception, not
did.
the norm. At the very least, we can say that from the
No, I sent you
mid-90s
an- I
onwards,
sent you a
gaming
new-
has been completely dominated by
A
corporations.
new manga chapter came
And yet,
out today
there were still good games
of a popular
and growth.
manga.
The same is true for greed and the desire to see rising stock prices. Greed was not only just discovered in the year 2021, and businesses have always wanted to make a profit. And this is understandable, because profit isn't just a way to make the rich richer, it's also what provides job security and creative freedom and many other benefits.
Oh my god, is that
So
Bucky?
businesses want as much
Yep.
profit as possible, and that can make them greedy. But they have to be careful. Too
Oh
much
my
greed
God.
can cause profits to go down, as has been helpfully illustrated
Bucky,
recently
no.
by Ubisoft. With the success of Assassin's Creed and Far Cry, and their winning open world formula, Ubisoft were onto a good thing. And so, they milked their golden cows as much as they could, turning Assassin's Creed into an almost yearly franchise, creating as many other similar open world games as possible, jumping on whatever the latest industry trend was with unsuccessful looter shooters and battle
That'll
royales,
learn him.
and worst of all, heavily pushing microtransactions, including in single-player games, something even other publishers rarely dared to. And guess what? This worked. Until it didn't. Greed brings in money at the cost of sustainability. Ubisoft maximized short-term profit and tanked their chances of long-term success in the process. But they didn't mean for this to happen. They simply did what they thought they could get away with. They made a calculated gamble, and they got it wrong. So the moral of the story is greed never pays.
That's what you
Sorry, that was a
think.
joke. Obviously, greed pays. That's the only reason people are greedy. You just can't take it too far. Never go full Ubisoft. But what happens if you do the opposite? Well, how many game studios have closed down because they didn't make enough money? How many games have been cancelled because the funds ran out, with years of hard work thrown away, never to be seen? When a publisher is involved in these situations, we just blame the publisher. But a publisher isn't always involved. Independent studios close. Independent games fail. Someone is out there right now making the indie game of their dreams and ignoring the business realities of the market. And when that game is finished, and it doesn't sell anywhere near as much as they hoped, they won't have the funds to continue, and their dream will come to an end. If that happens to you, by the way, don't feel too bad. It's because you're an artist, and at least you're in good company. But just as there is a price to being too greedy, there is a price to being not greedy enough. I wish there wasn't, but this is how the world works. Profit matters. Yet nobody seems to want to admit this. It's easier to just blame corporations and pretend that without them, all other problems fade away.
Yeah, most
The thing
of them
is,
would.
this theory has been tested. We've tried removing corporations, and we've seen what happens without them. After all, the two main things people mean when they say corporations in the context of gaming is publishers and private investors. And in the 2010s, crowdfunding emerged specifically as a way
Yeah,
to
but
bypass
crowdfunding
these
was a
corporate
scam.
entities to allow players to fund games directly
This
and
is
empower
such a dumb
developers
example.
to make the games they most wanted to make. And this did
No,
result in some
because
great games.
Baldur's Gate.
And
Baldur's Gate 3, right?
Mm.
It's one of the hottest selling games. You know, it didn't win Game of the Year twice.
Not
like
sure.
like something like its DLC or something was up for it again, right? So before there was Baldur's Gate, there was Divinity Original Sin.
Mm.
Okay, it's literally pretty much the same game. I like Divinity more, because Baldur's Gate is more of like a classic fantasy thing,
Mm-hmm.
where you would be the magic functions how you would think. Divinity is cool because you can put the elements on the ground. So
Okay.
like, if you stand in poison as an undead, it heals you. But then you can also take a perk that if you're standing in the element, casting a spell of that element costs less action points. And like, if you put oil down, then you can blow it up with fire. You can also blow up the poison with fire. You can freeze the ice, or freeze the water with to make it ice. You can electrocute the water to all this stuff, right? It's got interesting mechanics there. But the first game was had heavily crowdfunded, and then Divinity Original Sin 2, they did a crowdfunding campaign again, and they didn't even need to do it. They did the crowdfunding to add extra shit into the game.
Okay.
And then the whole first act, which is like 10 hours of the game, they gave to anyone who invested as the early access demo.
Oh.
Like 10 hours of the game. It's huge. The first act is huge. It's like the size of a regular game already.
Okay.
And that studio then got the rights to make Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay.
Because Divinity was such a success.
I mean, that sounds like a good story.
So this whole thing, like showing Mighty Number 9, which was a scam, like these things were scams. Shenmue 3 was a scam. It's just like
Not
it was
Shenmue.
the crypto coin of the time.
And some bad games and some scams, but overall, it wasn't a disaster. And yet, it didn't revolutionize the industry, and most of the biggest original successes, like Double Fine, Obsidian Entertainment, and In Exile, saw their success dwindle with worse performing follow-ups before each
Also,
ultimately
look at,
accepted an offer to be
speaking of
consumed
Exile,
by the
look at
biggest
Path of
game.
Exile. Okay? GGG is a completely independent Brazilian studio,
Okay.
and Path of Exile is like the biggest game right now. And also they don't, the fact that the second one, when it drops out of early access, it will be free, and everything, every cosmetic, every stash tab you bought in the first game carries over.
Okay. That's cool.
It's specifically anti-greed. The fact that you can basically, Path of Exile is like 120-hour demo, because you do not need to drop any money in that game until you reach the late game. And 99% of people who have probably played Path of Exile have not reached there.
Okay.
So they're able to rely on whales, because if you get to the end game, you drop money.
Ah, okay.
Like to be really invested, you still don't have to at any point. It just makes it a lot easier to be organized and stuff. It's literally just organization features and quality of life and cosmetics. That's another thing about Divinity 2. If there was great mods released, they would port those to the console as well.
Yeah.
And they would basically, the developers would take a mod and they would basically steal the mod's content and patch it into the game for free.
Interesting.
As free DLC.
I mean, that's great.
Optional too, you know?
Excellent.
Gaming corporation of them all. Still, while we're talking about Kickstarter, it seems only
Look,
fair
there's
to bring
Divinity
up a
right there.
counterexample.
Right
Larian
next to Shenmue
Studios
3,
also
the
found
scam.
success in the Kickstarter era, and unlike
Hey,
Mod,
look! It's
Larian followed this
Divinity!
up with an even better performing sequel. Then, a few years
What
later,
did I say?
Larian released Baldur's Gate 3.
What
and
did I
everyone
just
who
say?
cares about games has been filleting them for
I'm
this
ahead of this video.
If you just let him talk.
Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't just held up as a great game, it was held up as the gaming ideal, something the entire industry should learn from. A self-published title with no microtransactions from an independent studio with a likable and caring CEO. Hooray for Baldur's Gate 3, everything a game should be. And that's not sarcasm, I love this game and I love what it represents. But I do have a question.
Go on sale, you
Would
fuck!
Baldur's Gate 3 have happened
so I can
without
buy 2
corporate
copies of you.
Because Divinity Original Sin 2 was a hugely successful game, and yet Larian still made the decision afterwards to sell a 30% share of their company to Tencent, one of the biggest corporations in the world. It's my
Okay.
understanding that funding via loans had caused Larian to go almost bankrupt in the past, and so for their next title, they instead did a pro-gamer, or pro-capitalist move of selling a minority stake in the company. Which worked. Baldur's Gate 3 is proof. The corporation's bad narrative also usually stresses how corporations are never satisfied with small successes and instead always push to turn these into big successes, which is widely seen as bad and being just about greed.
Okay.
But this is also what Larian did. After the success of Divinity
No.
Original Sin 1, they aggressively hired and expanded to triple their size. Their next
Yeah.
game, Original Sin 2, was even more successful, and then they aggressively expanded again. And even though Baldur's Gate 3 was about as successful as a game can be, meaning you might expect them to just keep everything the same now, they're not. They're still expanding, opening new studios
Good.
and still growing. And
That's
maybe
fine.
that is the best thing to do.
And eventually,
it's not like I know
their games
no
will
one can
suck.
predict the future. Reality
Yeah,
is complicated,
Ubisoft
and
used to
things
be the
are rarely
savior.
black and white.
When every
But
game
it's
was
not
like
enough to
being
just
shitty.
say
Yeah.
Ubisoft was out there being like, "Oh yeah, there's no DLC for this game. Here's the entire game."
avoid
They
corporations
did
or
market
ignore
the
growth or
Uplay
just
thing.
don't be greedy.
That was like the
Because
beginning and
there
the
are
end.
countless
Yes,
examples of
yes, it
developers
was.
doing all these things who still fail.
That's true. Ubisoft
And
doesn't
many of
really
the mo-
do DLC, do they?
Well, now it's just microtransactions.
Yes. Yeah.
But like, you know, like that really frustrated me because being somebody who's so poor, not having the complete game.
Yes.
Like now I can buy everything in a Game of the Year edition, you know, but like if I had $60 for a game, I had $60 for a game.
Yeah.
That's all I would have. There was no DLC that I could afford. That's why I only play the Mass Effect DLC now, because like Legendary Edition was $5.
Yes.
And included all the DLC. Actually, all the DLC is free on the old games too. So if I had them on PC and I was using Steam the whole time, I would have the DLC there too.
Oh.
And probably already have played it. And that's another thing, is like my physical media was all stolen by drug addicts and sold.
Great. That's fantastic.
So now
We love
I have to do digital media, so nobody fucking sells my shit. But then you don't have security there.
Yes.
Like it's like at any point they can be like, you don't actually own this. Go fuck yourself. I don't expect Steam to ever do that, but they could.
They could easily, yeah.
I think it's a lot more secure than physical media, though, which can just be stolen.
That is true.
I mean, my Steam account can be hacked.
This is also true.
Most successful games do none of these. By all
Hi,
means,
Geppetta.
blame corporations
Are you
when they are
dying?
to blame. There are many examples where that is the case. But we shouldn't pretend that explains everything or that the solution is self-evident. It's not. People just like to repeat narratives that tell them what they want to hear. Speaking of which... This is a sensitive subject, and I understand that most people don't really like it when non-political YouTubers talk about overtly political topics.
It's got to happen, bro.
But if you play games, it's getting harder and harder to ignore this particular subject. Now, given how often wokeness is discussed online, I do think it's reasonable for people to question what role it's played in Western gaming's downfall. People obviously have different tastes and beliefs, so the things people see as woke, like certain female leads, diversity, and LGBT representation, are going to be more appealing to some players than others.
I love that it's like Life is Strange. Life is Strange is literally for girls.
And supply and demand can take care of the rest. That said,
Bro,
today
yes.
it does seem like
Do you know
there is
anything
a greater
about it?
supply of woke games than there is demand. And this, combined with the fact that people who do dislike these features often strongly dislike them,
Are you dying?
is probably creating lower sales for certain woke games. If we go back 10 years ago, however, I don't think this was true, and it's easy to find games that might have benefited from their woke qualities. For example, many people consider Overwatch's very diverse cast of characters to be one of the things that made it such a success. Meanwhile, Undertale's several gay characters and gender-neutral protagonist who has they-them pronouns is surely part of what made that game so insanely popular with the Tumblr crowd, which clearly helped push it further into the mainstream. And I don't think Gone Home would have generated anywhere near as much attention if its story wasn't gay. When supply is low, woke, or progressive elements might boost sales. But supply is not low anymore. Still, to blame wokeness for every problem in modern gaming is a vast
You know why those games did well?
Gone.
They were good.
Yeah.
They were good games. That's the difference.
I definitely.
None of these games have sold on being gay alone.
That's true.
Obviously politically motivated. Games are attacked for being woke long before they come out, as Assassin's Creed Shadows, Avowed, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 have all recently shown. So clearly, this is not about execution or quality.
Kingdom Come
because
Deliverance
the
2
controversies
has
always
so
start
much tits
before
in it.
anyone has actually played the games. A woke game failing also doesn't prove that much, because right now, so many games are failing that this is virtually the norm. There are also woke games that are very successful, like Baldur's Gate 3, a game with trans characters, drag queens, gay main story scenes, and detailed gender-neutral character creation options. I'm sure progressive elements are a deal breaker for some players, but I imagine most people just want to play good games and don't care that deeply about anything else. So, while I do think wokeness is a factor, it's just one of many and has likely played less of a role than many of the broader economic trends I outlined earlier. For YouTubers who base their entire channel around the culture war, however, they can't admit this because their objective is to generate outrage. That is how they make money, meaning they have a financial incentive to exaggerate the role of wokeness and make game discussions as political and divisive as possible. And I think this is probably having a negative impact, making everyone understand what's actually happening less, while making people more hateful and divided in the process. But just as game developers are free to make woke games, YouTubers are free to make outrage-based content.
You
It's
can
still a
also
question of supply
fuck
and
a
demand,
tentacle
and
monster.
there's always
That's
demand
true.
for outrage on the internet.
In Baldur's Gate.
Still, in time, corporations will probably try to distance themselves from elements perceived as woke, because the industry is desperate to appeal to as many people as possible, and alienating part of the audience for big-budget games goes against this. This might also explain why diversity was so quick to be embraced to begin with. Appealing to a diverse, and therefore larger player base, probably sounded quite good once upon a time for an industry that needed to find new audiences to stay growing. There are also lots of progressive developers in the industry, so it makes sense that this would lead to lots of progressive games. None of this is due to conspiracy. But I do think there will be an industry pullback from wokeness, and that the main reason we haven't seen one already is just because game development takes time, and so any response is delayed. For example, Concord began development in 2016, which is the same year Overwatch released to great success, and might explain why people thought another diverse hero shooter was a good idea. So even though anti-woke pushback now seems obvious, The industry hasn't actually had much time to adapt to this yet. When you consider
But what's
when the games
funny
currently
is
releasing
the same
might
people
have
are
begun
saying Marvel
development.
Rivals isn't woke.
And there you go.
And it
We
won
discussed
because it had
wokeness without me
sexy
saying anything
characters with long
controversial,
legs.
so no one should be angry, and we can all just move on.
And I don't know about you, but I think the characters
If
are
blaming
not skimpy
corporations
enough
is
in
appealing
Marvel
to some people on
Rivals.
the left,
No, they're
and
too,
wokeness serves that role for those on the right, what
reserved.
is the explanation
It's very
for everyone
conservative,
else?
realistically.
I mean, won't someone please think of the poor YouTubers who want to pretend to be apolitical to avoid alienating their audience, but still want to join in farming outrage and act like everything is simple and obvious? Well, don't worry, there's something for them too. Just blame everything on games being bad. Did a game fail? It's because it's bad. Are modern games failing? It's because modern games are bad. Did stock prices go down? That's what happens when games aren't good. And are developers getting laid off? Well, maybe they should try making good games.
Well,
You know,
there's plenty
like
of
they
good
used to.
games that still
Back in-
fail.
Yes. Heaps.
But games are bad.
Yeah, objectively. They're getting worse. But
As far as the corporate games go.
Yeah. Like there's plenty of games out there. It's just like stop buying AAA games. It's that simple.
In the good games days, that just so happened to be exactly when you were a teenager, but that's just a coincidence. You know, the good games
No,
days.
the Xbox
when they
360
made
was
Halo 3
objectively
and
better.
Call of Duty 4, which were so much better than Halo Infinite or Call of Duty 22. I mean, this was the best generation. You know, back when a PlayStation cost an inflation-adjusted $933. And
I don't care
Xboxes
about
used to come
that.
with these cool red lights
I don't
that
care
like,
about that
totally
either.
change the game playing experience. You know, that same generation where hardware couldn't actually cope with the graphical leap, and so games dropped average frame rates from 60 to 30, which was actually better because it was more cinematic, and also the human eye can't actually see more than 30 frames per second.
I can
You know,
I can objectively tell the difference between 30 and 60 frames and 60 and 140 frames. There is an objective difference. Playing games at 60 frames is incredible. Even though the eye physically cannot pick it up, that's the point.
Same generation that saw almost every gaming genre that wasn't a first or third person shooter die out entirely. The same generation where everything was brown or used a piss filter, and someone kept turning
That
up
would
the
be
balloon
my
to
issue,
max,
is
despite the
how
fact that
everything
developers
looked
hadn't
brown.
worked out how
Other than that, I don't really have a lot of criticisms.
Fair.
to actually
New
implement
Vegas
Bloom
is
correctly
still
yet.
the
The same
best
generation
Fallout.
that pioneered microtransactions
Like I enjoy
and
Fallout
QuickTime
4.
events and trade.
This is shit's so laggy.
Okay.
I don't know if it's you or me.
There's literally nothing I can do about it if it is
I
me.
know.
Leading gameplay for cinematic experiences and fucking motion controls that led to years and years of people telling us that hardcore gaming is dying. Didn't you hear? Hardcore gaming is dying. It can't
There's a
compete with
fucking
the casual audience.
Hilarious
This is the future.
Rooster Teeth Connect Animals video.
Okay.
Controllers are too hard to use. Hardcore gaming is dying. Stop being an elitist. Wii Tennis is actually a skill-based game. Hardcore gaming is dying. Waggle your hands, you fucking elitist. This is the future. No, you just wouldn't get it. You kids with your Roblox and
nobody
V-Bucks.
nobody
We
bought
had
these.
We
life.
This was the end of good games. Is the Connect.
And you know what I
They were
found out? Because I put I have an Android for my other phone now. I can use the sound bites as my text message tones.
Hey everyone, it's Joel and Jack, and we are doing Connect
Oh, God.
Animals.
Okay, at this point, I've pretty much given up on whatever. Now with bears?
So first you pick your Connect animal.
Oh, that's
and they're very
adorable.
cute. And then you can teach them tricks like they'll spin around. You can spin around.
What the
They
hell
can-
is that thing
they
floating
can
in the
jump
corner?
Up in the air, or you can
Oh my
throw a
God.
ball and they bring the ball back to you. And the Connect animals are very.
Oh.
Oh God! Oh God! Cinnamon, no! Cinnamon, no! Back! Oh God! The Connect animals! They turned on it! They got Jack! Run! Run! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Okay! I think. Okay.
The funniest thing about this is that he edited this video and then had the guy sit down to do commentary over the video.
I think we're safe. Okay. What was that?
Oh God.
What was that?
What's coming?
Oh, it's just Tigger. Hi, Tigger. Tigger.
Oh, he's.
Oh God! No! Connected! Attacking us! Oh God! Tigger, no! Oh God! Get my head, Jack! Get my head!
Shot him.
Oh God, Jack!
Shot him in the mouth.
Oh, Jack, connected!
Oh,
Jack,
there's two of them now.
connected animals are gonna kill us!
Oh, running away.
Oh, it's a
Oh, God.
butterfly! Oh, well, butterfly never hurt anyone before. Butterfly! Oh God! Oh God! The butterfly is attacking us! God, get it up! Get the butterfly up! Oh God! Screw this game! Get out of here! Stampede!
Oh, Stampede.
Oh God! Screw this! God, I'd like to connect in! Oh God! Oh God! Okay! Oh God! Oh God! There's no connect in! We're closing in! Cinnamon! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Okay! Oh God! Connect in! Oh God! My throat! Get out! Screw you! Connect animal! Stab! Okay! Ready? Get the thing! God, get the door! Jack! Guys! Close the door! Jack! Close the door! Close the door!
Okay. There you go.
Jack. Okay.
Yeah.
Jack. I think you could turn on the light.
See? Nothing to worry about.
There's a bunch of these that he made. They fired this guy because he supported Donald Trump.
Amazing. That looks cool.
This one. Need for Speed.
Hey, Achievement Hunter! Okay, everyone.
You gotta wait till it
this
starts.
This is Jillian Michaels' fitness adventure. Alright, so first it gets, that's me. Alright, it's loading up there. First, it's very important to get warm. You can see, flail the arms around, left, right, flailing the arm, make sure you're ready to go.
Wait,
She
what?
says I'm all good now. Okay, go! So now you're, okay, go! So you're on the track now, so I
This
just trying to
is
make
not
this,
the game
you go straight,
I
so you
told you to
turn
play.
right, you go over the bridge, and then after the bridge, you turn
I
left.
went out and bought
After
a
left,
game.
I got tired here. You go straight, okay, and then there's this pillar, and to get over the pillar, you have to do some squat jacks. Now, the squat jacks are pretty hard.
This has nothing to do with the game.
It took sort of
that
a while to
What are you
get
doing?
going. See, the squat jacks are it's all about form. You know, there's actually
form is
Easter egg.
terrible.
There's an Easter egg in the game, actually. If you go to the right,
Uh-huh.
then there's a room where
Oh.
Audi Quattro is, and, or I took the A8. Okay, so when you're driving the R8, you have to make sure to avoid direct gunfire from the helicopter. It takes, you have to kind of swerve with the spotlight. You can see the
Jillian-
helicopter
is
right
Jillian
there.
driving the helicopter?
She is. So to make the
piloting
watch,
the
you have to watch
helicopter?
out for the explosions as well.
Okay.
So there's a map on the left side. You
Yeah.
take the orange stuff as like shortcuts
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you notice I'm gonna go left on the orange way. So
Yeah.
no gunfire. I'm fine.
that.
Oh, look at those other suckers over there.
Oh, those
Dang it, the
dummies.
gunfire, direct explosions. All right, so that's fine. So all right, so now the key here is more explosions. You have to watch out. So you want to go left,
Go through
and then you want to go
exploding barrels,
left.
then you wanna go through
Exploding. Oh, this accident's it won't stop.
So
the
you wanna-
car accident, it just keeps. Oh, thank God.
So keep hitting
Oh, watch
the
out!
button.
Oh, God! Oh no! Oh God! Oh, explosion! It's terrible.
And that's your car. Wait a
That
minute.
was a terrible,
That was your car.
Terrible accident.
I saw that. That was.
Thankfully, the game lets you go back.
Oh, you go
Whatever
backwards.
you have.
Okay.
So
Okay.
left, and then you want to go right, and then you want to left.
Oh, you
and
killed
then
that
so
guy.
you go right. Watch out for the
Watch out for the
explosion.
explosion. Oh, you drove through him again.
Right, left. And then right, and then
You go
right.
under there.
And then you go,
Avoid
watch
gunfire.
out, you turn
Avoid
right,
gunfire.
gunfire.
Okay,
Go
go
here,
through there.
you turn left. Yeah, so then you watch out for more gunfire, and then see there's a ramp.
Okay,
and you
ramp.
go over the ramp,
and we're back
then
here.
you're done. You got achievement.
Really proud
The
of
journey
yourself
begins
right now.
here with Ashley Michaels' fitness adventure, and then you hit quit.
Okay. We quit. Oh,
You know, that's also.
Oh, then we get back to
Need
Need
for
for
Speed is a
Speed.
good game too.
That is a very good game. That.
That's the only thing motion capture games gave us is those videos.
Yes, yes.
Music.
Other than those videos, they all suck.
Which you could still
had
do it technically
Wii music.
with
Oh god.
This was
Look at what
amazing.
they did to
This
my poor
promo for
Miyamoto.
Wii Music.
No one deserves this. Least of all, the man who gave us Mario and Zelda and has spent 44 years in the gaming industry without a single controversy or scandal. Turn it off. Some things are meant to be forgotten. Turn it off. But on the other hand, Halo 3 is better than Halo Infinite. So I guess that means the HD era must have been the best generation. You can't argue with
But
one
Halo 2 is
cherry-picked
better
game
than Halo
being
3.
better than another. Oh, wait, yes you can. Once enough time has passed for nostalgia to kick in, every generation is romanticized. They always have been, and always will be. Which makes
It
it
doesn't
difficult
look
to
as
separate
laggy
any
on-
change in game
on my
quality
laptop, so it
from
must
nostalgia.
be me.
Maybe.
Personally, I do think there are ways modern games have declined. For example, so many games, even the best ones, feel
I'm not
overly
really
long
too
now
worried about
and
it. I'm more
include too much
concerned about
repetition or
Zapata.
filler content.
That's fair.
My mind's
Meanwhile,
occupied
years of
with
making
him.
games more accessible to target wider audiences has made many games too accessible, with a lack of friction and overemphasis on hand-holding hurting experiences. And the endless quest for better graphics and presentation is producing severely diminishing returns while limiting what games can actually depict, as every new element requires numerous expensive assets. There are broad critiques you can make of modern game design, but these are critiques that apply to gaming enthusiasts. Some people might like these modern trends, many won't care that much, and older games had their own problems as well. There are things modern games do better, even if it's not fashionable to admit it. Still, even if we accept that modern games are bad, there are still plenty of signs that making a good game isn't enough. I mean, 2023 was a year full of good games, but there was no noticeable improvements for the industry in layoffs, cancelled games, stock prices, or consumer spending. Other famously strong years also show little divergence from broader trends. Gaming history is also full of great games that flopped. System Shock 2, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, Grim Fandango, Ico, Okami, and Earthbound are just a handful of examples that prove
Bro
even
said
great
Ico.
games can bomb, and there are plenty more examples both before and since.
Bro,
Also,
do you know what
if making
Ico
a game
is?
good was the
No
only
idea.
thing which mattered. Why is so much money
You'll
spent
definitely have
on
heard of the
marketing?
game that they made
Even indie
after
games can spend
Ico.
up to 50% of development costs on marketing.
Shadow
and
of the
AAA games might
Colossus.
spend much more.
Really?
Marketing
Yeah,
doesn't
so
make a
Ico
game
is-
better, and in
is
some
the
ways
one before
could be
Shadow
seen
of
as making a game
Colossus.
worse by taking financial
So,
resources away from
it's
the game
not
itself.
as well known.
Yet marketing
Okay.
is still deemed worth
But
it.
to act like it was a failure when the game that they followed it up with, the same studio followed it up with, is Shadow of Colossus.
That is pretty interesting. That game's like pretty well renowned, right?
Shadow of Colossus? Oh, it's
Yeah.
amazing. I think it's kind of boring, but you have to understand for the time, like graphically and like the scope of the game is just amazing.
Yeah.
The fur texture is really cool. They have a lot of different things. Like your character wears a cloak that flows in the wind just because that's what they wanted with the design.
Amazing.
But like, yeah, you have to basically all the levels are the actual bosses, and you have to climb them and find their weak points.
Okay.
And then stab the weak point, and then the boss will like shake you off.
Yeah.
You know, it like starts off with just like a turtle or something you stab on the back.
Okay.
But then like later in the game, there's like a dragon that's flying through the air.
Yeah.
And it's like the climbing mechanics in Breath of the Wild. Right?
Yes.
You have like a grip strength thing. So you have to like let go at certain times to regain your grip and then like grab on before the monster flips.
Okay. That sounds interesting.
It's a great game. It's just killing giant monsters, but you're a little person with one single sword. But it was one of the best-selling games on the PlayStation.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's considered one of the best games of that generation. Yeah, 60 frames per second looks like shit in movies.
Because an average game with good marketing could easily outsell a good game with average marketing. I mean, Among Us went from hundreds of concurrent players on Steam over its first 2 years to hundreds of thousands in 2020 after a few content creators accidentally made it a viral sensation. There is more that determines success than just quality. Really though, this narrative isn't even about good or bad games. When people say, just make a good game, what they actually mean is just make an amazing game. The examples used to support this narrative aren't actual good games, they are the best of the best. It's always the Baldur's Gate 3s and the Elden Rings that developers just need to replicate, as if this is some easily achievable task anyone can do. I mean, come on developers, just make one of the best games ever made. They always sell well, so just do that and then you can have some of that job security you've always wanted.
XCOM 2 is still
This
on the
feels a bit
top
like
of
telling
Steam
a struggling
sales.
athlete to maybe, just run faster. Just make better games. Forget the funding needed, the experience required, or that things can go wrong. Just make a game good. And if it's already good, make it more good. Still, what happens if someone does do that? What if someone makes a game that everyone buys, that everyone can't stop talking about, and everyone keeps playing even years
How
after its
watchable
release?
is this for you all, chat?
Well, that game would be a success. And all of the time players spend playing that game would come at the cost of playing other games. And so all of the industry's current problems would just continue exactly the same.
Bro, what is happening?
When people talk about the problems of modern...
The top 10 games on Steam right now, one of them is not like the others, and is very confusing to me.
Okay.
Look at this. See if it jumps out at you. What's wrong on this list?
What's the list of?
These are the top sales on Steam right now.
PGA Tour?
But look what year.
What the fuck?
Like, why specifically this one from 2K23? Why is this specifically at the top of the list? It's not on sale. Why is this a top seller? Where did this come from? Was it just added, maybe, or something?
Possibly.
It's before Tiger Woods got canceled. Currently popular. Why? Why is it popular? Recent reviews.
Anything?
We just created a Discord for the new game. Is anyone interested in joining? Okay, is there a new one dropping? I bought this after the tiring antics of the golf club, and I'm so glad I did. I don't understand why it's suddenly popular.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Is there not a newer version?
I'm not sure. I don't play shitty re-released games that are released every single year. That
I
mean
will say
absolutely nothing.
the PGA games are pretty fun. For about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
They're fine. You know, I think they're more fun than most sports games because it's like golf is... There's actually something to streamline there, you know? Walking between the holes, like, golf sucks to go play. You know what I'm saying?
Severe waste of great grass.
Yeah,
Like,
and,
grass is great. Golf grass is not. It's bad grass.
but, like, basketball, for example.
What about it?
That's one of the ones that doesn't make... Like, I don't want to play basketball. Like, if I was going to play basketball, I'd go play basketball. And I don't want to play basketball.
Fair.
You know? Like, there's nothing... Especially basketball, there's nothing stopping you from... Because you can literally just play by yourself and shoot the hoops.
Yep. You can do that with golf.
You can do that with golf, but you have to walk. Golf, there's so much time in between what you're doing. And the driving range is fine, but that's a driving range.
Yeah, golf is
too,
for people
you know?
who hate their lives.
Like basketball, there's no waiting around. Soccer, there's no waiting around. Football, you need at least another person to play.
True. You could just throw the ball by yourself.
Yeah, but nobody would want to do that.
No.
Baseball, you need multiple
Gaming.
people.
Yes.
So like
They love to use indie
it
games.
would make
as a
like baseball games are actually kind of fun too, especially when they're not simulation.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lot of weird baseball games that are fun.
Like alternate games.
You know, like backyard baseball.
Yeah.
counterexample.
We have
It doesn't matter.
We have street cricket where we draw wickets on bins and play it in the street.
Bro, I've seen people play cricket here, and I was like, whoa. They were playing it like downtown, like next to a museum one time.
Seriously?
And I was like, wow, you don't see that every day.
Were they
It's
Indians?
literally the only time I've ever seen people playing cricket.
Were they Indians by chance?
They're probably, but I don't remember ethnicity that well.
Okay.
Considering it was a long time ago.
My guess is that they're either Pakistani or Indian.
Well, I would guess that too.
Yeah.
In post, I'm coloring them in.
Yeah, fair enough. But like that, because that's just my assumption because the American cricket team is all Indians. It's just India light, which is great for America because Indians are great cricket players.
Yeah, it was also close to the university, so.
Ah, okay, interesting. Like, it's surprising baseball is so popular, but cricket isn't. It's very interesting. There's so much more running in cricket, especially with 2020 matches. 2020 matches is 20 overs. That's it. You get 20 sets of 6 balls, and that's it. You just smack the fuck out of it and get as many runs as you can. That is the kind of sport that would take the fuck off in America. But for some reason, cricket just hasn't translated over to the United States. Most likely because of baseball. But it's a sport that Americans, I think, would like in not the test cricket, but the 2020.
Whether someone's upset about layoffs or failed games, or whether they think the problem is wokeness, corporations, or game design, indie games are somehow always the answer.
It's still like an all-day sports event, but it's not a multiple-day test match where it's like 5 fucking days of cricket. Like, fuck off.
So, they are everyone's champions, here to save us from
Aren't
anything the
baseball
rest of the
games
industry throws our way.
all-day events anyway?
They can be.
Okay.
They can be extremely short, though.
Yeah, okay. So
If
that's
somebody
the
just gets
difference.
stomped.
Yeah, that's the difference with cricket. There are no short cricket games. The shortest cricket games are the 2020s, I'm pretty sure.
So, what about indie games? In 2015, some indie developers started to use the term indie apocalypse to describe the state of the market after the introduction of Steam's Greenlight program. Their concerns can be best illustrated by the data. In 2013, 436 new games released on Steam. By 2015, that number had grown to a massive 2,824, a 550% increase. Many worried that this new
How many of those are like the Milk Girls thing that we did?
Oh, there's so much porn games on Steam.
It's funny because it's poison.
Where is it?
Did you good day?
Hi, do you want to know how to fix this?
Me, Tony Lasagna.
Fucked up bitch beetle.
I can't remember where it is.
What were you looking for?
Woohoo! Milk girls.
So, remember how I was saying how Mech Warrior was a great mech game?
Uh-huh.
So there's like a free live service version that's on
Okay.
Steam. So I downloaded it, and the first thing it wanted me to do was like put in account information and create a whole account with a
Right.
fucking username and shit, and I immediately shut it off.
Fair enough.
Like, fuck off. You're already connected to my Steam.
Yeah, you shouldn't need it.
Petition would prevent indie game development from being a viable career. And that was in 2015. Since then, the number of new games has grown to 18,966 in 2024. And old games are still around and creating even more competition, as indie games aren't invalidated by technological advances or new
True.
console generations. Now, Steam has also grown in this period, but not by the 4,250% that new games have. And most of its growth is from overseas markets.
I'm sitting here looking
So
for
if there was a
XCOM
problem in
and
2015
not finding
from
it, it's
too much
because I have
competition,
fucking
that problem is many
games hidden.
magnitudes
Ah.
bigger today. In fact, despite the number of games on Steam massively going up, the actual number of games grossing over 100,000 in their first year is decreasing.
Lol.
When people talk about indie games being the solution, showing AAA how it's done and profiting from the rest of gaming's decline,
I really want to try and find an original version of Arkanoid.
So the
But I
reason
don't-
why
don't know where to
XCOM
find it.
sells well
Mm.
is because it's always on sale right now.
Perfect.
Not because it's necessarily the best game,
It's just the cheapest.
okay? But the sorting for under $5
Is a nightmare.
is my
Yeah.
screen still shared? Hang on. This is just
I'll put it on.
5 or under games,
Yes.
right?
Batman.
Arkham Origins. Yeah, Borderlands is on sale right now, by the way, the whole series. Is this Injustice 2 with the complete game?
Might be.
Hang on. How do I wishlist this? As long as it's the complete game for $5, I'm into it. Let's see, here's XCOM. It's if you sort by discount, it's almost always at the top. In fact, the only reason it's lower right now is because there's big sales with this developer who does Borderlands 2K or whatever.
Oh, 2K, yeah. Well, that's probably why the golf game is there as well.
Well, the golf game is not on sale. It's full price.
That's weird.
Like, if you go to featured, boom, look.
What the fuck?
It's literally $60.
That's very weird.
It might have just come off sale or something. But that's
Check
the thing is, it's like,
if
why
there
would
is a
you
new
put
one.
on sale like a game from 2022 that's a golf game? You know? There must not be a new one. This must have been the last one.
Yeah, it was.
I don't see 2K24, so
25?
so that was the last one. It was after that. It
25.
couldn't
right there.
fucking touch Tiger Woods, I guess,
25.
because didn't he had the controversy, right, where he fucked his wife?
sure.
That was so long ago.
Sure. There's a 25 there, by the way.
Was there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's coming out though.
It's $70.
Yeah, that's coming out
Hey, it's still
Feb
Tiger
28th. So that might be why it's popular, is because there's a new one coming out.
Maybe.
And that was the last one they released. They didn't release one for the last 2 years.
Mm.
That's probably why.
Most likely.
That's probably why it's popular.
There you go. We figured it out.
The golf heads.
they point to the same couple of success stories and then pretend that these are somehow representative of the norm. I mean, haven't you heard? Balatro and Power World are smash hits. So I guess indie games must be doing great and everything will be
Yeah,
fine.
but Power World
Go play Balatro. It's
isn't
such
a
an
great game.
underrated
It's
gem.
just
In reality, though, much like with Baldur's Gate 3
able
and
to
Elden
market
Ring,
the
these
nostalgia
are
that
just the
Pokemon can't.
outliers. Each year, indie games do produce a couple of mega hits, but when there are almost 20,000 new titles, that means these represent 1 in 10,000. So, what about the other 9,999? if we return to that 100,000 gross revenue figure that
that's
few
another
developers
thing.
even reach, we can look at what that number actually means.
Developers of Balatro,
Thanks to revenue calculators,
it's not like
we
it was
can
their
estimate
first
that
game.
100,000 in gross revenue leads to about 29,500 in
They were already
net
established.
revenue. So, if you're a solo developer and it took you 5 years of full-time work to make your dream game, you'd be earning $5,900 a year, minus your overheads. Meanwhile, for a team of 5 developers, that would be $1,180 per year, which is about 50 cents an hour. And that's assuming you're one of the lucky winners who makes at least 100,000 gross. The vast majority don't. But hey, Balatro's doing well, so I guess everything's fine. Take that, AAA. Do you know what the single most common piece of advice I hear given to indie developers is these days? Don't. Don't quit your job. Don't make it your career. Don't do it. And if you can't do that, do it as a hobby with no expectation of financial reward. Or get a degree outside of game design and work in a better paid industry for 10 plus years so you build up enough financial security that you can afford to spend a few years working for little to no pay. So, I guess indie games were just in a bubble and now the bubble has burst. Which is funny, because I keep seeing people say that about live service games. And AAA games. And if anyone cared enough to talk about them,
Maybe
they'd
he
say the
didn't make
same
a game
about
before
mobile games.
Balatro. I thought they did.
So I guess everything was in a bubble. What a strange coincidence. Or maybe this is all just part of the same industry trend. Because it's not an indie problem, or a live service problem, or a AAA problem. It's a gaming problem. For a long time, the industry grew and
The
grew,
guy who made
but
Balatro
growth
is
has
completely
limits.
anonymous.
Gaming is a colossus. It has spread far and wide into new demographics, across greater age ranges, and into other countries. But there aren't many more places for it to spread to. And so, in order to keep growing, it needs to increase revenue. And yet, the actual retail price for a new game has been getting lower and lower, all while the costs to create games have been rising. This means games need to sell far more copies, but they're still in competition with every other game, and so they're forced to keep retail prices low, all while making games longer and longer and continuing to push graphics further and further in a desperate attempt to try to attract players. There's a problem with this, however, which is that technological advancements have slowed, meaning old games remain attractive. Once upon a time, gaming went from Grand Theft Auto 1 to Grand Theft Auto 4 in about 10 years. Meanwhile, in the last 10 years, gaming went from Grand Theft Auto 5 to Grand Theft Auto 5, because Grand Theft Auto 5 still looks good, and more importantly, still makes money. The one shining beacon for revenue was microtransactions and live service, and look no further than Grand Theft Auto 5 for proof of this. But while this did increase revenue in select titles, it
I
did
keep
this at
checking
the
my
cost of
monitor,
an even
and
more limited resource.
The frame rate looks fine there.
Time. Live
I
service
don't get
games
it.
make more money, but take up much more player time, meaning the market for single-player games decreased as a result. Still, this does show how growth needs to be done now the industry's stagnating. If you can't grow outwards, you need to grow inwards, by cannibalizing the competition. The rewards for the winners of this are substantial. Select live service games make more money in a year than some countries' GDPs. But there can only be so
There's a
many
lot of
winners,
countries.
because players only have so much time, and with that time, they gravitate to the same few titles. Maybe the ones their friends already play, or that they've already invested time and money into. And so, just 5 games make up almost 50% of all console playtime, while in 2023, games released in 2023 made up
You know
only
those things where it tells you
6.5%
like the most
of playtime.
popular thing over time?
Live service games didn't help
Look
the
up
industry, they just
popular
helped live
video
service
games, like by
and
year,
yet, a similar trend can be seen in
and
single-player
look at
games.
how it changes.
In this expansive market, the games that win sell more copies than ever before and can stick around for years, continuing to sell year after year, continuing to be discussed on social media, and continuing to get support from official updates and user-created content.
Look up like most popular game over time,
Minecraft.
That's the thing, is how it keeps shifting back to Minecraft and stuff. That's what's interesting.
Grand Theft Auto 5 is also up there, 200 million.
Oh, no, I meant like if you look at a video where they change over time. You know those like graphs where it'll be like countries' GDP and it will like be like scaling by year and the countries will move up and down depending on how well they're doing?
I don't even know what I would search for to find something like that.
Yeah, hang on. I watched something recently on it.
Baldur's Gate 3 had more daily users in 2024 than the year it released, while Hogwarts Legacy hit 30 million units in less than 2 years. Some games are winning bigger than ever, and this doesn't just apply to big budget titles. Eric Baroni, the one-man developer behind Stardew Valley, likely has a net worth in the hundreds of millions, and there's a genuine chance that from Stardew Valley alone, he will one day be a billionaire. Small games can win as big as anything. It's just that every year, there are more and more losers. And again, this exact same trend can be seen in mobile gaming, with the top 3 games.
Oh, somehow an ad got through.
You wouldn't believe it if I told you that the world was forever transformed by the drop of a ball. To find out how, we'll have to go to 1973, where an unknown bar called Andy Cap's Tavern was causing a riot. Not because of its rowdy customers, but something strange to do with a never-seen-before invention involving 2 paddles and a square ball. No one knew it at the time, but the invention of Pong would somehow kickstart the entire video game industry, with an impact so profound that it not only popularized arcade games, but sparked a period of rapid competition where all game companies were willing to risk absolutely anything to try and steal Pong's crown. And no one did a better job at competing than Space Invaders, who had a genius plan in place to shatter the definition of what a video game could be by inventing graphic visuals and sound in a world of gaming known for boring music and black and white colors. Its iconic pixelated aliens descended upon Earth and broke all records, earning over $1 billion in revenue in its first year alone, making it one of the most profitable arcade games of all time, until its market share was eventually eaten away by an absolute monster in the gaming world. It would have been easy to underestimate Pac-Man, a simple game that drew its inspiration from a missing pizza slice, but it quickly surpassed all expectations, becoming an instant hit that devoured the hearts of millions whilst simultaneously achieving several milestones in gaming history. It broadened the appeal of video games by attracting a more diverse audience of all ages.
The thing about Space Invaders and Pac-Man, they still slap today.
I still regularly play Pac-Man, Space Invaders, and Tetris.
Tetris is a different story because that came much later.
Really?
Yeah, Tetris much later. It's like it's Cold War.
Oh.
Now another great one.
Hey, Duck Hunt's there. What the fuck?
See, like Duck Hunt, meh. Like obviously Super Mario Brothers, but that's actually a complex game, you know? I'm talking about these like real classic ones.
Yeah.
Centipede, I know I had. I just don't remember it. You like shoot the centipede.
Yeah,
I think it's similar to Space Invaders. I just don't remember it that well. But I know I had it. I really liked Battle Tanks.
It became one of the first games to spawn numerous sequels and spin-offs, and even...
Is Arkanoid on the list?
I mean, this is top games, so no.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was or not. Because it was an arcade
inspired a chart-topping hit, Pac-Man Fever. But the fever didn't last forever, as knocking Pac-Man off the top spot is our favorite Italian Mario, who is no stranger to the world of video games.
This is 3. The original Mario game, though, isn't this, though, I thought. Oh, this is Super Mario Bros. The classic Mario Bros, though, is, like, kind of, like, not...
It's different, yeah.
It's fine. It's fun, but...
Super Mario's is where it took off.
Having previously starred in the arcade hit Donkey Kong. So after
I love that E.T. is in the top.
Maybe
success in a previous game.
Hold on, maybe Super Mario Bros. Was the original game because his original, like you just said, the original appearance was Kong.
Yeah, but there's a Mario Bros. Game where it's just one screen. And if you go out the left, you come out the right side.
Okay.
That's older than this. It's older than the side scroller.
Oh, interesting.
What was so different this time? Well, Super
See,
Mario
there's
Bros.
Tetris.
Yeah, boom. Here it comes.
It's 1990.
Okay, so it's
and
not that
Tetris
much
is.
later.
Wasn't just another game. For the first time, gamers got to
You know when Tetris actually took off though?
Probably
For
mid to
real,
late
for real?
90s. Probably the Game Boy.
Huh?
Probably the Game
Yeah,
Boy.
Game Boy.
I had Tetris on the Game Boy. I'm sure I
People
still have
bought
it if I
Game
can
Boys
look it
just
up.
for Tetris.
I remember having a Game Boy Color with Tetris.
Yeah, it was the original non-color tie-in.
Yeah.
For not the original tie-in, but it was a tie-in for that game, that older Game Boy for a while.
Yeah.
Hi, Zapata. Are you dying? How are you? Do you want to drink water?
discover iconic characters and an immersive, imaginative world, keeping players captivated and eager to explore further. This not only revitalized the video game industry, but also established Super Mario Bros. As a timeless classic, whose spot at the top could only be taken by the most addictive game of all time. Alexei Pajitnov designed a digital game dedicated to his love of puzzles. However, he had no clue just how addictive it would become and the lengths people would go to get their hands on it. And while Tetris did quickly become a hit in Russia, its path to international success was fraught with many obstacles. Russia didn't want the US to get a hold of the world's #1 game, and so anyone who tried to get the game to the West was met with complex negotiations and legal battles over strict Soviet intellectual property regulations. Ultimately, the game eventually found its way to the West, but still had one last stretch to go before cementing its place in gaming history. Tetris's true rise to prominence came when it managed to be included as the pack-in game for Nintendo's Game Boy. The handheld console's portability, combined with Tetris's easy-to-learn, hard-to-master gameplay, proved a match made in heaven. At the time, it seemed no game would be able to take the crown from this Russian giant. But it wouldn't stop Wii Sports from trying. Wii Sports didn't just break sales records, it obliterated them, selling more than 82 million copies worldwide, which is more than the entire population of Germany. But if you think that's a lot of sales, going on to sell 3 times that is Minecraft. The game captivated players with its generated world composed of blocks and limitless creative possibilities. But its true success came down to its game's dedicated player community, which played a vital role in its rapid ascent to popularity, and would later allow the game to finish in second place behind the one and only Fortnite. The journey began for Fortnite in 2011, when Epic Games announced the development of a new game that combined elements of building, exploration, and survival. But the game's development process was lengthy, and meant the creators needed to come up with a more exciting version called Fortnite Save the World. Then, finally, in September 2017, they had a eureka moment. They launched Fortnite Battle Royale as a free-to-play standalone game that changed the game's fortunes forever. Fortnite's free-to-play model, availability on multiple platforms, and the inclusion of cross-platform play further contributed to its rapid growth. Today, the game is by far the most popular of all time, accumulating over 350 million registered players. So there you have it. Fortnite
That wasn't exactly what I was looking for, though.
That was great.
I'm looking for one that's popularity. Like active players.
Well, that was still pretty interesting. Tetris, I didn't expect to get taken down. It's disappointing that it was Fortnite. We're doing little lizard man. You fat lizard chillin'.
Can we do Jerry's?
Wait, okay. Oh, we didn't get to this yesterday. Is this what you were referring? Why don't you tee it up for me as I open up my sound sheet?
Well, so this is
Newman.
Oh, I found
It's
what I was
Newman
looking for.
comes after him.
It wasn't
Is that what
actually
happened?
a line graph. It was this. This is just between like 2020, but it was this style thing. Showing the most popular game by state.
Hey, For Honor went crazy. Was that Horizon Zero Dawn?
Yeah.
Nice. CS:GO. Solid. Damn. Okay. Pathetic. California.
But see,
degenerates.
everyone, GTA 5 was holding strong. Look, someone loved Ghost Recon there.
Hell yeah. Whoa. That must have been Wildlands. Breath of the Wild sneaking in there in Colorado. No, what is it?
That's Utah.
Utah.
Mormons.
Fucking Mormons. Breath of the Wild.
Right, so like GTA 5 is clearly like dominating in the South.
Yep.
But CS:GO is everywhere else.
Yeah.
Which I didn't even know CS:GO was ever popular here.
Crazy. Oh, we're covering the date.
Yeah, I slowed it down. Because there's this section here. Injustice 2, right? Takes over.
And goes as quickly as it came.
And then Friday the 13th. And then boom. GTA 5 goes, nobody's playing CS. This must be when GTA Online released.
Maybe.
That's what it is.
Maybe.
That's why nobody went back to CS:GO.
Oh, it goes by day too. Destiny. Hey, Destiny. Well done. Must have been when it released.
Divinity.
Interesting.
Like I said, it was a great game.
What's the pink one?
That's NBA.
2K. Interesting. GTA coming
There's
back.
Fortnite there.
Fork knife. Fork knife. Damn. Okay.
The worst Call of Duty.
Yep, that's the Call of Duty drop. Okay. Here comes GTA again. Fork knife. Alabama holding strong
There was
with GTA.
PUBG there. So now it's gonna do Battle Royale. This is when Battle Royale comes out. You see that? How fast that changed? Like, let's slow that one down.
That was like overnight. This Christmas. PUBG, Roblox, damn.
It literally was overnight.
Monster World, Monster Hunter, Roblox.
Like, literally overnight. January 11th, everyone is PUBG.
Yep.
Everyone is Roblox the next day. Was that when Roblox was released?
Not sure. It's been there a couple times, so I don't think so. That damn Roblox held it for a while. See, it skipped months.
Well, I sped it up again. Look where Far Cry 5 only has it. Isn't that funny?
In Montana, that's great.
Hang on, there was an orange one there. PUBG came back for a second in Alaska. Hang on, there's like a blue one in there too for Alaska. Hang on. God of War.
Mm.
That
Blue,
took
huh?
over. I was crazy. There wasn't a blue one.
Still there. Roblox back again. Fork knife. Roblox. Holding out there. West Virginia. Degenerates. Warframe. Interesting. What was
No
the red
Man's
one?
Sky was in Alaska for a
Really?
second
What the
there.
hell? Fucking Fortnite. Notice GTA hasn't come up for a while. NBA.
That was destined to fall off. What's the blue one? FIFA. Forza Horizon. Black Ops 4.
Okay. Release, yep. Makes sense. Red Dead, release.
RuneScape.
Interesting. Spyro, interesting.
When Red Dead Redemption 2 came back all of a sudden? Was there like a online released for that too?
Yes, there was an online. Yep.
Anthem. Oh, sucks to be you, Anthem. They tried and they failed. The marketing they put behind that game. That was like the first game I remember of the modern era that was truly a bomb because of how bad it was. Like the marketing could not save it.
It's such a shame because the mechanics of the game were so good.
You know why? Because they're
sucked.
Isn't it fucking a ripoff of Mass Effect though? They just developed Andromeda's mechanics.
Yeah, most likely. I would imagine so. Because it was EA. I'm not sure if it was BioWare.
No, they like ripped off the mechanics from Andromeda though.
Okay. Because it was basically a Destiny 2 clone with kind of cool flying combat mechanics, but the combat got so boring and it was so grindy and there was no missions to do, so nobody kept playing. And now it's $1. Always. Anthem again. Devil May Cry. Division 2. Minecraft. Eat shit, Minecraft. Roblox wins.
Why would you play Minecraft in West Virginia? Just go outside. The children yearn for the mines.
Just dig. You'll find some anthracite coal. Fire Emblem. Interesting. NBA. Yep. Makes sense.
NBA does well every year.
Yeah, Borderlands.
Judging by this, I'm going to buy stock before an NBA game drops.
That's a good idea, and sell it after.
Before it drops, right? And then right when it drops, that's when I sell.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. FIFA. 2K stocks, yeah.
Goose Game.
Fucking Fortnite. Death Stranding. Fallen Order. Halo. Minecraft tried again. Fucking, what is with Americans and
Did you see
fucking
that though?
Roblox?
Watch this. Like what?
Someone tell me what
That
the
was
fuck
quick.
is up with Americans and Roblox.
It's because it's free and you can make games within it, so games get trendy within it. Like right now, Dress to Impress is huge on Roblox.
I don't know what that means.
It's basically a fashion game, and it gives you a theme, and then you go into a closet and you pick out your outfit.
Okay.
And then everyone shows their outfits and you vote on who has the best. Really simple game, designed within Roblox, but it brought a lot of girls in. And that's all they play, because I can tell you right now, girls love dress-up games. They play the Flash dress-up games that are made up for little girls all the time on their laptops, okay?
That's very funny.
If you're in college, you're playing dress-up games on your laptop.
You know what I remember playing as a Flash game? It was a catch the falling bottles game that undressed a lady. It was cool.
Okay.
It was from some Polish beer I've never heard of. I found one, I tried it, awful. I had that game for a
Like,
long time.
overnight, Lego Star Wars took,
What the fuck?
and then GTA 5 was suddenly in these two places where Lego Star Wars, and then CSGO in Hawaii. Like, what happened? Overnight, Roblox disappears for Lego Star Wars?
It'll come back. Roblox is the one that stays forever. Kakarot, GTA, Lego Star Wars, CSGO. Cyberpunk. Man, that game
That's
took over.
wild to me. Dragon Ball Z was that popular.
Crazy.
I think it's too niche, but hey.
GTA and CSGO, Roblox, and Fortnite are the stayers.
But, you know, GTA suddenly back on top.
Mm-hmm.
They released heists.
Yeah. Or they drop cars and downloadables and stuff. Warzone, here we go. Doom, Animal Crossing, damn. Resident Evil 3. Final Fantasy, nice. Animal Crossing,
SnowRunner.
The fuck
I don't
is
even know what that is. Pro Skater. Terraria. Terraria came out in 2020. That's crazy. Minecraft Dungeons. That's okay. That's just Minecraft. Can't split them up. That's interesting. Cyberpunk. That's probably when they dropped the DLC and apologized for releasing a shitty game. That's it. It goes to Paper Mario.
Yeah.
It
Interesting.
was only till 2020, but aren't those videos fascinating?
Very fascinating, yeah. I wonder where they get the data from.
Probably make it up.
He's pro-Palestine. He's pro-Palestine. I don't want him delivering my mail anymore.
So, and we weren't able to find the broader section of this, I guess, but this
for
was
some reason it wasn't on his screen.
Russell Brand clipped this sort of. I thought he was going to be joking in his defense of Jerry Seinfeld being hit with a protester taking a selfie and then saying "Free Palestine," and then Jerry Seinfeld says something we all know. Jerry, he doesn't care about Palestine. Shock, amazing. But anyway, here's Russell Brand's take on this. The quote tweet, the thing he tweeted was, "This is a breach of the selfie contract period." Now, I still, to my shame, credited Russell Brand thinking he was being sort of tongue-in-cheek about that, but, well, let's see.
No longer.
Jerry, can I get a selfie? Sure. Free Palestine! I don't care about Palestine. That's sad.
I feel like it's a breach of the selfie contract. If you want to get a selfie with Seinfeld, you've got to say, I'm an admirer of your stand-up comedy, I love the show. Selfie. Also, though, I've got strong views on the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Strong views.
I'm going to just bring that up in the midst of this.
Strong views. First of all, him saying the Israel-Palestine conflict is telling in and of itself. I'm sorry. Before he was essentially compromised by Rumble and all this stuff because of his sexual abuse allegations and he can't get his cash any other way, there is no way that Russell Brand wouldn't be doing like even what the Dave Smith libertarian guy is doing or what Theo Vaughn is doing. Joe Rogan called it a genocide, but we have this captured former comedian Russell Brand,
Venture capitalist asset Russell Brand,
who is just completely capitulating. I mean, as you say, Matt, like just having some familiarity with this work, it's like an alien has taken over his body, but it's really just that he was such an abuser of women, allegedly, that this is all he has left at this point. Also, Jerry, you do care about Palestine because you cared about it enough for you and your wife to fund counter-protesters at UCLA or or USC, I'm forgetting which LA-based college it was, to harass the pro-Palestine encampment there. He cares a lot about Palestine, just he cares a lot about it, seeing it eliminated.
Yeah, and I think I'd be curious to survey some of the late 2010s Russell Brand content on Palestine. Imagine maybe there was a little bit of more courage there before he was entirely sort of succumbed to right-wing influence. But I will say, as somebody who, and I'm not joking about this, I go way back with Russell Brand, including this video here, if you can pull this up, Bradley, from 2006, I believe it is. Russell Brand, episode 22 of the BBC Six Music show. I've probably listened to all of these back like 15 or so years ago, like a dozen or so times, and if I'm being completely honest, I still think a good chunk of it's funny, particularly his producer Matt Morgan. But this part has always stuck out to me, where his co-host Trevor Locke makes a joke about Russell Brand, and before I get to that joke, what he's talking about is Russell was in a coffee shop and was impatient to grab a paper when somebody had bounced their coffee on the paper, and Russell just pulled the paper out and it spilled. And so they're talking about this. You can already see, like, it's pretty antisocial behavior. But anyway, here's Russell sort of defending himself. Go even 5 seconds back on this, and then you hear Trevor Locke come in with a joke, and then Russell Brand, not always the most careful broadcaster. In fact, he got fired for being just insanely rude to people. But here he is a little bit skittish about touching on a certain subject.
Oh, and then just this happened.
He was covered in coffee.
It wasn't his paper, it was a municipal paper. He could have asked me, would you mind lifting out that coffee, young fella, my lad, whilst I take
He just whipped out the paper and knocked his...
Sorry, it was Russell's coffee.
What's up?
That it was placing on the stack of newspapers that a guy wanted, and the guy started grabbing the paper, so Russell bat his coffee all over the guy, which is even more insane than I remember it. Sorry.
Me, would you mind lifting out that coffee, young fella, my lad, whilst I take
He just
paper?
whipped out the paper and knocked his coffee over.
Like, because what it was, he thought, oh, look at them two people, oh, look at them, oh, look at them damned long hairs. I'll take that paper from underneath there, I'll show them who's boss. But we found out who was boss. It was me, for the first time in my life, kicking something with some degree of accuracy.
That
is a show of unreasonable force. You know what I mean?
You
are the Israel of pedestrian etiquette. Trevor, that's a really complicated issue that I don't think we should discuss on this show, because we don't know about things.
A little bit more.
Things like that. It's terrible that there's any war anywhere in the world. It's terrible there's war anywhere in the world. I wish everyone could be happy like me and old Cocky Locky, who we love really dearly.
So you are the Israel of pedestrian etiquette, and Russell's Brand is, that's very complicated. I don't think we should get into stuff like that.
Wow, I overestimated it. I overestimated his, I thought that maybe he would have been a bit more, I don't know. He was somebody who basically said that labor.
So the live stream on Rumble, I don't know if the view counters is correct or not, but it's apparently got 63 views. I don't know. The count doesn't show.
In the UK wasn't delivering enough for working people for him to justify voting for them until Jeremy Corbyn. I would assume that those politics would align with being pro-Palestine.
He did come out in favor of Miliband, but I mean, ultimately, that was where his audience was. Like, he wasn't ready to turn Tory. Like he is
but
now.
Can we also just return to the selfie contract thing? I mean, can you imagine the level of just entitlement about saying that, like, we are not as famous as Jerry Seinfeld or famous at all. I'm like on the Z list or whatever.
But we get noticed in public.
Occasionally get noticed in public and occasionally are asked for a selfie. The idea that I would think that there's some sort of contract involved here, or there needs to be an exchange of goods or services or an understanding between people, is ridiculous. If a pro-Israel person had come up to me and said something like, yay, Zionism, I wouldn't be bitching about some contract being broken.
Yeah.
I mean, but
that's not the problem. It's the Zionism.
But right, exactly. But that is what Brand is relating to another rich comedian there, and essentially saying is like, don't call me out if I'm gonna do you the favor of standing to take a photo with you.
Ooh la la.
Maybe later we can go back to my hotel room and that'll be a part of my fame contract. But the selfie contract means that you basically shut the hell up if I'm gonna stop and take my time out of the day to have a conversation with you. It's so entitled and weird.
Yeah, we are your betters. If you would like to take a selfie with me, you can say how much you admire me, and that's it. That's about it.
That's basically about
That's
it.
contract law.
That's contract law.
Right. Yeah, I would say that maybe Jerry's selfie contract is a little bit different, right? He's had some other, issues with, I would say, maybe young women himself, perhaps women under the age of 18 that he may or may not have dated or definitely did date. That
I just know that when the reporting came out that he was allegedly calling one of them the child.
Russell Brand.
Yeah, like regardless of what age, regardless if that person was 20 or whatever, I don't fully recall, but that's still sick view of somebody that you're sleeping with.
I was referring to Jerry and his dating history, so that's what I'm saying.
More clear. Yeah, sorry about that.
I was referring to, but it's hard to pick which of these disgraced, well, Jerry less so, but he should be more, comedians who
He just
have
got there earlier.
allegedly dated underage girls. Which one of them are we referring to?
You can also find an interesting phone call from that Russell Brand radio show with what's the guy? Jim. Jim will fix it. The disgraced pedophile. I forget what his name is. His show was Jim will fix it.
I like disgraced pedophile. Like at one point he was an in good standing pedophile.
Kind of, because everyone
He kinda
knew
was.
that he was fucking weird, including Russell Brand, who called him on the radio show when the guy was out for dinner, bragging about young women being with him and setting him up.
Oh boy.
It's Jimmy Savile. So if you search Jimmy Savile, Russell Brand phone call.
Yeah.
Kind of a weird call to listen to, you know, weird thing. That's one of the things that made me unable to continue to repeat my listening of all of these BBC episodes, sort of once I became not in my early 20s.
It is crazy, that clip you played where I think what people like about Russell Brand is he's like totally erratic energy, you know, and then watching him now, it's so like, you can tell he's like really controlling what he's saying. It's hard. His show is so hard to watch. I don't know. It's like not even fun to watch because you could tell he's watching what he says so closely.
You can see the depreciated soul just right.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's going to have to do a lot of his yoga and meditation.
As he becomes completely spiritually bereft, he's turning towards like Christianity in this extremely weird late convert way.
Some might call cynical.
Yes, maybe.
Oh yeah, might not be the most genuine. Yeah,
retrofitting.
Bear Grylls out here with the holy water.
Yeah, trying to assure some of his new audience that he's not a godless commie or something like that.
All we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with 3 things. They'll bite on one, and we'll get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able to recover.
That's Steve Bannon spelling out the strategy. Overwhelm Americans with news so Trump can quietly push his real agenda. This is the shock doctrine in action, and it's happening right now.
You don't want
Trump
to do a
is
second
flooding the
take
news
for your
cycle
ad
with
read
executive
there?
orders, so the media jumps from headline to headline while his real power grabs go unnoticed, and it's working.
This is the shock
Go to
doctrine.
ground.news/majority or scan this QR code to find the only source covering Trump quietly reversing a rule banning lobbyists from giving gifts or joining the government. Trump is using chaos to hide corruption in plain.
I was about to say, damn, Dota 2 is bigger than League on Steam, and then I realized League isn't on Steam.
No, I don't think it is.
Overwatch isn't either, is it?
When it comes to questions about who is the administrator of Doge,
see it.
actually, do you believe that's an important question to have the answer to?
No, the issue is not who is technically the administrator, who has the title. Elon Musk is clearly running the show, the wealthiest person in the world, who has enormous conflicts of interests, who is helping to fund right-wing extremist organizations all over the world, who is looking forward to get massive tax breaks from Congress. He's running the show.
So if he's running the show, but not on paper, as they essentially argue, but you say in practice, he basically is. Your
Overwatch has bad
as
reviews.
a senator on
Are we?
Capitol Hill.
I kind of thought so, but I think you have to explain that to the president.
Do you feel that you have oversight when it comes to what Elon Musk is doing?
Look, what we're seeing right now, Caitlin, is a very dangerous moment. I'm laughing here, but it is not funny. This country is moving very rapidly under Trump into an authoritarian form of society. You know, the founding fathers, way back in the 1770s, these were nobody's fools. And what they, they had fought the King of England, an autocrat, had all the power, and they said, you know what? We don't want that in the new country. We're going to set up 3 separate equal branches of government. Every kid in the 6th grade knows who they are. But Trump does not. And what Trump is doing now is trying every day to usurp the powers of Congress, to challenge the powers of the court. It is a very dangerous moment.
Well, the question, though, when it comes to what this looks like is we haven't seen a ton of resistance from Capitol Hill, and we have seen some efforts in the courts. These Democratic attorneys general stepped in. But today, a federal judge here, Tanya Chutkan, she's well known to our audience from the Trump trials, she declined to block Musk and his team from getting access because she basically said she wasn't getting specific enough examples from these AGs about how Musk could cause irreparable harm to their state. And if they can't prove that in court, what does that say?
Well, I tell you what I happen to believe. At the end of the day, the struggle against Trump, the struggle against oligarchy, which is led by Elon Musk, the struggle against authoritarianism, the fight to make sure that the working class of this country gets a fair shake, that is not going to be won here in Capitol Hill. It's going to be won by millions of people all over this country standing up and saying, you know what, we fought and died for democracy. We're not going to move toward authoritarianism. We fought to create a country that works for all, not just the billionaire class. That's the struggle, and I'm going to be active in trying to rally the American people to do just that.
Well, and you're embarking on this tour to combat this. It's a national tour. You're starting in Nebraska and Iowa. How do you break through to people, though? There are some people, Trump voters, who are even independent voters, who like what Elon Musk is doing and say, yeah, the federal government does spend too much money and it is too bloated.
And the truth is, the federal government is a bureaucracy. We have to acknowledge that. Federal government perfect? Far from it. Do we need to bring about reforms? Absolutely. But let us be clear what these guys really want to do. Do you think that Elon Musk is staying up night just worrying about excessive spending in the CDC? I don't think so. At the end of the day, what these guys want and what Trump wants is to cut programs that working class people need. They're talking, the House Budget Committee released their report, their budget, $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid. Do you know what that means? It's not only that millions of people, kids, are going to be thrown off the health insurance they have, devastating to nursing homes, 40% of the revenue coming into community health centers. 30 million people get their health care, community health centers. That's coming from Medicaid. You cut Medicaid, you're going to dismember an already broken health care system. What are they going to do with that money? They're going to give it to tax breaks for the richest people in America. Over $1 trillion goes in tax breaks to the top 1%. That is what these guys want. They want more wealth. They want more power. American people are going to have to stop them.
Well, and what you're referencing, this is like the blueprint, essentially, that we got from House Republicans. It's not clear what realistically they're going to be able to pass here, but they're looking to have 4.5 trillion in tax cuts.
Right.
And basically, this plan instructed the Energy and Commerce Committee, which oversees Medicaid, to find those $880 billion in cuts. Realistically, what should voters be worried about if you hear from some moderate Republicans who say, we're not going to touch Medicaid, that's not going to be on the table?
Well, no one is saying that. I mean, right now, what we are trying to do in a House which is almost evenly divided, if 2 Republicans, 2 out of 435 members, say, you know what, we're not going to vote to give tax breaks to billionaires and cut programs that children and the elderly and the hungry desperately need. 2 Republicans, their proposal is dead. And we're going to work hard to make sure not only do we get 2, they'll get a hell of a lot more than 2.
Well, on the Elon Musk front, when it comes to Social Security payments and what is actually wrong with government and what's exaggerated, we're hearing this line from the White House that tens of millions of people are getting Social Security fraudulently. Either they're dead or...
Yeah, I don't believe that for a second.
We've gotten no evidence of it, but I looked into this, and what we do know is that there's a lot of people that still remain in the database, but as far as people who are actually getting payments, it was 44,000 who got payments according to an audit that was done in 2023.
Out of how many millions?
There's tens of millions. So when they say tens of millions, that would be
this is what we are dealing with.
Security.
We're not only dealing with oligarchy, the incredible power of the very, very rich. We're not only dealing with a move toward authoritarianism. We're dealing with what is new to America. You know, politicians have always lied, nothing new about that. But the level that we're seeing right now, the big lie, over and over again, and it goes out, there's a big lie, and then it goes out on Musk's Twitter to, several hundred million people, repeated over and over again. Now the word is out there, oh, people on Social Security, 150 years of age. Can you believe it? The whole thing is corrupt. It's broken.
Just say
Well,
information
where does that
warfare.
lead you, Caitlin? What's the next step? If government can't do anything, if Social Security doesn't work, if Medicare doesn't work, if Medicaid doesn't work, we're going to get rid of all of those programs, and we're going to give it over to the billionaire class to run it.
That's what you think they're ultimately trying to do.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
get rid of
not only do they,
Social Security.
they want massive cuts to programs for the working class in this country in order to give tax breaks to the very rich, and then they want to move to the privatization of every important government agency. Just the other day, and this really upset me, because I used to be chairman of the Veterans Committee, and I feel very strongly about making sure that those men and women who put their lives on the
I
line
almost to
defend
tripped over
this
my
country
laptop
get a
cord.
fair
I
shake.
took that out too.
Right away, 1,000
mind is so
employees
occupied.
at the VA laid off at a time when the VA healthcare system certainly needs more help than they have right now. So at the end of the day, yeah, they're going to want to privatize Veterans Administration, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid,
If
and the
President
post office,
Trump,
by the way.
if President Trump were seated next to you, he might say, "Well, I pledged on the campaign trail that I'm not going to touch Social Security."
Yeah.
What would you say to voters who bring
I
that
think the president has many attributes, but credibility and honesty are not one of them. So I would have my doubts. I'm not saying they're going to go after Social Security tomorrow. They're not. But this is the groundwork. I mean, this is what you do. You destroy the credibility of programs that are complicated, programs that have tens of millions of people. This is the welfare queen again. Look at this person. They got this, they got that. Kill the whole program.
Well, the interesting part about that is actually before Trump took office, the Treasury Department
you're
clawed
not
back and recovered $31 million in payments from Social Security that shouldn't have gone out that went out. That was something that they were doing over a 5-month period to deceased individuals. But the point is, I think, that what the Doge team says they're doing was already happening. They were going back and getting the money that was being.
And all that I would ask the American people to understand is that when you have programs dealing with tens of millions of people, is anyone going to say, hey, there is no fraud, everything is running efficiently? Of course not. There are going to be problems. Every bloody program out there, there are going to be problems. But you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
So what's the solution?
The
if
solution
someone's at
is-
home and they are concerned about
The
flaw,
solution
fraud,
is-
and bloat.
The solution is that, of course, we try to get rid of fraud and waste and abuse. And maybe they want to take some of their attention onto the corporate world, the kind of price fixing that goes on there as well. But we want to get rid of fraud and waste, but at the same time, we want to make sure that programs that people desperately need, like Social Security, remain strong. And you know what? You go out and ask the American people whether they want to cut Social Security. They don't want to cut it. They want to expand it. They want to expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. They want to expand Medicaid. In fact, as you well know, we're the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. Health care should be a right. Most Americans agree with that.
You're an independent, but you caucus with the Democrats.
Right.
We have heard from a lot of Democrats privately, some publicly, who say they don't essentially know how to respond to Trump on Capitol Hill.
What would you like?
Oh, I wanted to talk about what I coined American concrete.
Okay.
This person who was tortured over a period of 5 days before they were killed.
Okay.
I sent it to you a while back in Instagram. I don't know if you read the story yet.
I don't believe so. That would be... I may have. It sounds vaguely familiar.
I just said American concrete was all I said when I sent it to you. So hang on.
I do remember that. I was like, what?
Yeah. You don't know what I mean by that?
Mm-mm.
The concrete murder?
No idea.
Look it up.
Yes, I do know about this.
one of
Oh,
the
we don't
most
need to
common
watch this. We
suggestions
don't need
make
to
a
learn
video
about this.
Why not? It's 24 minutes.
It's too dark. It's too dark for fucking general audiences and shit.
Well, time to face reality.
No, don't put that on.
Yeah, so you're saying it's an American version of this?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm trying to. I thought there was a ground news caption that I sent, but I don't see it. But
America already decided. Fuck.
To drop corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
Manufacturing jobs.
Margaret Brennan. Margaret, it's not possible. Up in Ukrainian President Zelensky. More on that. Wildcat offense. Sometimes we get sports in here, folks. Kevin Sheridan, Chuck Rocha, thanks very much. Feud escalates, as we just mentioned, between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky. More on that. You're watching America Decides. Welcome back. It's the dead of winter, and relations between President Trump and President Zelensky in Ukraine only getting frostier. President Trump called the Ukrainian president a dictator on social media. This after Zelensky said Trump lives in a, quote, disinformation space. Help us try to...
Only one of those people were correct.
Put this in context, which is not going to be easy. I want to turn to our CBS News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent.
Also, under war, you kind of, by nature, have to become a dictator. It's not really... There's no real
but
room
also,
for...
Ukraine's constitution literally says they can't hold elections in war times.
Seriously? Interesting.
Yes.
They
put it in the
that.
constitution for a reason, because they fully expected Russia to do something like this.
Okay.
It was Democracy Now!
Face
Who
the Nation
posted it.
Oh, of course it was.
Moderator Margaret Brennan. Margaret, it's not possible to describe all the contours of this, but what do you think are the most important aspects of this rhetorical clash that has suddenly burst to the surface between the President of the United States and the President of Ukraine?
Well, Major, this is significant because
Did you
President
see
Trump...
Lavrov meeting with Rubio? Pretty cool. Yeah, the guy that
fine.
just, you know...
I think that part of the Trump admin is fine.
Oh, I'm talking about Lavrov. I would have...
No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Fuck that guy.
The issue is Trump. So here's the thing. They had to open up these talks anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So
demand they change the foreign minister.
Will you just let me fucking talk, bro? So you have to open up dialogue anyway. Okay, and they call it shuttle diplomacy. They do it with Hamas and Israel and stuff. Like, they won't negotiate directly with the U.S., right? So what they did in this meeting was to basically set up future talks and the ability to conduct those talks. Nothing was agreed upon. Each side made their demands known to the other side. But the war is going to end regardless.
Yeah.
Like, if it was a different admin, I would probably expect some type of shuttle diplomacy as well. And I think just the issue is the broader issue, because if it was just the shuttle diplomacy happening, then it wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's in Trump's admin.
Yes. Which means he's
like
gonna fuck it
Rubio
up.
could handle the shuttle diplomacy if he was being allowed to actually function the way even Blinken would.
Yeah, true. I don't think that America should
Also,
be dealing with Lavrov.
Saudi Arabia has held these talks multiple times.
Yes.
With Russia. This one the U.S. just showed up to, right?
Yeah.
So that side of things, I don't really care that much about.
Fair.
It's everything else.
Fair enough. Like, my issue with it is that Sergei Lavrov has been like basically Russia's
He's complicit in war crimes.
Exactly.
But we do shuttle diplomacy with Hamas and Israel as well. It's just like it's a process that needed to start anyway.
No, I agree, but I think that the issue still needs to be raised. As this guy has been
not a good look.
Like this guy is the one who started the butcher narrative. That was this guy. Fuck this guy. Like, I think that they should demand that they change their foreign minister as a part of the negotiations. Fuck that guy. Honestly, I don't think that's an unreasonable request. This guy has apologized and run ops, disguising war crimes. You cannot negotiate with somebody like that. That's a bad look for America.
Representative of the United States, the most significant military and financial backer of Ukraine in this war, just cut President Zelensky off at the knees, saying he should hold elections and be replaced, claiming he's unpopular, calling him a dictator. And in these statements, President Trump has also echoed Vladimir Putin's rationale for the war, both in this tweet you're seeing here.
Wow. You mean what Zelensky said was true? Curious.
And in remarks he made in the Oval Office yesterday. So he, on the brink of trying to reopen diplomatic channels between the U.S. and Russia. Remember, he
meanwhile, we are successfully negotiating to end the war with Russia. No, it's Russia's invasion. You fuckwit.
He keeps saying Ukraine is responsible for it too.
Of course he does. Of course he does.
To reopen diplomatic channels between the U.S. and Russia. Remember, he sent his top national security advisors to meet with them in Saudi Arabia recently. He is bringing Vladimir Putin out of isolation while he is kneecapping the president of Ukraine, the country that the United States is actually backing in this conflict. So it definitely changes the balance of power here. And we'll have to see what happens next. But we've already seen some pretty sharp statements, even from Republican lawmakers, some Russia hawks who aren't comfortable with this.
How about Ukrainians?
Well, we'll have to see. You know, Volodymyr Zelensky went and made some pretty harsh statements this morning, pushing back on this claim that he has a low approval rating, saying no, he has a higher rating. But the bottom line is it's pretty hard
like towards
to pull
the end
in the
of this
of a war
video,
zone.
she
The
covers it a little.
justification for him having suspended elections back in April, which is when they were scheduled for, is because about 20% of his country is under Russian military occupation. Today, after President Trump issued that public criticism, you had the leader of the United Kingdom, Prime Minister Starmer, come out and say, look, even Britain suspended elections during World War II.
Yeah.
Volodymyr Zelensky is the elected leader of Ukraine,
But
and that
it's
was
also-
a very direct
this is
response
not-
to the claim.
It doesn't
by
matter.
President
Their
Trump.
constitution says
Margaret,
so.
I understand you.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, if he fucking went in and like held elections and like and when the Constitution says they can't. Like, it's not even about even, like, the ability to count ballots in occupied territory.
Yeah. It would be unconstitutional, and therefore he would be probably removed.
Mm-hmm.
Which is probably the idea, right? That's probably what they want.
And so that's why Trump sees him as being wrong in the matter, because Trump doesn't give a fuck about Constitution.
No, exactly. I mean, we saw that in the first, 3 days. Or whatever.
Still happen every day.
First day?
On
Violating
something
constitutional
from your
shit.
Sunday interview on Face the Nation with Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
You know, thank you, Major, for giving me the opportunity, because I do want to say something about the fallout from that interview I had last Sunday with Secretary Rubio. I want to be clear. Free speech was not the cause of the genocide in Germany. It was carried out by a fascist Nazi regime led by the anti-Semitic dictator Adolf Hitler. Hitler came to power through the ballot box, but then he banned free speech. He campaigned using hateful rhetoric that he was free to peddle for years. And this hate underpinned his campaign to murder 6 million Jews and others during the Holocaust. In today's democratic Germany, they've got a constitution, and they have laws meant to prevent any group
which of these Nazis to support. They're both pretty good options.
Using hate speech from ever coming to power again. So given all this history, last Sunday, I asked the secretary why Vice President J.D. Vance met with the head of the far-right AfD party in Germany.
You know how when they put on the belt with the bombs on them, and just before they get ready to go off, they say, Allahu Akbar?
Why he used that speech at the Munich Security Conference to accuse European leaders, like the German government, of censorship. AfD party leaders have been cited for making anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim, anti-migrant, and anti-democratic statements, and one of them even recently twice used Nazi slogans at a rally. So currently, the AfD is second in the polls for this Sunday's parliamentary elections in Germany, and notably, no other German party is willing to be part of a governing.
I mean, yeah, why would it? It was written in 1775. Like, we have to think of it in context. It's also been expanded on. I guess it was just women's right to vote, wasn't it? It was just women's suffrage. There are actually... Here's a counterpoint to your entire argument.
Look, Biden left office saying that, like, the Civil Rights Act was signed into law. No, it wasn't. He literally just lied.
That's very funny. The Constitution is a restriction on government, not a document granting rights. It's protecting inherent rights that exist. So, the fact that it doesn't explicitly mention women is like this weird obsession that people have with needing to be mentioned explicitly. It doesn't. The reference to man is reference to humanity, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, they could amend it to make it more woke and gender neutral.
Sure, they could. Do you need to? Not really. Like, everybody understands...
In a legal context, no, you don't.
No, like, everybody understands what it says.
But all it does is underpin the laws that are built up on it. The Constitution is just an underlying document for things on top of it. Like, and like laws go down all the way to the local level on top of constitutional things. But then also, as you've seen with the current Supreme Court, they can also just take all the laws on top of that and just throw them out.
Yes.
By saying it's not constitutional, like New York's gun laws.
Yeah. Which good decision.
Yeah, that one was okay. Also, we gotta give Trump props for expanding IVF.
Oh, did he actually?
He just signed an executive order to expand it.
I did see that. I was going to put that on because I wasn't sure what that was. So I guess that's good. I don't know what Title 8 is. Why not rewrite the whole thing? Because that would require restructuring the entire U.S. government.
It's extremely hard to amend the American Constitution, and you should be glad, considering what's happening now.
Yes, exactly.
It's easy to pass laws, but hard to make constitutional amendments.
Yeah. And laws are easy to challenge because of the Constitution. Like, it's literally a restriction on the government making laws that breach your rights. That's the whole point of the whole system is a system of recourse. The bones of the U.S. are near flawless, I would say. As it was
it's got
stolen
really
from the from the Native Americans. So
it's got really good civics.
Yeah.
But, you know, boy, is it going to be put to the test.
Yeah. Yeah. Abortion isn't in it because it doesn't need to be. It's something that should be societally agreed upon. And the fact that a Christian minority is taking over the state to make that societal acceptance illegal is an issue, which should be constitutionally protected. However, that doesn't stop at abortion. So, you know, the argument can be made, but the argument against it can also be made. Like, fundamentally, the document is a restriction on the state itself. What, Title 8? Okay, that's Victorian. U.S. Immigration law? Okay. Title 8 of the U.S. Code. It codifies statutes relating to aliens and nationality. Like, okay. Yeah, I don't know. The reference, I don't know what you're talking about, so I don't know what to look up.
Coalition with the AFD because of their views. So it was newsworthy last week when the vice president...
Again, Roe v. Wade shouldn't be a constitutional article. It should have been codified into law, not just left as a precedent, because precedents can be overturned.
President of the United States met in person with the AFD's leader shortly after delivering his lecture on censorship. And that, Major, is the context in which I asked my question.
Margaret Brennan, thank you very, very much. When it turned out a notice report.
Zapata's just hanging out by his water bottle. Drink it. Drink water. You can do it, pal.
Okay, like restricting sale of property based on race. I don't understand what your issue is. Also, you said that he just made it up. All laws are just made up. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. There's no video playing because I'm trying to figure out what this person is talking about because none of this is coming up with anything. You're gonna have to send a link. Wait, is there actually no sound?
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
Aren't you supposed to be monitoring?
I'm busy watching my chinchilla that's dying.
Arrested 5 people in connection with the murder of a transgender man named Sam Nordquist, who'd recently been reported missing. Police said Sam was, quote, subjected to repeated acts of violence and torture prior to his death.
Better?
The group, the New Pride Agenda, condemned his killing, saying it was a, quote, tragic consequence of the rising culture of hate in our society, unquote. Here in New York, hundreds of protesters gathered at the historic Stonewall National Monument Friday after the National Park Service removed the letters T and Q from the LGBTQ+ on the monument's website.
Did you hear that there's only 3 full-time employees of the National Park Service now?
Did you know there's only 6 employees overseeing all of the aid to Africa now?
Fuck yeah, that's awesome.
The entire continent.
Wow. I can't wait for that shit to blow the fuck up.
He didn't drink.
The move drew condemnation nationwide as an attempt to erase trans and queer people from history. The Stonewall Rebellion was led in 1969, in part by Sylvia Rivera and Marsha P. Johnson, both transgender activists of color. This is Angelica Christina, trans activist, actor, model, and board member of the
I didn't know Stonewall was started by trans people.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
It's
right? Only a modern phenomenon.
Right?
It's only modern, not literally the entire civil rights. You mean to tell me that black trans people started the gay civil rights movement? Incredible. Maybe these conservatives should learn a bit of history. Maybe they'll be less retarded.
Stonewall Inn Gives Back initiative speaking on Friday.
To my community, to the trans, non-binary, and intersex folks out there, to our youth, I see you. I love you. You are loved.
That's right. We love you.
You have a community of people here that love you and see you for exactly who you are.
Yep.
That acknowledge your existence. You are not alone.
In related news, the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the federal agency charged with enforcing workplace anti-discrimination laws, has moved to
Man, she really didn't cover it that much, did she?
I mean, there's not really much to cover. The case needs to be developed.
Oh, that's not it.
Democracy depends.
What was their name? Nordquist.
What'd you put?
The wrong name.
Hi, BC.
Hey, this is only a day ago.
Revealing new details in the murder of Sam Nordquist, a 24-year-old transgender man from Minnesota, allegedly tortured by these 5 people in upstate New York.
The facts and the circumstances of this crime are beyond depraved. No human being should have to endure what Sam endured.
Investigators say Nordquist was subjected to repeated physical and psychological abuse for weeks inside a motel room in Hopewell that led to his death.
This is one of the most horrific crimes I have ever investigated.
His family said Nordquist traveled from Minnesota to New York in September of 2024, hoping to connect with an online girlfriend, Precious Arzuaga. His family feared for his safety and lost touch with him early this year.
I had a bad feeling off the start that it wasn't going to end well if he came out here, and he wouldn't listen to me because he thought that he was in love with this woman.
On Thursday, Nordquist's remains were found in a field in neighboring Yates County.
Torture. How can somebody be so evil?
Authorities have charged Precious Arzuaga, Jennifer A. Quijano, Kyle Sage, Patrick Goodwin, and Emily Motika with second-degree.
Hold on, so it was literally the person that they were talking to that did it. That's fucking repugnant.
Murder with depraved indifference. NBC News could not immediately reach their attorneys for comment. According to police records, Goodwin was previously convicted for sexual abuse of a minor, and Sage for grand larceny and distribution of pornography to a minor.
They can rot in hell.
I'm gonna rot in hell and die.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul calling the case sickening in a statement, adding there...
Wow, you mean the people who killed the trans person were sex offenders?
Crazy. I wonder if they were projecting or coping with something. I wonder if prison will treat them well once they find out that they're pedophiles.
Must be justice for Sam Nordquist. Community members in upstate New York gathering for a vigil to show support for Sam.
Rest in power, Sam Nordquist. We seek justice and face this enormous grief together.
As of tonight, the district attorney and state police say there's no evidence of a hate crime. Writing in a statement on Sunday, Sam and his assailants were known to each other, identified as LGBTQ+, and at least one of the defendants lived with Sam in the time period leading up to the instant offense.
Just because you're a part of the LGBTQ doesn't mean that you're supporting that T and that Q and you're protecting that T and that Q.
Britton Hargers is a community organizer. He too is trans and from a town not far from where Sam was found. What does this case represent to you?
I think it just reminds me and honestly puts in the forefront the times that we are living in, the hateful rhetoric, and how this is not a trans issue. This is a human rights issue.
Christine, all 5 suspects were denied bail after making an initial court appearance. If they are found guilty, they could face up to 15 years to life in prison, Christine.
I don't think we should focus too much.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about
it's important that they were trans, but this wasn't like the one girl who was murdered.
No.
You know, the teenager who was lured out and murdered?
Yes. This is something different. This is calculated. They fucking planned that shit for sure. There's no way.
Just like what is her name? Sylvia Pratt? No, what's the
Sylvia Plath?
The girl who was like tortured and murdered.
Where? There's a lot of them.
It's the girl next door. The book is based on the murder.
No idea.
Sylvia Likens, something like that. I love that there's like a horny comedy of the
now
same
to a
name.
case that has been getting national
Seriously?
attention. Today we are learning more about some of the
And
suspects
especially
charged with
since
allegedly
it's weird that you would have, considering Girl Next Door is written in 1989. Then why would you make the Sylvia Likens? What's her name? You know about that murder?
No. I don't believe so. Not big into knowing about murders.
Well, this one is profound.
Okay.
But basically, this woman was supposed to be the caregiver of her.
Okay.
And they tortured her to death.
Oh. Like a disabled woman?
No.
Oh.
No, the mother was like, it's something that wouldn't happen today because we don't do this type of shit with our kids. But she had like the neighborhood boys like rape the girl and stuff.
Oh, that's cool. That's great of her. What a great person.
Yeah. I think she died in prison, but was on death row.
Caregiver is in like hired caregiver to look after the child.
Yes, she was being paid to look after the girls.
Wow.
And the mother had no idea this was happening to her daughter. They were like circus people or something.
Oh. Fucking carnies.
No, the parents.
Oh.
For some reason, they couldn't afford to take care of Sylvia and her sister. Or something like that. So Gertrude said she would take care of them, but she needed money for every month. And instead, she just tortured the girl to death.
Subdural hematoma, shock, and malnutrition is why she died. Neglected, belittled, sexually humiliated, beaten, starved, lacerated, burned, and dehydrated by her tormentors. 150 wounds across her body, including several burns. How did the parents not notice?
The parents were gone.
Oh, they literally were not there.
Yeah, they weren't seeing her anymore. Like they were, I don't remember exactly why. But it was something like they were carnival workers or something.
Including several burns, scald marks, and eroded skin. Through intimidation, her younger sister was occasionally forced to participate in her mistreatment. How did the sister not tell anybody? The official cause of death...
weren't let out of the house.
Oldest
they were
daughter,
basically
Paula.
imprisoned.
So the lady, her oldest daughter, her son, and 2 neighborhood boys were all tried and convicted in May '66 of neglecting, torturing, and murdering Likens. All the defendants' trials, Deputy Prosecutor Leroy New described the case as the most diabolical case to ever come before a court or jury. And Gertrude's defense attorney described Likens as being subjected to acts of degradation that you wouldn't commit on a dog before her death. The defense attorney said that. Man. Why even represent that cunt? Let her represent herself. Fuck that.
They
bitch.
didn't get death row, though.
Interesting. Hold on. Convictions. The trial of the 5 defendants lasted 17 days. Jury retired to consider its verdict. Deliberating for 8 hours, a panel of 8 men, 4 women found her guilty of first-degree murder.
She got released from prison.
Life imprisonment. Paula, the daughter, was found guilty of second degree. The 3 boys were found guilty of manslaughter. Upon hearing Judge Rab... No rape charges? No
Hell of a
sex
time.
offender registry?
Hell of a time.
What the fuck?
No death penalty?
Crazy. You know, they care about kids, right? How old was this girl?
Oh, she was like 15.
Yeah, that's what I suspected. 16 when she died. There you go. So they did it not only to a woman, a girl, but a child. And not a rape charge, not a sexual, not a predator list, not a fucking thing. Just manslaughter.
But, if you look at Aftermath, Gertrude was actually released.
85. Only released, what, 18 years after? Never accepted full responsibility for her prolonged torment and death, insisting she was unable to precisely recall any of her actions in the months of Likens' prolonged and increased abuse with torment within her home. Bullshit, bitch. Blamed her actions upon medication. Yeah, just like fucking,
Roseanne.
Roseanne, yeah? Bit of Ambien, huh? You fucking filthy cunt. Regarding Gertrude's death and issues raised pertaining her sanity at both of her trials, John Dean, former reporter who had provided extensive coverage of the case, stated in 2015, I never thought she was insane. I thought she was a downtrodden, mean woman. That's funny. She looks like an asshole too.
There's crime scene photos of the body too.
Really?
Yeah, here's one.
Wow. Wow. Like, she just looks like an awful fucking person. You know in Gremlins, you know the woman who tries to take his dog? That's what this fucking woman looks like. Somebody who would kill somebody's dog because it, I don't know, pissed in her garden or something. That kind of awful fucking person. Dean is also likened the case to William Golding's debut novel, Lord of the Flies, although he has stated Likens' increasing physical and emotional abuse was not the result of children going wild. It was children doing what they were told. of Brzezinski's actual... Brzezinski, I don't know, this cunt's actual motive for tormenting and actually murdering Lycan's, attorney Forrest Bowman opened in 2014. She had a miserable life. What I think this was ultimately about was jealousy. Interesting. I saw somebody talking about a statistic that women are more likely to hurt children and the elderly. Is that right? Have you heard of that? Have you heard that? No? Is my mic working?
I'm shaking my head no. No, I haven't heard.
Okay. It sounded like a bullshit statistic. I was just kind of curious.
Here's this website. If you click this website here, at the bottom, there's like a thing where it's like 35 pictures. And it has captions. It shows you like the house, the crime scene.
Yeah.
Because they were kept on a mattress upstairs, but then towards the end, she was on a mattress in the basement.
Okay. The three boys, less than 2 years in juvie before being released. One of them died of lung cancer at 21, so fuck that guy. I hope it was painful.
But, you know, it's like Concrete, where the killers ended up walking later, and it's like the most grisly torture murder.
Yeah.
And somehow these people walk.
Repulsive. It's disgusting. I wouldn't let that woman around children the first moment I saw her. Jesus. Crazy.
Them's were the times.
Oh, so the younger daughter of this woman witnessed it but didn't participate, and she got sent off to foster children. Hmm. 60s, huh? What a time to be a woman.
Murdering a transgender man from Minnesota in New York. Joe McCoy has the details.
Morgan, we want to warn viewers that this case is disturbing. Today we learned that at least 2 of the suspects have a criminal history that includes sexual assault of minors and distribution.
All right, let me guess which ones are the pedos. The 2 at the front.
Yes. They already showed him.
Or I didn't
saying that they.
I didn't see it, so that's funny.
Of child pornography. This adding yet another layer to an already
I didn't see
twisted
which ones it was.
And horrifying case.
We uncover new details tonight on the alleged killers of Sam Nordquist from Oakdale, Minnesota. According to the New York State Sex Offender Registry, Patrick Goodwin, one of the 5 suspects charged with second-degree murder in Sam's death, was sentenced to 10.5 years in prison in 2015 for first-degree sexual abuse against a 7-year-old boy and a 9-year-old girl.
Wow.
So, same with Abu Grape, right? Normally, these types of cases, there's like a clear like influencer who starts it, and then everyone kind of like joins in.
Yeah.
And there's a lot to be like looked at as far as like crowd dynamics go. But like Concrete, they were all Yakuza, you know?
Yes.
Like Sylvia, it was like clearly the mother orchestrating it. So that one's a little different, where you could say like maybe you could like obviously she's the most responsible.
Yes.
But like so like she shouldn't have got off, but like maybe some of the kids who participated in the torture and stuff like
Depending on how
could be
culpable they were.
rehabilitated.
Yeah.
And then like in Abu Ghraib, like one of the girls is like remorseful about it, but the other people don't care, and they say they were doing their duty and shit.
Yeah, I was just doing my job. I was following.
Yeah,
those.
so like these types of cases where you have these like group of people doing this like sadistic torture that sometimes leads in like death type stuff, I find these really disturbing because, like, obviously with like serial killers like John Wayne Gacy, like he was doing horrific shit, but because it wasn't a group dynamic, it's like it doesn't disturb me as much.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean. It is a bit... there's an added aspect to it because there's a whole group of people participating in it, and not one person was like, hey, this is kind of fucked up. Like that.
Well, a lot of times there is one person who does. It's like me trying to tell my brother not to kill the baby bird.
Yeah.
You
Basically,
know?
yeah.
Like,
it's a good analogy.
I was still there participating in it.
He was released from prison in 2023.
These people that did this to Sam are pure evil. They're not even human.
Sam's mom, Linda, still can't wrap her head around how these people could allegedly do such a heinous crime to her son.
We were really close. We used to get in the vehicle, go driving around and dream and look at these rich houses. That was our thing.
According to the Sex Offender Registry, Goodwin lived at Patty's Lodge Motel in Hopewell, New York. This is where, according to court documents, Sam was tortured and killed sometime between January 1st and February 2nd.
I don't understand, and I never will, ever. I don't get it. And I'm so heartbroken. I'm numb.
Another suspect, Kyle Sage, was sentenced to 2 to 4 years in prison in 2022 for fourth-degree grand larceny and first-degree distribution of pornography to a minor, according to the New York State Department of
Okay. No. I have not. But that sounds funny.
Corrections. He was released from prison in May of last year. Investigators have not commented yet on the relationship Sam had with the 5 suspects. According to Sam's mom, Sam had traveled to New York in September to meet his online girlfriend, Precious Arzuaga, who is one of the 5 suspects. He had a plane ticket to come back to Minnesota in October, but never returned home.
Judging by the names as well, it looks like Sam probably has a native father.
Okay.
And Precious also, I think, is native. That last name kind of.
Arzuaga.
Yeah, and also this is New York, so there's a lot of
upstate too.
Well, it's not far from here, actually.
Okay.
Hopewell. It's in the Finger Lakes region.
Yeah.
Which is not far.
Interesting. So what relation would that have to this, do you think?
Not necessarily much, but I think because they both had, like, that native heritage, it might have been a reason that drew them together. But also there's a serious issue with like poverty and drugs in the native community. You know, it's a side effect of the genocide and erasure.
Yes, it's the same here. A lot of alcohol abuse in the Aboriginal communities, especially up north. And it's not really their fault. It's the way it's been dealt with. It's the way it's been set out. It's the way that the Aboriginal communities are relegated now.
I wish I could keep up and follow chat, but I don't get to see all of them. Only some.
All 5 of the suspects are in the Ontario County Jail in New York. We reached out to both the county's attorney and New York State Police about the charges and when the suspects will be in court next, but have not heard back yet.
Gross. All right, let's see what we got.
Oh, if you go to watch later, the watch later playlist, it's right there. Just watch later.
Hey.
It's
We are learning new details in the bizarre story of a cult allegedly linked to the killing of a U.S. Border Patrol agent, David Mayland. On Sunday, Maryland State Police arrested 3 alleged members of the group known as Zizians. Among them, the alleged leader, who was ordered held without bond by a Maryland court yesterday. They joined 2 already in custody. And the Zizians, just so you know, have been tied to 6 killings across 3 states. So one of those was the U.S. Border Patrol agent, Mayland. He died on Inauguration Day, January 20th, near the Canadian border in Vermont. And 2 others who were killed were alleged members of the cult. National correspondent Griff Jenkins has more. And so, Griff, this will be the first time many of us will hear of Zizians, but apparently the feds have been watching them for a while.
They have, and good morning, Harris. This has all the makings of a Netflix cult docudrama. These Zizians appear to be a group of mostly transgender computer scientists who met online, united in anarchist beliefs, including radical veganism, and turned violent. The 3 members of the cult you mentioned arrested on charges of trespassing and gun possession. The 3 members of the anarchist beliefs, including radical veganism, and turned violent. The 3 members of the cult you mentioned arrested on charges of trespassing and gun possession in a very remote area of Maryland. It included the alleged leader you see here, 34-year-old Jack Lasota on the left side of your screen. He goes by the name Ziz. There are 2 other members as well. Allegheny County Sheriff says he has no
alleged
idea why they were there.
transgender vegan cult members.
They gave different.
Zizbra.
They're transgender vegan cult members.
Yep. Fucking Zizbra.
Anyway, just go to the watch later list there. If you go to the YouTube home.
I'll keep this playing in the background.
Names, which is a telltale sign they're trying to hide something. So that's why I believe the officers checked a little further, started running some more checks. The only thing that I'm curious about is why they chose this particular area to try to camp out at. And we're still developing that.
The Zizians are tied, as you mentioned, to at least 6 murders spanning the country in 3 states, from California to Pennsylvania and Vermont, including the deaths of a
This
landlord
is so
in California
crazy.
in 2020.
I had the map open looking at Hopewell, and I just randomly clicked. It's not near Hopewell, but I randomly clicked. Okay. And this is what came up. Like, I was like, wow. For some reason, this feels familiar, you know. And then I was looking around. I spent time on it only because it looked familiar. Oh, it's not sharing my fucking screen.
What the fuck? We have 6
Can
people
you share my
watching on
screen,
YouTube.
please?
What the fuck?
I got
Guys,
it. Is
come
it
to
this one?
Twitch.
There we go.
Come to
So
Twitch.
look, I was like, this feels familiar only because this is so New York.
Yeah.
Right. And so I was looking at it, and I'm like, wow, it literally feels like any road I could take. And as I was looking at the photo, I kept rotating, and I saw this.
Llamas.
Oh, that's a fucking alpaca!
They're fucking llamas.
Fuck you, it's a fucking alpaca.
It's an ostrich.
You know that video?
Yeah, the Australian guy?
video?
Yep. It's funny. It's actually they're actually ostriches.
There is an ostrich farm here somewhere.
Apparently ostrich burgers are pretty good. From what I've heard.
Hi, Zapata. Are you dying?
This one.
Not a monolith. As we've covered on this channel extensively, the South Asian diaspora is the most culturally and ethnically diverse in the world. From Indians to the Nepalese, to Sri Lankans, to Punjabis, to Tamils, to Pakistanis, to even Indian Trump supporters. Hey, we're here to help bring our community together.
What about the Indian Israeli supporters? They're wild.
Instead of further apart.
Them IDF cuties got them hard.
No matter how far apart we actually
Rumble
are.
title.
Everyone has family members that they dislike. But we still gotta love them anyways.
To what?
Transgender vegan cult? I don't know. Something to bait him in.
Well, I mean, since I changed that last time, well, we're not talking about games anymore. Content. That one. I want to do live streaming. Live streams. Edit. Indians love Trump. Going to make Pakistan great. Grape again. Okay, changed.
But just because we love that...
I think you
It's a
should
funny
attack
fucking title, too.
attack Trump supporters directly. You know? Like, something that will really trigger
make
them.
it
Trump
racist.
supporters,
I
blank.
can make it racist. Yeah, Trump supporters and Indian, same IQ.
Who just called him all racist? Tom Hanks says Trump supporters are racist. Put that. You can leave that for the rest of the thing, and I guarantee you that's going to get clicks. On Rumble. I know how to plug into their brain rot.
The Indians love Trump. Going to make Pakistan grape again is very funny.
Yeah, but I don't care about funny.
Make that the YouTube title then.
Send it to me in the chat.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, speaking about chat though.
What do you want me to make? Trump supporters.
Tom Hanks says Trump supporters racist.
Tom Hanks says Trump supporters are racist.
Yeah.
Fact.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes. I don't think the comments will come through on our chat.
Them doesn't mean we can't talk shit. And who loves
there's one way
gossip
to
more
test.
than Indian aunties? So let's do like the
Okay, hang
aunties
on, before
and
you hit
talk some
play it.
shit. Today we're talking about
So chat, we're gonna end stream with like a super secret stream that we're not gonna risk our main channel with. Okay, so it's like only for like the special viewers who care. So this is gonna be the link that we're streaming at here at the end. So go follow Bong Sluts. So when we switch over to the Bong Slut stream, you'll be able to watch. It shows up, see?
They do work.
Yeah. That's the thing is it's just clicks, which is great. The amount of if it's gotten that many clicks, that's great.
Yeah.
It's retention that's the issue. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
well,
if
I
they
also
show you
wanna get
retention
people-
metrics on there either.
Not sure. I'll have to dive into the analytics and see what it does. But I will also start uploading the podcast more. Or the show, sorry, not a podcast. Fuck your podcast. So I'll start uploading more of the show because I haven't done that for months. So I will upload probably to 25, maybe 30. And we'll see what happens, but it takes a while to download and upload, so...
our own community and some of the faults that lie within.
Hey, he's got a
like
rogue
when I
reporter
lied within the
microphone.
last 5 seconds and said that Indian Trump supporters are a part of the Indian diaspora. They are in the diaspora, of course, but because they're Indian, not because they're Trump supporters. So good news. Actually, we get to rag on them all we want because it'll have nothing to do with their given identity, but rather their chosen identity. But don't worry if you are an Indian Trump supporter, because I could never be as vicious and as merciless as the Indian aunties themselves. In fact, I can hear them talking about me right now. There has been an uptick in support for Trump among Indian Americans from 22% saying they would vote for Trump in 2020 to 31% in 2024. All the while, Harris votes saw a drop from 68% to 60%. Today I want to dive into these numbers because while it seems like the Democratic Party still holds a relatively significant lead with the Desi demographic, Indian Americans have become the most reliable.
My friend just sent me a message because we've been watching Tokyo Ghoul, and I've been enjoying it. And after watching Attack on Titan, he's like, "Nah, fuck the aliens, and kill them all." And now he's just sent me Tokyo Ghoul actually makes me angry. Fuck these creatures. They should be put down. Ghoul propaganda.
Demographic for Trump behind white and Hispanic voters. Now, this video is mainly going to cover Indian Americans rather than Indian support for Trump in India. One, because that's enough content for another video entirely, and also because I don't feel quite comfortable enough with Indian politics yet, and like I said, we have a big community, so if I say the wrong thing, I have the world's largest diaspora to answer to, and
show you.
That's a lot of aunties.
I'll find it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. I'm Saji Sharma, and I'm scared. Because we're going to be diving into and discussing cracks within our community and tracing them all the way back to their origins. Saji, that sounds like really important work. Why would you be scared? It is really important work. Thank you for saying that. And I don't doubt that I'm the right man for the job, but I'm scared because usually on this channel, we'll look at some evil white man ignorantly slandering the entirety of Indian people, to which we can all come together in unity and laugh at the audacity of these white men. But today, I'm going to be criticizing people within our own community. And as we know, that isn't as one-sided. Yes, Trump is the eye candy of today's video, as he is with any room that he walks into. But we'll be using Trump as a tool to further analyze some systemic issues in our culture. Things like traditionalism, how to not support your community, materialism, gender roles, and much more that's likely to get me into some hot water. But let's start off at the beginning and take a closer look at the increase of support for Donald Trump. As I mentioned, there was a pretty significant uptick in Indian Republican voters this last election. However, there are interesting voter disparities that I want to pay attention to. The most notable being the striking gender gap in voting preferences. While 67% of South Asian women said that they would vote for Harris, among South Asian men, it was only 53%. Milan Vaishnav of the Carnegie Endowment stated, "I was really surprised by this gender gap in voting preferences because this is not something we've seen in the past. If we look back at the survey 4 years ago, we saw very little difference between men and women. Votes for the Democratic Party among Indian American men under the age of 40 dropped from 70% to 44%, while for the Republican Party, it increased from 23% to 48%.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. We'll be back to politics in just a second. I just have to drag my nuts over Jack's face real quick.
I've never played this game.
You're just gonna love this because this was a section you like literally were about to rage quit on.
All right, let's move!
Full arsenal at the ready.
Right behind
See, that's Edie's decoy there. Yeah, she used a decoy.
incoming.
Is that chain overload? What is that?
Yeah. It's only chain on the last evolution tier though. It's damage.
Yeah.
It's damage neural shock chain.
Ah, okay. So it's only 2.
Edie has a 4 chain overload though.
Okay.
But hers is a trigger.
Ah, okay.
But so the overload is set up to combo with shockwave, but the main strategy that I'm using is squad incendiary ammo and overload, because overload casts instantly at the target to do fire explosions, and it only takes a few shots to trigger the fire, to get the fire explosion to trigger. See right there, I knew it was going to take a while for the incinerate to reach the harvester, so I'm laying down the fire ammo so it procs the incinerate before it hits to cause a fire explosion. I just know that the incinerate will work here because it's a harvester and it has armor.
Yeah.
And it's an organic.
What are the harvesters?
Huh?
What are the harvesters? Like, what are
you
they?
fight them in
No, I know what they are. I know what they are. What are they? Like, they're reapers.
What do you mean?
Are they actual reapers, or are they transformed?
So you fight the harvester in the Tuchanka mission in 2. They appear briefly before the Thresher Maw in Grunt's mission, and that's the only time they appear before this.
No, I know. What I'm asking is, what are they? What are they? You know how the cannibals are
Yes,
Targaryens?
yes. So I'm saying that the creature that they are is called a harvester.
Oh.
And you fight it. You fight 2 of them in the Thresher Maw fight with Grunt during his puberty ritual. They're very brief. It's only about 5 minutes. And then it's the Reaper. It was just an asset that they were like, hey, we need like flyers for the Reapers.
Yeah,
we already introduced this thing briefly.
Yeah. Well, let's use this.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
I'm thinking, the thing is like, Reaper Thresher Maw.
That would be. There was that mission with the Mother of all Moors.
Yeah. But the Reapers can't even take that thing out, it's too powerful there for them.
That's epic.
I don't think they look for him because they're not intelligent. Because they've been around since the Reapers existed. Because that's like how they spread throughout the galaxy, is because they've existed forever, and they get their spores get attached to ships.
Yeah.
Easy game.
Toppling the Democratic percentage. In 2024, the majority of young Indian American men said that they would vote for Donald Trump, a man that has vehemently voiced anti-immigration rhetoric. But it doesn't surprise me, and I'll tell you why. It's because of Drake. I'm kidding. Kind of. No, not really. I'm not kidding. We're gonna get to it. But before we do, we have to connect some dots and talk about the origins of Indian American culture. But before we do that, here's a quick word from our sponsor, Odoo. Odoo's back again. And if you haven't heard, they are one of the best options out there for making your own website. Trust me, I know how it feels to lack the technical skills needed to go through this seemingly complicated process. But with Odoo, that process becomes seemingly uncomplicated, as building a website only takes a few clicks in a environment called money, leisure, and what's interesting, and there's a reason for this. No, not Drake, we haven't. These are high value for religion. These are all things that still exist in India, but have remained a lot more prominent among Indian immigrants. And there's a reason for this. No, not Drake, we haven't gotten to that part of the video yet. It's something people call the time capsule effect, or the immigrant time warp mentality. That is essentially an effect specific to immigrants. Immigrants who tend to see their home country as how they left it, leaving them with the subconscious notion that it's sort of frozen in time. Anjali Balakrishna of the American India Foundation did a piece on an idea called the reverse Indian diaspora, in which Anjali, a first-generation immigrant in America herself, was seeking resolution to an introspective cultural conflict. So she decided to move to India in order to find some answers, where she met and interviewed Indians who were actually in similar situations. One interviewee described the effects this time warp mentality has on her and her family. The Indian culture that they grow up with was the culture that their parents or grandparents left, often 20 to 30 years ago. One interviewee shared that many of the traditions and customs that they honored in their Indian American home were so outdated that their relatives in India no longer followed them. And India has progressed, as all societies do with time. India is more diverse, and it's more modern in the way that people live and the way that people think. The time capsule version of India was shattered by the reality of India's growth and development over the past decades. Another reason for holding on to these static perceptions of India could have to do with immigrant parents feeling the need to preserve the culture, after facing the reality that their kids won't be exposed to it in the same way that they were. I was on Reddit the other day, huge shout out to the ABC Desi subreddit, and I saw an interesting discussion surrounding this topic. So as an immigrant who moved to the USA a couple of years ago, I feel a lot of Indians in the US are conservative, especially with their kid-related issues. One reason, which I feel is the main reason, is that there is an unspoken, unwritten burden to preserve the culture. The kid is going to be exposed to US culture outside, so I've seen a lot of immigrant parents doubling down on Indian culture at home and trying to put rules to stop US culture when the kid is outside. This becomes worse because other Indian immigrant parents also agree, and they get validation that they are doing the right thing. This preserving Indian culture leads them to be more conservative than their counterparts in India. I feel preserving Indian culture through language and traditions is right and should be done. But we also have to keep in mind that these traditions are not suppressive. And no matter what we want, the kid is growing up in the USA and not India.
This is super
So there will be things that immigrant parents won't understand, and that doesn't mean they are wrong thing. Finding a balance between kids learning about the culture and not overburdening them is a tough situation that every immigrant parent faces. And I thought this was so well put. They're correct. This is not a suppressive culture, and immigrant parents are not in the wrong for feeling the need to preserve their culture. But oftentimes that desire.
Yeah, I was looking at Zapata, so I walked directly into a fucking cage that I could have pushed out of the way.
American class.
It really fucking hurt because it was like the top of my foot.
Oh yes, that'll do it.
Like the all my toes and the top of my foot. Not my big toe though, because then it wouldn't hurt as much.
No.
Their children are growing up with. I mean, parents, I get it. I wouldn't want my kid to be a Drake fan either.
Well,
I also totally agree with what they said about this behavior being validated by other Indian immigrant parents, because as we all know, Indian people move in herds. I mean, no wonder we're all so similar. Behaviors are probably perpetuated at 10 times the normal speed. You know, I think we need some DEI in our own culture. Sprinkle in some new minorities into the friend group. Hey, it could go a long way. Now, what does this have to do with Indians for Trump? And more importantly, Indians for Drake? Well, this Indian traditionalism and sort of time capsule effect plays a key role in how us immigrants and descendants of immigrants grow up and view things like success and money and parenting. And that has an effect on the type of artists we support or the politicians that we vote for. I talked about this a bit in my Vivek and Elon video, but this is a good place to expand on it. Vivek Ramaswamy is the poster child for Indian conservatism, as well as for Indians who are American conservative. This guy oozes conservative, from the way that he speaks to the way that he appeals to white people to the way that he unethically does business. The only thing about Vivek that isn't conservative is his hairline. Whoa. That is not a diss to bald people, by the way. Love my baldies and baldies in progress. I just think if you're going to be this conservative, you should at least cover all your bases. Vivek is the perfect embodiment of an Indian that flew too close to the sun. The traditionalism and conservatism of Indian culture has literally turned him inside out and made him an inverse Indian. And this tweet is the perfect representation of the rigid and outdated thinking associated with this traditional culture. I went over this tweet in a recent video about Doge, which Vivek has since left, and I can only assume that his tweet criticizing American culture had something to do with that. Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing because I already did, but in this tweet, trying to defend the tech industry's use of higher skilled immigrants instead of investing in their own people, Vivek harshly critiques American culture as lazy and demotivating, saying that a culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. You can clearly tell he went to school for sociology.
Nerd. Where? You smart people aren't popular.
He then goes on to make a lot of TV and movie references to prove that bullying the nerd but worshiping the jocks in our culture is the reason that we don't produce a lot of American engineers. If we had more movies like Whiplash and fewer reruns of Friends, maybe Americans would be a lot more proficient. Did he see Whiplash, by the way? Does he even know what Whiplash is about? Does he think the movie was trying to, like, glamorize education by way of manipulation and abuse?
I think maybe Whiplash with Elliot Page, directed by Drew Barrymore. Anyway, Esau was saying I wasn't paying attention
roller girl one.
And yeah, and so anyway, for anyone who wasn't paying attention, Bong Slut is where we're gonna do a secret stream where we're gonna stream illegal stuff that we're not gonna sacrifice our main account with.
Can we do that now then?
After this, we can.
Maybe it went over his head. But you know what? It takes an Indian parent to watch Whiplash and think, this is how we should be treating our children. More math tutoring, fewer sleepovers, more weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons, more books, less TV. I mean, this is what my parents would chant to me in unison every morning like a pair of evil twins. More math tutoring, fewer sleepovers, more weekend science competitions. So I just became a YouTuber out of spite. Just kidding. But it did sort of drive me in the opposite direction, obviously. Again, being the children of immigrants, there's conflict with your parents' culture and the culture that you were growing up with. Vivek just happens to be an Indian American that is trusting and perpetuating that same traditionalist thinking in a day and age where we've sort of moved on. This is kind of why a lot of Indian Americans like Vivek. As I mentioned in the beginning of the video, Indian Trump supporter is two identities, not one. Vivek is an Indian man before he is a Republican man. And when Indian Americans see someone like Vivek Ramaswamy, a lot of them only pay attention to the successful Indian man. To any immigrant, success is held to a very high standard. But for Indian immigrants in specific, the concept of success is sought after as if it was the fountain of youth. It's looked at like a goal that will be accomplished no matter the hardships, no matter the sleepless nights, no matter the sacrifice. Not only might immigrants feel burdened to carry on their culture, but they also risked a lot to be here. So that goal to strive for success is greatly pressured. And then if it's achieved, it's greatly commemorated. And that success to Indian immigrants is all-encompassing. Indians see Vivek's success and celebrate it. Not because he's a fellow Republican and he's finding success within politics, but because he's a fellow Indian and has found success, period. Unlike in India where brown people are racist to brown people, in America, seeing another successful brown person is often admired or supported, which, you know, is a good thing to do, inherently uplifting your own community. But I think this is a less supportive thing to do as a community than actually supporting someone who you agree with on a human level. When you hold success, at least the material idea of what success is, to such a high standard, your concept of material and of money begin to alter how you see the world. Making it becomes this success that is visualized as a tangible reality of wealth and glamour that, if is achieved, is flaunted to prove to ourselves and to other people that we did make it. Not that people can't or shouldn't flaunt the wealth that they've worked so hard to achieve, but there becomes this idealization and obsession over simply a perception of success. Success doesn't have to be monetary. What about inner success? Self-realization, self-fulfillment. These are all things I'd argue as being just as, if not more important than financial success. This strong resonance and relatability to the immigrant struggle, and therefore success, is often something that actually blinds Indian Americans from thinking in a distinct and impartial manner. We're ignoring our culture and actively hurting our own people by supporting someone like Vivek, who represents a party and supports a president that it's baseline anti-immigration. I mean, there's more, but that should do it for you. So not only are younger generations not as interested in culture, but we're actively ignoring it by supporting people just because they're successful Indians. And it's all Drake's fault. I don't know why South Asian men love Drake so much. There's a very clear-cut connection that all young Desi men feel towards Drake, and I just don't understand it. I didn't grow up in what one would call a traditional Indian American household. Both of my parents moved from their respective countries at a very young age to Miami, Florida, an immigration hotspot where they experienced diversity and different cultures. This allowed them to assimilate very early on, modernizing their thinking and educating their social understanding more than a lot of my childhood Indian friends' parents. My dad is so Americanized that if you could only hear his voice, you would assume he's a white man. So because of this, I lack a lot of perspective on traditional immigrant parenting and home life. I'd see it because I had friends and went to their houses, and my parents still educated me on Indian culture and religion and history, but I was detached from a lot of that traditional culture. And a part of me wishes I grew up in that culture so I can understand more, like why South Asian men love Drake so much. That's actually the only reason. That's the only thing I care about, if I'm being honest. Sasha Ahmed, a 23-year-old law student living in London, has noticed something about the Desi guys she dates. It's really weird, she laughs, as she describes their short, faded haircuts and closely trimmed black beards. Some turn up to dates wearing athleisure, gold chains, and Air Force Ones. They think it's subtle, she says with a deep sigh.
Desi?
Oh.
I always thought it was Desi.
I guess it's Daisy.
But it's obvious they're trying to look like Drake. It's not just the aesthetic that's a giveaway. Ahmed has noticed the guys also try to live up to Drake's lyrics. Sometimes it's the way they act on dates, she says. There's this cocky kind of swagger, their attempt to use street language, even how they walk. Sometimes they try to be charming, but it comes across as really awkward, and they all seem to be mama's boys, or at least really dependent on their moms. Of course, how did I not realize it? Indian men are known to be mama's boys. And who's the biggest mama's boy on the planet? Drake. Drake is the mama's boy. How did I not see this sooner?
Okay,
it really doesn't make it any better for me, though.
Really
Listen,
I get
this
video.
Yeah.
I'm kind of over it because of all the Drake shit.
Yeah. All right. Next one. All right, we're done with this one. Ending.
Bong slut time.
Yeah. Did you send a link to them?
Yeah. But I'm gonna leave. I was thinking, I want to do a test real quick.
Okay.
So I'm gonna enter Rumble. And in another window, I'm gonna go to Restream. And I'm only gonna stream to Bong Slut in that lobby. And I'm gonna hit live and see what happens to this lobby.
Okay. You want to just sit here?
Yeah. Because potentially we can leave these accounts open and people will be like, what are you watching? They'll be like, oh, it's secret. You got to go to Bong Slut. And then it will be the whole thing with us in the video.
Oh my god. Second thought.
So let's see what happens here when I join another lobby. It doesn't...
The lobby.
Something went wrong during the connection. Retry.
The lobby. Not that one.
The globby.
It doesn't seem to like it.
Not good.
When you try to start another lobby while you're already streaming.
Yeah. It's not surprising.
We've done 2 lobbies at the same time before, though.
Not live.
The axolotl, often called the Mexican...
Hold on. Downvote.
What?
AI poopy video. Do not recommend this channel.
The Trump administration says it plans to roll out a new strategy against the bird flu. There are few details, But officials say the plan is aimed at trying to minimize the slaughter of chickens when the disease strikes a flock. And that's in order to bring rising egg prices down. The administration's first moves have raised concerns, including what it says was an accidental firing of several.
Let it spread is the solution. I can't believe this.
And guess what else happened? Left the World Health Organization.
This is what happens. We kept saying the egg prices thing back to him to antagonize, and this is what happens. Okay, so I joined a lobby that I've already created. So it just seems like this lobby that I tried to create during... So you can't create new ones during stream, I guess.
Sure.
Let's try one more time to join it. Hey, let me in. Okay, now only bong slut. Save. Go live. Unable to go live. Okay.
Is that all it says?
Yeah. So we're not going to switch lobbies. We'll just stay here and switch to bong slut.
Okay.
Wait. Hang on.
We'll just turn them off.
No. I just want to turn off Rumble so we're only streaming to 2 sources. I thought I already did that, but I guess I didn't. So now I'm going to try again and see if I can create the 3rd source in another lobby.
Why would you do that?
Like I said, we can stay in this one and people will come in and say, what are you reacting to? There's nothing on the screen.
I won't be able to use 2 camera sources or 2 audio sources. That'll have to be you with your other account. Your other
okay.
laptop.
It doesn't matter because I didn't think it was going to work anyway. I just wanted to test.
Okay.
So it didn't work.
It would have been good if it did.
Anyway, if you're on YouTube and on Twitch, make sure you go to Bong Slut. Okay, here's the link again. This is where we're about to switch stream to. In just a second here, when I find the video.
I am going to activate that stream. It says offline.
Yeah, so activate it. There it goes, it's streaming.
Yep, it's live. Alrighty, let's keep playing this.
Several employees who work on bird flu. The USDA says it's rehiring them. More than 150 million poultry have been affected since 2022, and 58 people are confirmed to have been sickened by it. One person has died. For more, let's bring in epidemiologist Caitlin Genelita, who writes the popular Substack newsletter, Your Local Epidemiologist. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about this new strategy the Trump administration says it's considering, stressing vaccinations and tighter biosecurity. What difference could that make?
Yeah, so livestock vaccination actually has been a strategy that's been seriously talked about for a while now. And like any policy decision, there's pros and there's cons. One of the biggest is the trade implications, right? So many countries don't accept poultry that is vaccinated. In fact, us in the United States don't accept poultry from other countries like Mexico because it has been vaccinated. So trade implications. The second is biosecurity, right? If we start vaccinating all of our poultry, this increases the probability of seeing asymptomatic spread among birds. I also know that medications have been mentioned. However, these are far more risky than, for example, vaccinations because antivirals can lead to viral resistance. And this actually happened in China when they dumped a ton of antivirals into chicken feed in the 2000s. So these methods, they cost a lot of time, they cost money, and we really need to weigh the pros and the cons with each.
And is that why it's been so difficult to stop the spread of avian flu, bird flu?
Yeah, I mean, it's been difficult because of these hard implication factors. Also, it just spreads really rapidly among birds, is highly contagious, and it has a very high fatality rate.
So right now, when bird flu hits a flock, the prescribed way to address it is the mass slaughtering of those chickens, of those birds. Why is that the approach?
This is called culling, and again, it's the process of mass killing of poultry, for example, and it's done for a few reasons. One is that bird flu is incredibly contagious and very deadly for animals, right? And it can be more humane to kill them all at once than letting them slowly get sick and die. It can also be economically efficient, as poultry farmers can't repopulate with new birds until they get rid of all the sick birds. And so this administration has talked about, even beyond vaccination, setting up perimeters for quarantine. However, the feasibility of these under massive agricultural operations is unclear.
Well, as we mentioned, USDA says it accidentally fired the officials who are working on bird flu and is now trying to rehire them. Even before that, there were concerns about information not being provided by this administration, or in some cases being removed from websites. What level of concern do you have about this?
I mean, I have a lot of concern, right? The employees over at USDA, as well as FDA, as well as CDC, they're all getting cut right now. And these are the eyes and the ears of biosecurity and health risks in the United States. And the less staff, the less resources we have, the harder it'll get to get this H5N1, as well as all the other health threats out there, under control and to prevent a pandemic.
What about the potential that this virus could mutate and pose an even greater risk?
There is definitely the possibility that this virus can mutate, and we are seeing that it is mutating. Every time this virus jumps from animal to animal or animal to human, it has the possibility to change, to mutate. And if that happens, it also has the possibility to become more easily transmissible or spread more easily human to human. And when that happens, it hasn't happened yet, but if that happens, then we start seeing an epidemic or even a pandemic that I know a lot of us just don't want to see again. And this is particularly concerning during the flu season that we have right now, because if the same person is infected with the seasonal flu at the same...
Yeah, but there's just... the only issue is that I'll have to use full screen.
Okay.
So it's gonna, because Restream picks up that desktop audio, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so just mute me on your desktop. Or mute the tab and only use the laptop to hear and speak and shit, or whatever.
I already do only use the laptop.
Oh, then it shouldn't be an
But I
issue.
could also maybe use my laptop.
Because you've done full screen shares before, and it's not an issue.
But sometimes it echoes for you.
Yeah, so try it. Just try it, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Testing. We're fine. Alright, now
Okay,
pull it off
I gotta...
YouTube.
Yeah, let me know when you're ready and it's emptied everything.
Okay. YouTube and 5th Gen Twitch, we are closing shop. Head over to the link that was sent in the chat just before, if you want to continue watching. Same goes for the Twitch. YouTube going in 3, 2, 1. Goodbye.
Can you take the ticker off too?
What ticker?